Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had ReZero Authority Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Do it again. Inko. Get over here. Izuku's Quirk came in. From the kitchen, Midoriya Inko continued her task of chopping the vegetables for another moment, before her friend's words finally registered in her brain. Wait, really? She rushed to the living room, where she was met by the sight of Bakugo Katsuki clapping and laughing at something, a toy figure of All Might being suspended in the air, and her son Izuku with his arm outstretched and an apparent grin on his face. Oh gosh, he has my quirk, was her first reaction. But as she continued to watch what was happening, Inko realized that what Izuku was doing was in fact quite the step up from her small object magnetism. Izuku had free control over what he was doing with the toy. She put a hand to her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes from the sheer amount of pride she was feeling at the moment. Are you seeing this, Hisashi? Why are you crying, mommy? Inko looked down and saw that Izuku was now tugging at her apron, to which she smiled and wrapped her arms around her son. It's nothing, she said. I'm just so proud of you. Say, what do you think about having Katsudon tonight? Okay, her son chirped, and he went back to the other side of the living room, entertaining Katsuki with moving around toys with his quirk. Making a mental note to schedule an appointment with a quirk doctor, Inko went back to the kitchen with a skip in her step. A genius like her baby boy was gonna need a lot of food after getting his quirk early, after all. Subaru could already tell it was gonna get old really quick once word got out to the kids at the preschool, but seeing little Katsuki's face light up every time it looked like he was using telekinesis made it worth it, to an extent. He didn't actually know if he was still able to use invisible providence until just now, and the fact that no one seemed to react to the giant black arm coming out of his midsection was evidence that no one here could see it, either. Moreover, he didn't feel any pain flare up from using it, either. Maybe it had to do with the fact that the witches didn't exist here, but he wasn't about to complain, not like all the other things, at least. Still, he'd need to discreetly figure out if he could also still use Cor Leonis, but that was a problem for another time. Right now, even with this accidental display of his quirk, he needed to keep a lid on showing what exactly he was capable of. The original plan had been to try to pass off as a normal kid staying under the radar until high school, but all it took was a single slip-up one day for the teachers and all the other adults to think he was this child prodigy and expect him to do even more work than he wanted. At least Inko had the common sense to have him just do supplemental work that was only a few years ahead of his age group. He still remembered the horror stories of child prodigies being pushed too hard to the point where they ended up turning to delinquency or running away from home. But still accidentally showing off his intelligence was better than Inko or someone else accidentally finding out Midoriya Izuku was running around with more than 20 years of life experience. Never having been separated from his friends and the women he loved were infinitely more preferable than both. Subaru had always thought that his being summoned to Lugunica had something to do with the Witch of Envy, but it never crossed his mind that he would ever be removed from that world. Until he woke up one day to find himself in an unknown room and surrounded by white, cage-like bars. His reaction at first was that he had been kidnapped, but when he looked down and saw that his arms were now chubby and stub-like, his thoughts shifted to anxiety and fear. It took several minutes for him to calm down before he realized that his body was now that of an infant's, and that the room he was in was a modern-looking nursery room. He eventually mustered up the courage to cry for help, but his physical state obviously meant any and all words he tried to form were expressed only as unintelligible and high-pitched crying. After some time, a woman came into the room and picked up, cooing at him and calling him Izuku. Taking a look at her facial structure and the clothes she was wearing, alongside the overall technological state of the room they were in, led to the impossible conclusion that he had somehow been ice-guyed again. Subaru had no idea what to do, but the moment he felt the shift of his clothes and the diaper he was wearing, he realized that he had soiled himself. The next few months passed by excruciatingly slowly. Having to wait for this body to get to age where he was able to move about on his own, as well as the woman known as Midoriya Inko constantly keeping an eye on him, left Subaru with the ability to do absolutely nothing but think. And so dozens upon dozens of theories went through his head on every reason he could think of as to how and why this had happened to him, and what he could have possibly done to deserve it. But more importantly, how Emilia and all the others were faring without him. He could no longer remember what he was doing right before he woke up as Izuku, but he missed her and Rem terribly, enough so that his cries of anguish left Inko constantly perplexed no matter what she did to try to soothe him. As if to taunt him even further, that wasn't nearly the end of it. It was extremely shameful for him, having the mind of a grown adult, to be completely unable to control his own bowels and be entirely dependent on someone else having to wipe him down every time he soiled himself. Not only that, there was the fact that he often found himself laughing for some odd reason or another. He didn't even know if it was because an infant's brain wasn't big enough to handle an adult's personality and mindset, or if he was finally starting to lose himself from being in almost constant isolation. TLDR. It-FINGSCKED. He didn't want this. He never asked for this. All he ever wanted was to help make it so that Rem finally woke up and Emilia became the queen, and free sat Ella from the Witch of Envy. But now, it was impossible to do anything, when everyone he knew and loved were now worlds away. Did he overstep and finally PSS off whatever god actually summoned him in the first place? Or was he finally noticed because he was never supposed to be summoned? He didn't know. He could never know. The only saving grace about this situation was the fact that he still remembered who he was, but even then, it still took years before he was able to actually do something with it, and by then, he was starting to forget what certain people looked like. Isekai novels like Jobless Reincarnation and Overlord had millions of people jumping at the chance to be hit by a truck and having their souls whisked away to a fantasy world to live out power fantasies, with Subaru even being one of them up until he found himself in Lugunica. Even now, when he was finally back in Japan and surrounded by technology and luxuries he sorely missed, what he lost severely outweighed anything he could ever gain here. By the time he was finally at an age where he could move around on his own, Subaru already had dozens upon dozens of theories running through his head. Was anyone looking for him, or did their memories of him get erased like with what happened to Rem? Was there any chance of anyone he knew being in this world, too? Was Emilia going to be okay? There were moments where he found himself filled with anger, jealousy at the thought of another Natsuki Subaru running around with his friends and eventually marrying Emilia and Rem, but every time he also found himself filled with shame when his, mostly, common sense pulled him back because he had never felt so possessive of them until now. As long as his goals would be fulfilled by that other Subaru, then that was all that mattered, right? There was no way to prove if any of these were true, so he had to assume that they were essentially dead to him, just as he was most likely the same to them. He didn't want to live in any world where he couldn't be with Emilia and Rem, but he couldn't resort to suicide when there was still so much he didn't know. Even if he still had returned by death, the chances of him ending up in his old body and somehow reversing this entire situation seemed astronomically low. Not to mention, it would be extremely unfair to Inko, who did nothing but try her best at raising who she thought was her son. As much as he missed his real parents, he found solace in her embrace and soothing voice whenever she tried to comfort him during his depressive episodes. He probably needed to tell her the truth at some point, but for now, he was okay with letting her think her son was just talented and a bit odd. It was very disorienting trying to utilize muscle memory when only the memory part actually worked, which was something Subaru found out in the first few weeks of his second, third, technically, life. Relearning how to stand upright and walk seemed simple enough since all he had to do was wait until his legs were developed enough to support his weight, but relearning how to speak? That was another matter entirely. After weeks of struggling to retrain his tongue to move the way he wanted, Subaru was finally able to form basic words again, and spent as much time as he could to progress to more complex ones whenever he knew Inko wouldn't hear him. By the end of the second month, he was finally able to completely speak in full, coherent sentences in Japanese and whatever English he could still remember. But he didn't want to give Inko a heart attack and think he was possessed, so he waited another month before he started pretending to roughly sound out Kachan. He didn't end up actually trying to figure out the time period he was in until he overheard a newscaster mention the date one day while Inko was making breakfast. For months, he just assumed that it was still the same year, with a bit of hope that he could one day track down Natsuki Kenichi and Naoko, but in reality, more than 150 years had already passed. He was only able to mourn his parents after Inko had already gone to sleep. And then there was the whole Quirk thing. When he first heard Inko use the word, he didn't really give it too much thought, but after he was finally allowed to use her phone, he used the opportunity to discreetly look up what exactly it was. Apparently around the time he was summoned to Lugunica, some random kid in China was born with her skin glowing brightly, and then more people around the world started spontaneously developing odd superpowers out of nowhere. It didn't take a genius to guess how well that went with the rest of the world. Back when he was still a NEET who refused to go to school, the general consensus when it came to World War III was that it would never happen because everyone nuking each other was enough of a deterrent. Here, it obviously didn't look like it ever got to that level, but there had been several conflicts the world superpowers had with each other over trying to monopolize quirks, which everyone called the Quirk Wars, but come on, it was still a global conflict, so it kind of counted. At first, Subaru thought he was in an Earth different from the one he was actually born from, but an eventual internet search that led to a missing persons report for Natsuki Subaru showed otherwise. So the real question was, did him being summoned to Lugunica have anything to do with that? It wasn't until after his display of getting his quirk that Subaru was finally able to do something. He managed to convince Inko to start buying him notebooks under the pretext of really wanting his letters to look like hers did, but the truth was that he wanted to write down what he could still remember about his time in Lugunica. He couldn't draw, and he definitely wasn't able to sell his soul to be reunited with them, so his only option now was to write down and immortalize who they were. One notebook was spent detailing everything he went through, from the moment he first found himself in front of an apostol, to every single time return by death was used. Another was filled with nothing but theories on how his soul got removed from the other world and why his authorities tagged along, and if there was any possibility of a quirk that could somehow get him back. The third notebook was dedicated to writing mock letters. It was apparently extremely common for people to write letters to lost loved ones, something Subaru immediately recognized as a coping mechanism. But that was okay. By this point, having to spend the last half-decade living as Izuku took its toll on his mind to the point where he was now forgetting what even Emilia and Rem looked like. Learning how to draw would end up taking too long, so he opted for every single word he could think of to describe their appearances, personalities, and what they meant to him. Countless nights were spent filling page after page in a combination of Japanese and Lugunican script undecipherable to whoever else came across this, but completely legible to him. Years later, he eventually got the idea to disguise these notebooks with the title Hero Analysis for the future, just in case Inko found out. When he finally finished, there was only a single page left, which he used to write down a message for himself. "My name right now is Midoriya Izuku," he wrote. But before that, it was Natsuki Subaru. "I know I'll probably never see anyone again, but I can't give up. I have to live on for their memory." He would use this life as a chance to better who he once was before his life changed forever, and try to be the kind of hero Emilia and Rem would be proud of. Forgetting their faces was inevitable. Forgetting them entirely was unacceptable. Japan's so much different from what I remember telling you. With all these people with wacky hair colors and their quirks, you and Ram would have fit right in. I could just imagine you right now wearing a kimono during the summer festival, maybe even with your hair grown out. I miss you. I miss you so much. I thought it would get easier after all this time, but it still hurts. I'm sorry. I've written this so many times, but it still feels like it'll never be enough. All I have left now are my sins and these words. I still think about that day, about what would have happened if you took my hand and ran away with me. Would we have been happy, leaving everyone to die? Would you have kept on loving such a piece of shit like me? I wish I still knew what you look like, Remington. All I can remember now is your hair, your kind voice, and your passion. I wish I returned your feelings sooner. Hey, Dad, Subaru greeted, setting down the flowers. Mom's not gonna be able to make it for a while, so it's just me today. She says hi, by the way. Today was supposed to be their monthly trip to the cemetery, but Inko's work schedule was still fully booked for the next few weeks, and he wasn't that tactless to not visit Hisashi's grave just because he was feeling lazy. Very early on into Subaru's new life, he caught Inko talking to herself a few times while he was busy trying to redevelop his muscle memory, using the name Hisashi. It took some time after that for him to conclude that was his second father's name. But it wasn't until 2 more years had passed that he found out that the man died some time before he was reborn. Subaru tried to ask Inko for more information, but she would only ever lie to him and say that Hisashi died in an accident working for some foreign company overseas. When his body finally reached the age of 13, she finally admitted that Hisashi was actually involved in a not-so-legal line of work. She allegedly didn't know too many details, but the fact that Midoriya was actually her family name implied that he was better off not looking into it. And given the fact that he hadn't heard of anyone who knew Hisashi hadn't bothered them after all this time, Subaru was inclined to just let sleeping dogs lie. He just hoped it wouldn't come to bite them in the butt later on. I really wish I got to know you, Subaru continued. I kinda miss having a dad. Inko never once mentioned anything bad about who Hisashi was as a person, and the pictures she had of him made it seem like he was at least a decent guy. He wondered would they have gotten on well with his previous parents? He hoped so. There were times where Subaru wanted to just give up and just confess everything about who he was to Inko, but there was always that shred of doubt in the back of his mind, and the fear that she would end up rejecting him. By this point, he fully accepted Inko as his mother, but it felt like it was extremely selfish of him to tell her that her genius son was in reality an adult in his 30s. Several more minutes passed in silence, with Subaru reminiscing about his old life with Kenichi and Naoko, and what it would have been like with Hisashi also being around. "I'll try to force Mom to come with me next time," he said, placing a hand on the headstone. "Tell Emilia-tan and Rem I said hi, yeah?" Bakugo Katsuki was a pretty good kid. Most of the time. Had a bit of aggressiveness in him, but it was common for boys his age, and Subaru's presence really helped to temper that at least a bit. His appearance and overall personality reminded Subaru so much of Garfield that he tried to see if he recognized any Lugunican characters and would randomly mention Ram, Frederica, and Ryuzu's names in their conversations, but no such luck. He only seemed to think they were just names for the toys or imaginary characters in the games they were playing. So overall, he seemed like a pretty normal kid you didn't need to worry about too much. That was, until he got his quirk. After that day it first came in, no more than half a week would go by without someone complimenting Katsuki's superhero potential, patting him on the back and singing constant praises to anyone who would listen. Having a perfect combination of his parents' quirks that made him able to ignite his palm sweat made it so that he had extremely high combat and mobility potential if he ever did want to be a pro hero, and who didn't, these days. And sure, it was good to praise kids every now and then, but that was usually for things they did, not for how powerful their quirk was and could be. Apparently it was only Subaru who instantly noticed the signs of an ego forming, because he sure as hell didn't see anyone else at the daycare considering it. If this kept up and he didn't try to mitigate this now, then down the road, he had a very high chance of thinking he was unstoppable and end up getting himself or someone else hurt, or maybe even killed. From what he saw from the Bakugo parents, they at least tried to do what they could in terms of actual DSPLN, but exposure to people constantly thinking you were gonna grow up to be extremely successful for 3 to 4 days a week didn't exactly do a good job for a growing kid's psyche. Subaru should know. Except there was still the issue of Subaru physically being the same age as Katsuki. Even if he had a knack for getting the kids to like him in Arlem Village, that was only because he had actually looked like an adult. But as another pudgy 5-year-old? Not so much. By the time all of the other kids in the daycare had gotten their quirks, almost all of them started flocking over to Katsuki just because he had the best one out of all of them. And was Subaru just a little bit jealous? Yes, as much as he didn't want to believe or admit it. He hadn't had to truly act like a mature adult for years now, so it was an inevitability that he would get used to a few of the selfish tendencies that came with the high of everyone around him thinking he was some child genius. Not to mention that Invisible Providence still didn't have any more physical output than his own arm, even after all this time. But as the years went on, Subaru eventually realized that he didn't even have to worry about the kid's upbringing nearly as much as he did. Freedom at last, Subaru sighed, as he opened his locker and changed out of his Iwabaki shoes. Having recently started his final year of middle school, his class's homeroom teacher brought up the topic of their career choices after graduating. Before summarily immediately deciding everyone wanted to get into the hero course and throwing the forms in the air while his classmates cheered and raved with their quirks. Even after 14 years, he was still having trouble getting used to the difference in how things were done in a Japan almost 200 years removed from what he was used to. Even if the country got even more westernized since, whatever happened to social etiquette and showing DSPLN in school? Could use a drink right about now, he murmured. With the last time he drank any meaningful amount of alcohol having been during the party after that impromptu bit of snowfall puck releasing his magic caused, Subaru desperately wanted to just drown his sorrows every time he got homesick. Except Inko almost never kept any alcohol in their apartment beyond a single bottle of wine at a time, and he obviously couldn't go buy liquor himself, leading back to the whole writing out letters to everyone he knew thing. Yo! A clap to his shoulder suddenly brought Subaru out of his thoughts, turning to see Katsuki grinning at him. You up for the arcade later? He asked. Subaru shook his head. Can't, Mom's still at work, so I gotta make dinner again. In reality, he just wanted to read that new Ice Sky Light novel he bought the other day, but he wasn't about to tell him that. DMN, that SCKS, Katsuki said, leaning on the lockers. Because a little birdie asked me to try to get you to go, wanted to see if she could impress you or something like that. Subaru rolled his eyes. You mean Kageyama from 2B? I already turned her down. You sure she wasn't asking you out? Katsuki snorted. Hell, no. She name-dropped you and everything. And even if she did, I'm not trying to be the rebound. He pushed himself off the lockers. Well, if you don't wanna, you don't wanna. Can't say I didn't try. I'll go tell her. See you tomorrow, Zuku. Yeah, see ya. With a two-fingered salute, Katsuki walked away, leaving Subaru alone with his thoughts again. Ever since he started going to Aldera Junior High, Subaru very quickly cemented himself as the school's top student, because of the supplemental coursework Inko had him do over the years helping to strengthen and fill in the blanks from what he still knew since first dropping out high school. Unfortunately, that, combined with his personality and the way he carried himself, led to more than a few girls in his class and even from upperclassmen asking to meet after school and giving him love confessions. Obviously, he turned them all down, but for some reason, that didn't stop more girls from trying to win his heart. He could have sworn he heard some of the other guys he talked to placing bets. It almost felt like he was the protagonist of a harem anime, believe it or not. And as for Katsuki? By this point, the two of them were finally at a point close enough to Subaru's original age before he got an ice guide, that he started seeing the other boy as more of a best friend, instead of a volatile younger brother he had to look out for. He still had that cockiness to him, but Subaru felt like he managed to keep him down to earth when it came to thinking about everyone else. Should probably stop by the convenience store, he said to himself, pulling out his phone and making a checklist of what he was out of and needed for tonight's dinner. Need more fura cake, mayonnaise, definitely some more panko. He wrote everything down as he made his way through the underpass on his route to and from school, where the echoing of the sounds of the streets amplified a strange, almost sloshing sound behind him. Turning around with an absent-minded Subaru could only react in shock as a giant mass of sludge suddenly accosted him. Hold still, kid, the sludge whispered. I just need to borrow your body for a while, and then you'll never see me again. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Subaru barely registered the words being spoken to him as he desperately tried to claw himself free. With a thought, he activated Invisible Providence, and a black, elongated arm shot out from his navel, where he willed it to do something, anything to stop what was happening to him. From sending a punch with everything he had to where the voice had come from, wrapping around his back to push himself out, to even scooping out the sludge that was quickly filling his airways. His attempts did nothing. His lungs were on fire, and each passing second made them even more so. He so desperately wanted to just breathe in, but it took every ounce of willpower he had left in him to repress that urge. It wouldn't take much longer now before he finally succumbed to the lack of oxygen to his brain, but with his fight-or-flight instinct in full overdrive, Subaru kept doing everything he could to keep resisting for as long as possible. He would not be going down without a fight. He couldn't accept throwing away his second life like this. Please. Someone. Help. And then, in the very moment right as he was finally about to black out, a booming voice echoed from behind him. Everything is all right now. Why? Because I am here. A towering silhouette landed in front of Subaru, where he felt two large hands being placed on his shoulders, and found himself immediately pulled free as if it was the easiest thing in the world, unceremoniously set on the ground. His shock at the turn of events immediately disappeared as he was reduced to a coughing fit, his body doing everything it could to expel the traces of sludge still in his lungs. He spared a moment to look up at his rescuer, a very tall and muscular man with blonde hair that spiked up at the front to form a V shape, sporting a never-ending grin as his arm was outstretched. A brief glance ahead of him showed the mass of sludge as a splatter on the wall, with two very noticeable red. All Might saved him. All Might, the #1 ranked hero in all Japan, and unofficially the world's symbol of peace, came to save him. Subaru quickly scrambled to get on his knees, before placing his palms on the ground and lowering his forehead in a Dejiza bow. All Might-sama. Thank you for saving my life. You don't need to do that, young. What's your name, by the way? Midoriya Izuku, sir. Subaru yelled. Right. You can get up now, Midoriya Shonen. Huh? Subaru looked up to see the man offering a hand to him, and sheepishly took it as he was helped up. Sorry. It's no problem. I get that a lot, All Might said. Now are you hurt anywhere? Do you need me to take you to a hospital? Subaru blinked, before he suddenly started patting himself down. No. At least, I don't think so. All Might nodded, seriously, what was up with this guy's facial muscles, and reached into a plastic bag Subaru only now just realized was there, and pulled out a large bottle of soda, holding it out to him. You want to drink this? Subaru began, before he mentally shrugged and decided to just go along with it. Sure. Thank you. It wasn't every day the guy who was basically Japanese Superman offered you a soda. Taking the bottle, he twisted open the cap, and with a brief itadikamasu, started drinking down what he could. When there was about half of the bottle left, he stopped drinking and closed it, giving it back to All Might. All Might nodded and walked over to the edge of the underpass to pour out the rest of the soda, before he started scooping the sludge guy into the bottle, eyes and all. When he was finished, he stood back up and waved to Subaru with the bottle. Well, if you'll be fine on your own, then I still need to do my job and take this guy to the police station. Take care of yourself now, Midoriya Shonen. I will, Subaru replied, bowing low with his hand on his sides. Thank you so much again for saving my life. All Might boomed out a laugh. It's what any hero would do. Well, have a good day. With that, he walked back in the direction he came from, and once out of the underpass, squatted down into a low crouch, before launching himself into the air. Subaru couldn't help but feel jealous for a moment since he couldn't even manage to save himself, but that moment was quickly replaced by a grimace from the sheer stench coming from himself. Back to school to hit the showers and change into his PE clothes it was, then. Subaru took a deep breath, paused when he suddenly gagged, and made a run for the entrance to get some sweet, fresh air. Should he tell Inko he almost died today? An hour and a shower later, Subaru changed into his PE clothes, and was once again walking through the underpass, but this time with a keen alertness. In his paranoia, he also kept the slender arm of invisible Providence remaining visible and its lone fist raised. The more he kept walking, the more he was made aware of his own physical state. With the interior of the underpass making it so that certain sounds would be amplified, Subaru noticed his manual breathing, the hammering of his heartbeat in his head, and the slipperiness of his sweaty palms. Every second that passed as he made his way further and further felt longer than they normally should have been, and what should have taken under a minute felt more like 5. Halfway through the underpass, Subaru noticed the stain of what seemed to be a green-colored paint, before he realized that it was where All Might had knocked out the sludge guy. For a moment, he stared at it, as if daring and waiting for it to do something, but what felt like several very long moments, he sighed, before continuing on his way. With only a little bit of distance left to go, he ended up taking a moment to steel himself, before breaking into a sprint. His footsteps echoed throughout the entirety of the underpass, but when he finally made it outside and conquered his fear, he raised his hands up in victory, before he opted instead to walk the rest of the way to the train station. On the way through the bustling part of Mizurufu, Subaru spotted an alleyway. Normally, he only ever went through it if and when he was running late for school, but because he wasted almost 2 hours when he could have already been cooking dinner, he decided to just go through it. He passed by a dumpster, and got to the point where he only had to take a left before he could keep going, but a voice that he didn't expect to hear again stopped him in his tracks, sending chills down his spine. "You!" Subaru whirled around, and true to his fears, saw the sludge man from earlier before, and looking royally said. But Subaru's eyes widened as he looked behind him to see Katsuki lying prone on the ground. Katsuki? Why was he unconscious? Subaru looked back to the sludge man with anger in his eyes. "What did you do to him?" "The same I'm gonna do to you," he sneered. "Figured I'd use the blonde kid as a disguise, but I figured I'd get some payback first." Subaru took a step back, but before he could make a run for it, the sludge man lunged and grabbed a hold of him, but instead of trying to fill in his airways, he instead had neck tightly wrapped like a noose. "All you had to do was just let me borrow your body for a bit, but you just had to resist, didn't you? Well, this time, there's All Might here to save you. Should have thought about that before you decided to use your quirk on me." Subaru was quickly panicking as he tried to find a way out of his grip, but much quicker than before, he was starting to lose himself. What happened to All Might taking care of this guy? Didn't he say he'd take him to the police? He continued clawing at the viscous arm strangling him, but with invisible Providence once again not being able to do anything to help, Subaru, in his desperation, and later shame, tried to use Cor Leonis, second shift and divide his suffocation with the unconscious Katsuki, but to no avail. "I'm sorry, Katsuki, Mom." All he could now, was simply continue to thrash about while desperately reaching a hand out to the bystanders doing nothing but watch as he slowly, eventually, gave in to the urge to just close his eyes. But in that moment, in that final, infinitesimal second he had left, a strange clearness suddenly filled his mind as he was about to finally lose his life. "Subaru," a soft, feminine voice whispered in his ear. Subaru had enough awareness still left in him to register the voice. An impossible voice he never thought he would ever hear again. But before he could even process the thought further, he suddenly found himself back in the locker room of Aldera Junior High, with the sudden transition of being able to suddenly breathe clearly again from suffocating to death rendering him onto the floor as he coughed his lungs out. "You good, Izuku?" he vaguely heard Katsuki ask in front of him, but Subaru was too busy trying to organize his thoughts. That voice. A voice that he once no longer thought he would ever hear again in this world had entered his mind. "Was that you, Sadella?" Even with everything he had forgotten over the years, Subaru still knew with absolute certainty that he never experienced dying when his soul was forcibly returned to the world he came from. But how else could he have been an ice guide? Was his body just left behind in a brain-dead state? Had Emilia and Ram been hoping in vain for him and Rem to wake up this entire time? Subaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Focus," he told himself. After a moment, he opened them at his reflection in the mirror of the restroom he was in. He had already gone above and beyond in the overthinking department years ago. This was the here and now, and he needed to maintain his rationality to tackle the problem in front of him. So what the hell happened? He remembered being assaulted and then All Might saving his life, but that sludge guy somehow managed to escape. And then because All Might wasn't there to stop him, Subaru died. That much was true, at least. And then it happened. What he had just gone through, that familiar feeling of slipping away into an abyss.it felt exactly like all the times he died previously. From when Return by Death would activate and either rewind the entire world back to a certain point, or send only him back in time to change the outcome that led to his death. That was what just happened to him. There was just no other conclusion to be made. With a sigh, Subaru turned on the faucet, cupping his hands under the cold, running water and washing his face to calm himself down. A minute later, he turned it off and dried off his hands and face before walking out of the restroom to see Katsuki still waiting for him. Katsuki. The boy in question looked at him, with an expression that Subaru knew was meant as a silent question for him to explain himself. Right. Might as well test it. What were the chances of quirked humans being able to detect the witch's scent, anyway? Subaru took a deep breath. I can return by death. As soon as the last word left his mouth, Subaru paused in shock, wondering if he heard what he just. Sorry, you can what, now? Huh? Return by death, Subaru murmured. What was going on? Why could he? Yeah, I heard you the first time, Katsuki said. So what do you mean, return by death? What even is that? Subaru collapsed to his knees and held his head in his hands. It didn't make sense. 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 Oi! Izuku! Calm down. Subaru blinked as his awareness returned to him, and realized that Katsuki was gripping his shoulders. The hell's going on with you, man? Subaru opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly stopped himself. Could he really afford telling Katsuki the truth? Would he even believe him? Probably not, he concluded. No normal person would. I think I just had a chuny moment, he lied. The hell you mean you? Katsuki started incredulously, before he cut himself off and sighed. Alright, look, Kageyama wanted me to bring you to the arcade, 'cause she still has the hots for you or whatever, but I can tell you've got something going on with you right now. I won't ask, but you need to go home and get some rest. Tryharding in school can wait. Subaru began, before relenting and nodding. Sure. Yeah, I'll go do that. Katsuki nodded. Alright. Just let me know if you start feeling like shit later. We're best friends for a reason, right? Right. Katsuki lightly punched his shoulder, before he walked away, leaving Subaru to wonder what the hell was going on. He just said return by death in front of someone and nothing happened. Nothing physically keeping him from saying the words out loud, no witch of envy lightly squeezing his heart or even killing him or Katsuki, nothing. Subaru wanted to cry right now. Tears even started welling up in his eyes, but he shook his head and picked up his book bag, wondering what he should do next. It was honestly a wonder he never once tried or even thought about abusing return by death. The ability to instantly turn back time whenever he wanted should have been enough for him to use it for every whim, but each death and the pain he went through gave him enough of a healthy fear of dying to where it never crossed his mind. Disembowelment by the bowel hunter and bleeding out. Ram slicing his throat open with a blade of wind after begging Rem not to kill him. Puck freezing him solid as he ended the world, with Rem's corpse still in his arms. Being ripped open and consumed alive by the great rabbit. But also, he didn't want to have to experience every hardship all over again based on a relatively small mistake. He could just imagine himself doing just that, had he taken up Echidna's offer. Having no choice but to obey the Witch of Greed as he killed himself over and over again to find any and all variations in every possible loop until the end of time. Subaru shuddered at the thought, and silently thanked Kamisama for sparing him that fate credit where credit was due, and all that. At the entrance of the underpass, Subaru paused. The last time he had been here, about 38 minutes passed since he left the school. This time, however, he ended up arriving over 10 minutes later. But did that mean the sludge man wasn't there yet, or was he already there, waiting for some other unfortunate soul to pass by and take them over? He looked down and forced his shaking hand into a fist. He was fooling no one if he said he wasn't scared of having to face that guy again, but he couldn't just leave someone innocent to suffer the same fate he did. If worse came to worse, then he'd try to run back the other way and call for help while All Might showed up again to save the day. Taking a few deep breaths, Subaru activated Invisible Providence and walked through the underpass for the third time, doing everything he could to replace his fear with equal parts determination and anger. But apparently he didn't need to worry about anything, because up ahead, he could see All Might already scooping up the sludge man into a large plastic bottle. As he continued walking, he saw as the hero looked up and waved over to him. Good afternoon, young man, he began. Don't mind me, just busy apprehending this villain, here. Right. Subaru replied. Silence passed between the two of them as All Might nodded and went back to scooping, and after a minute or so, stood back up and fastened the bottle in his pants pocket, before waving him goodbye as he once again jumped away into the air. What now? Subaru asked himself. Might as well get those ingredients he still needed for tonight's dinner. He forgot. Subaru was so bewildered by All Might so effortlessly doing his thing, that he forgot to tell him to keep a close eye on the bottle. And now, he was standing in a crowd, watching as the pro-heroes on the scene shielded the onlookers from the sludge man. Who was busy trying to take over a still-conscious Katsuki, who was actively resisting by using his quirk in all directions. Subaru took a step forward. Kid, this is a hostage situation. Don't do anything stupid. Subaru looked up at the man whose hand was on his shoulder, and after a moment, vaguely recognized him as Death Arms. That's my friend over there. He watched Death Arms's eyebrows raise, before they returned to his steely expression. I'm sorry to hear that, but that's what we're here for. Just let us take care of this. Subaru grit his teeth. And what the hell are you doing, just standing here? He's over there dying and I see at least 4 pro-heroes doing nothing but what, twiddling their thumbs. Before he could let the man answer, he turned back to the violent scene taking place and started walking. Whatever. I'm going to help him. Kid, wait. Get your hands off me. Subaru roared, using invisible providence to forcibly break free from the man's hold, before he broke into a full sprint towards Katsuki. Katsuki! Taking his backpack off and holding it in his arms, Subaru unclasped the locks keeping his books and writing instruments in place. And using what parkour skills he still remembered, he used the edge of a wall to quickly jump onto a dumpster, before using his momentum to leap towards Sludge Man's only visible weak spot, his eyes. His aim struck true, and a few of his various books made contact, who was now currently screeching in pain and holding what looked like his arms to his eyes as drops of blood fell to the ground below. With that, he used the precious amount of time he bought to pull Katsuki out with the strength of all 3 of his hands. Soon, the other boy was finally free, leading to the both of them unceremoniously dropping to the stone pavement below. That's gotta be the stupidest thing I've ever seen you do, Katsuki groaned. But thanks. Subaru quickly offered a hand to Katsuki and helped him up. We need to get out of here. Well, we could, Katsuki began, but instead of turning around to run or even walk away, he cracked his neck and knuckles, before priming his quirk in his right hand. But I've kinda got a score to settle. Before Subaru could even tell him what an absolutely idiotic thing he just said was, 2 very large hands grabbed hold of both of their shoulders, keeping them in place. That determination of yours is admirable, young man, All Might said, but just leave it to me. With Katsuki finally acquiescing, Subaru nudged him and walked him back to the crowd of bystanders. Once they were safely in the crowd, a sudden boom made itself known behind him, and he watched on as All Might drew his fist back. Detroit. Smash. Several minutes and an insane wind caused by All Might's punch later, the sludge man was finally arrested by the police, and Subaru had to endure the grilling of his life as the pro-heroes endlessly reprimanded him for risking his life and disobeying a pro-hero, while at the same time praising Katsuki for his quirk and even offering invitations to join hero agencies in the future. It took everything he had in him not to just roll his eyes and tell them to go F themselves, but because there was no more danger to be had, he still took everything in stride. Even if he wanted to tell them just how shit they were at doing their job. By the time they were done, making sure he wouldn't recklessly endanger his and others' lives again, Subaru still saw that Katsuki wasn't done being praised yet, and opted to just walk home by himself. He'd just get the mayonnaise and panko tomorrow. Excuse me. Subaru looked up as All Might stood in front of him, pose and all. All Might? Yes, the hero exclaimed. I am here. But first, can I get the name of the young man who so gallantly charged in to save his friend? Midoriya Izuku. Subaru replied. All Might nodded. I'm sure you're very angry at me, Midoriya Shonen. After all, I told you I would see to it that the villain would be brought to the proper authorities, but it was due to my own negligence that your friend had to suffer as he did. He placed his arms at his sides and deeply bowed. For that, I must apologize. I have failed you in a way a hero of my experience should have never risked. Oh. Normally, a lot of the high-ranking pro-heroes ended up letting their popularity get to their heads and developed egos as a result, but Subaru had seen several videos of All Might regularly apologizing in his interviews, saying he could have done more. Even his actions now showed that he really wasn't just being nice for show, the guy had actual humility. Japanese Superman, indeed. Subaru returned the bow with his own. No one really got hurt in the end, so I forgive you, All Might-sama. Thank you for saving my friend. All Might straightened himself and gave him a thumbs up. You're welcome. Now, I'm afraid I must be off. A hero's duty never ack. Subaru tilted his head in confusion. Ack? But before he could wonder about the sound All Might made, Subaru saw blood spurt out of his mouth and stained his clothes, and was now leaning against the wall next to a light post with a hand covering his mouth. All Might-sama! Subaru exclaimed, running towards the man. Are you? As he quickly ran to him, he watched as the towering figure of the man was immediately replaced by some very skinny guy with about the same height and blonde hair, and wearing the same clothes. Okay? The skinny guy who replaced All Might looked up at him. Sorry you had to see me like this, he said. Subaru involuntarily took a step back. You're All Might, right? The skinny guy who was somehow All Might nodded. Yeah, kid. That's me. A little more blood leaked out of his mouth, and Subaru, finally remembering his manners, fished out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to him. Thanks, All Might said, wiping his mouth. You're welcome, Subaru replied, still perplexed at the man in front of him. Can I ask you what happened for you to drop him? All Might sighed. Guess there's no use hiding it now, he said. Sure, I'll tell you. But let's go to the park nearby, first. Subaru nodded, and wordlessly followed the man as 1,000 thoughts ran through his head. What happened to All Might for him to end up like this? Did he go back and forth from being skinny to being ripped every day? Where did he get the mass from to bulk up like that? No one knew this about All Might, otherwise Subaru would have seen countless articles and TV news stations constantly going on about his condition. Take a seat, All Might said, and Subaru sat down on his left side, wondering what the man's story was. He took a moment to look at their surroundings, and saw that it was just the two of them in the entire park. Usually there would still be plenty of children playing or teenagers hanging out around this time of day, but he supposed that was the effect a villain attack had on nearby communities. Believe it or not, All Might began. That muscular form everyone sees me as is actually what I used to look like 5 years ago. And then I got this. He lifted his shirt to reveal an intense-looking scar on the left side of his torso. I got this from a villain I've spent almost my entire life training to put down. You've probably never heard of him, but he was the most dangerous guy I've ever fought, and more dangerous than anything you could think of. Subaru had at least a few ideas on what he considered extremely dangerous, but to be fair, all of them only existed in another world. Because of this injury, I can only maintain my quirk for about 3 hours a day. It's a strength enhancer, you see, and my body just isn't able to keep it up for long periods of time anymore. Subaru said. Why are you telling me this? Because, Midoriya Shonen, I was right about to lose my control over my quirk the moment I dropped that bottle earlier today. Oh, he understood now. All Might didn't drop him because he was being too careless about his job, but because he was about to drop to his death that very second. But wait, wasn't that still being careless? Subaru set that thought aside for now and nodded. I understand. Thank you for telling me this. This isn't something I tell just anyone, All Might said. I'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't go around telling your friends or even your parents my days as a hero were numbered. There's no telling how much that'll encourage villains to act up just because I'm not potentially there to stop them. Of course, Subaru replied. I promise you on my life I won't tell anyone else about this. All Might chuckled. I don't think you'll need to go that far, but I appreciate it. After that, the two of them sat in silence for several moments, before he spoke again. So I gotta ask, what brought you to try to save your friend in the first place? It doesn't look like you have the quirk to be charging head-on like that. Someone had to, Subaru replied. The heroes who were there, they only stood back and watched. My best friend could have died, but they didn't do anything. So I had to do something. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, otherwise. So you're saying something caused you to move? That you, despite your fear, acted on an unconscious desire to save your friend, no matter what happened? What was this guy getting at? Subaru wondered. He shook his head. No. Every action I took in that moment was out of my own free will. Even if I was throwing away my life, I couldn't just stand there and watch as the people who were infinitely more qualified than me pretend they weren't leaving Katsuki to die. All Might smiled at his response. That's a wonderful answer, if I've ever heard one, he said. You definitely have the heart to be a hero, that's for sure. Thanks, Subaru replied. But I don't exactly know if I really want to do that. You said it yourself, I don't have the quirk to be charging in like I did today, and being one of those underground heroes doesn't really seem like my thing. At this, All Might's smile only seemed to grow wider. Then what if I gave you that opportunity? Subaru furrowed his eyebrows. What do you mean? Perhaps I should have been more clear. How would you like to inherit my quirk? Subaru blinked. Pardon? Sorry, I should probably explain. All Might said, before clearing his throat. What followed was a story that Subaru thought a normal person would have never bought, but because he wasn't exactly normal, he stayed silent as the man told him about One for All, a quirk that somehow had the ability to be passed on from person to person, and over the past 200 years, grew its stockpile in the physical strength it granted users. All Might was currently the 8th, and he asked Subaru if he wanted to be the 9th. This is a lot to take in, Subaru admitted, leaning forward with his arms resting on his thighs. So what, you, the top hero, you want me, some kid you just met today, to be your successor? All Might nodded. Yes. Obviously, you're not gonna top the rankings as soon as you finish high school. You've gotta start from the bottom like I and everyone else did, but yes, I'd think you'd be a great fit to eventually take my place as the next wielder of One for All. Right? And there's no catch? Nothing like I have to give you my firstborn child, and all that? That's right, nothing like that, All Might replied, smiling at him. And there's no immortal crime boss that's gonna show up and demand a fight to the death, right? At those words, All Might barked out a laugh. I assure you, Midoriya Shonen, the only guy who ever fits that description is already very dead. I should know, I killed him myself. Subaru stayed silent as he stared at him for a moment, before looking back down on the ground. Yeah, okay, there's that too, he murmured. So, what do you think? Are you up for it? Subaru started, before he stopped himself. In all honesty, this just sounded too good to be true. His entire life growing up as Natsuki Subaru, he failed to live up to everyone's expectations of him, throwing away his future and becoming a NEET. In Lagunica, he was too weak to do much of anything by himself, but his determination and persistence made it so that was still able to help Emilia and all the others who could. And now, back in the world he was born in, and the most influential real-life superhero of all time offering him the power to finally be able to be the one to protect those he cared about here? He'd have to be the biggest idiot to refuse. And sure, if anything went wrong and All Might really did have scummy intentions, there was always return by death. Subaru looked All Might in the eye. I'll take it. What do I need to do? Bakugo-kun. Is it true you fought off a villain attack yesterday? Bakugo. What was it like fighting for your life? Midoriya-kun. Is it true you tried to help Bakugo-kun? Subaru looked up at his classmate and sheepishly laughed. Yeah, but I couldn't really do anything to the guy before All Might took care of him. You're so cool, she said, and Subaru couldn't help but notice the twinkle in her eyes, and briefly wondered if he had just made her swoon. All right, class, settle down now, their homeroom teacher called out. I'm sure Bakugo-kun is eager to tell everyone what happened, but please wait until after homeroom, yes? We have a new student joining us today. Subaru watched as the other students surrounding Katsuki's desk dejectedly walked back to their own seats. When the last student finally sat down, the teacher looked over to his left. Why don't you come on in and introduce yourself? At that, a girl with a brown bob-style haircut walked in holding a black book bag with a blush on her face, to which she turned to the chalkboard and wrote down her name. Afterwards, she turned back around and bowed. My name is Uraraka Ochako. It's nice to meet all of you. Please take care of me. Well, on the bright side, All Might began. You're already well on the way to getting your body ready for One for All. From the ground, Subaru was currently trying his damnedest not to pass out from sheer exhaustion. A few hours before, he agreed with All Might, whose name was actually Yagi Tashinori, to meet at Takoba Beach Park to figure out a training plan to build his body up so it could actually handle the quirk and wouldn't, die from the first time he tried to use it. At first, he thought that it wouldn't be so bad. Exercise was one of the first things he tried when he finally started wanting to change himself. But because the modern world of Earth didn't give him nearly as much of an incentive to improve his physical condition as when he was part of the Emilia camp, he wasn't nearly as fit as he remembered having been. That, and he also kinda let himself go a bit from all the katsudon and mayonnaise he indulged in. Subaru expected the training seriously push him to the limit, sure, but he didn't think it would start off being this difficult. Only 2 days had passed since he first accepted taking on One for All, and already, the man had him carry several reasonably heavy bits of trash to the truck he brought with him, before having him run several laps around the beach. Having had, and still did, the ability to die, many, many times, he was intimately aware with what death felt like, but man, it almost felt like he was getting close. He never would have imagined dying from exhaustion to be a return by death trigger. Had anyone ever actually died from that? Obviously, you still have a long way to go, All Might said. But I'd say this is a pretty good start, so far. You? Subaru panted. Sure? I just need a breather. But I can still keep going. I think that's enough for today, All Might replied. I was just trying to test you to see how much you can already handle. But you're going to need to start sticking to the regimen I came up if you don't want your body to give out on you a month, and don't think I don't see you there trying not to pass out. If you want to increase the pace and intensity, then I'll tell you when you're actually ready for that. Yeah, that's fair. Subaru opened an eye, and seeing the man offering him a water bottle, sat up and wordlessly took it with invisible providence. You shouldn't be so careless with your quirk usage. Yeah, but doesn't being around the top hero in the country give me a pass? No one's going to put two and two and recognize me. And I'm also not the one using their quirk to drink water right now. Touché, Subaru admitted, before switching to actually using his hands continue drinking his water. When he finished downing the entire bottle, he wiped his mouth with a satisfied sigh, before flopping back to the ground. So what now? He watched as All Might hummed and took a look at his watch. Well, now, you have to get going, don't you? It's already 7. Subaru's eyes snapped open, and he immediately stood up and rushed to check his phone. And true enough, he saw that he had a little over an hour left to get back home and get ready if he didn't want to be late. Sheet, he whispered, before heaving himself up and grabbing his windbreaker and starting the jog back home. See you tomorrow, Yagi-sensei. Remember to keep up with the diet. All Might called out behind him, to which he waved a thumbs up behind him as he kept jogging. For years, Subaru, like just about the entire rest of the world, saw All Might the hero as basically a modern folk hero or even a demigod like in the old European religions, but Yagi Toshinori the man actually seemed like someone that Subaru could actually see himself getting along with. He could count on one hand the amount of older adults he could seriously rely on in Lagunica, with Inko and maybe Katsuki's parents in this world, but having an actual mentor figure this time around was actually kind of exciting. He still didn't think he was the best fit, but hey, he also just started the training, so you never know. One for all seemed like probably the most important secret in the world, and Subaru couldn't help but feel a good amount of pride in the fact that the top hero chose him to follow in his footsteps. He really did want to live up to the man's confidence in him, but he also felt like he really owed him for telling him the secret in the first place. So what would All Might think of him being a former Ice Guy protagonist? One of the most vivid memories Ochako had of her childhood was from when she was around 7 years old. She remembered seeing a new doll from her favorite TV show for the first time, and instantly wanted her parents to buy it. When they said no, she, like how you'd expect a normal 7-year-old to react, immediately threw a tantrum through the entire trip home. Later that night, after having been woken up by the sound of mild arguing, she snuck into the kitchen to see her parents wearing the most devastated expressions she had ever seen them with. Her anger at her parents for not buying her the toy was instantly replaced by the anger at someone having made them sad. It took her the next 2 years to find out the truth about her family's financial situation, and another 6 months before her father told her they almost lost their house because of a cancelled contract. On that same day she threw a tantrum in the toy store. Ochako's shame in her actions only kept growing when she found out. Like just about every other child, she had dreams of becoming a pro hero when she grew up, but her reason for doing so was primarily because the job paid well. While she liked to think of herself as a decent person, she cared more about making it so her parents would never have to worry about their financial situation again and finally live comfortably, rather than doing what she could to help people using her quirk. UA High School was the dream school every hero hopeful wanted to attend, but with its notoriously difficult practical exam and extremely low acceptance rate into the hero course, her parents initially refused to accept her idea of moving schools and staying with her older cousin in Muzurifu City in order to take the entrance exam. But after a week of arguing back and forth, with her saying she hated seeing her parents worry like they did, they finally relented. Which, after about a year, brought her to today, where she was currently having lunch with the, hopefully, few friends she made on her first day at Aldera Junior High. Did you hear? Midoriya got another one today. Really? That's already what, like the 4th one now? Who is it this time? Takamiya from 1B, apparently. I asked around and one of the guys there said he saw her putting a note in his locker. Right now, the 2 Jairas sitting across from her were gossiping about their class's elusive Midoriya Izuku, who despite having had several girls confess their love to him, never once actually dated anyone the entire 3 years he was at this school. He was honestly a bit plain looking, she had to admit, but she could kinda see the appeal, she supposed. An idea popped up in her head. Is he just not into girls? She remembered that being a thing in a lot of the romance manga some of the girls from her previous school would talk about. But then again, they were all BL, probably not the best example to use. That's what we all thought, said one of the Jairas, Ueno Yoshiko, if she remembered correctly, on the other side of the table. But I remember him trying to catch a peek at my melons when we were swimming in PE last year, so he's definitely not gay. Oh. Ochako tilted her head in confusion. Then what's the issue? Ueno-san took a sip of her milk tea. No one knows. Rumor has it he got rejected and called it quits with girls for the rest of his life. I think he actually already has a girlfriend and just doesn't want to tell anyone. Shirori, like the romance sap she is, she pointed to the other Gyuru, Hayashida Shirori. Next to her. Thinks the right girl just hasn't come along yet. As soon as the words left her mouth, she paused for a moment, before breaking into a grin as if a thought suddenly came to her. Maybe that's where you come in, Uraraka-chan. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, Ueno-san leaned in, you could be the one Midoriya finally falls for. Ochako's eyes widened, her cheeks flaring up. What? But I just got here. Pfft, you've still got a whole year, don't you? Ueno-san waved her off. Good luck. Ochako wanted to groan and bury her head in her hands. This was not on the list of things she expected to talk about. She had better things to worry about, for crying out loud. The Gyara's own relationships? Yes. Gossip? Yes. But getting her to think about dating? No. Nah. No way. Even if she had crushes on boys in the past, she was supposed to leave that behind once she started going to a new school, like that one quote everyone mentioned after New Year's. She suddenly got the urge to look around the cafeteria, before that distinct head of green hair finally caught her attention, and took a moment to take in his facial features. Okay, now she thought about it, she supposed Midoriya didn't look that bad, all things. Midoriya suddenly looked up from eating his food, eyes darting through, before he locked eyes with her. She immediately felt embarrassment overcome her, and unconsciously let out a tiny eep. As she tore her gaze away. Ueno-san and Hayashida-san were now laughing at her, and Ochako put her face in her hands as she felt heat flood her cheeks. Why did she have to sit with the Gyarus, of all people? Subaru was currently staring at his curry rice pensively. In his hurry to run back home, take a quick shower, change his clothes, and then run to the train station, he ended up forgetting to bring his bento with him. In reality, he could have just gotten a salad, but he actually ended up showing up to the cafeteria late to the point where his choices were this, or a yakisoba bun, and the latter was obviously a terrible option. You gonna just keep staring at your food? Subaru looked up to see Katsuki looking at him with a quizzical expression. Oh. Sorry. I was just thinking about something. I'll just apologize to All Might tomorrow, he internally shrugged. A single mistake wouldn't end up in one for all killing him, and it wasn't like he wasn't gonna follow the meal plan for dinner and every day after. But still, he really did need to be following everything All Might planned out for him down to a T if he wanted any shot at getting into UA. After a minute or so into eating his food, Subaru got a feeling in the back of his mind of being watched by someone, and started scanning through the endless crowd of students in the classroom, and after only a moment, finally found the culprit to be one Uraraka Ochako, who was staring at him for some reason. The moment they locked eyes, he watched as she immediately grew flustered and looked away. That dot was a bit weird. They haven't talked at all yet, but the new girl was now staring at him for no reason. Did he have something on his face or something? Or was she actually just looking at something else in his direction and they accidentally made? Oh. Was she another one? She was another one, wasn't she? Subaru took a deep breath through his nose. Katsuki. Sup? You've got the quirk, the looks, the grades, he began. But why the hell am I the one getting all the kakuhaku? Katsuki snorted. All that focus in class and studying, but you still really don't pay attention to other people, do you? Subaru furrowed his eyebrows. Wait, what do you mean? But instead of actually answering him like he thought he would, Katsuki just continued slurping up his ramen noodles. Katsuki, what do you mean by that? 9 days later. Midoriya Shonen. Pain is an old friend, was a quote that Subaru used to feel like was literally made for him. Even when Loop from Return by Death from the moment he was summoned to Lugunica did nothing to dull the physical sensation, he liked to think his mind got a little bit more used to it each time. Except he was currently kneeling on the sand, trying to somehow lessen the intense, sharp pain in his left thigh. It looks like he pulled his hamstring. It hadn't even been 2 weeks, and he's already injured himself. Nice going, Subaru. He also didn't stop to consider the whole new body thing. DMN it, Subaru hissed, punching the sand below him in frustration. Midoriya Shonen. Was it because of the curry rice last week? He knew it was a bad idea. He couldn't be affording these setbacks. Why the hell couldn't he have just stuck with the plan instead of getting impatient and overextending? Midoriya Shonen. Look at me. Subaru was suddenly made aware of All Might with his hand on his shoulder and still shaking him. Relax. It's not the end of the world. Subaru sighed. Yeah, but didn't you say I only had a year to get all this? He gestured to the beach behind them, done? Ah, but you see I may or may not have neglected to tell you something, All Might sheepishly replied, suspiciously scratching the back of his head. What? To be honest with you, I made the aim to pass, American dream, plan for someone who was in poor shape. But because you've been at least semi-regularly exercising before this, you've actually been following this. In pure, American overdramatic fashion, he buffed up back to his peak form, and was now holding out a packet of paper with the words, "Make America Great Again," written in bold English. I know I told you it would take you until February to clear the beach, All Might continued. But you're actually progressing along well enough to where you might actually finish in 7 months, instead of the 10 like I originally said. You couldn't have just led with that from the beginning? Subaru deadpanned. Sorry about that, but I couldn't exactly tell for sure whether or not you'd start slacking if I told you there'd be a good amount of time to spare, All Might replied, offering his hand to Subaru, who stared at the hand for a moment, before he sighed and accepted it. The dull ache coming from his thigh flared from moving to stand back up, causing him to wince from the pain. Any chance you've got some painkillers on you? All Might boomed out a laugh and clapped him on the shoulder, almost causing him to fall over. Not right now, but I'll give you a ride back home. With that, he deflated back to his skinny version, and gestured for Subaru to follow him. Pulling a muscle usually isn't very serious, but you'll need to take at least a few days off from this training and your PE class. Wait, so what about the training and clearing the beach? Subaru asked. Push-ups and sit-ups should be best until you can actually comfortably walk again, All Might replied, opening the truck's passenger door for him. But seeing how it's Sunday, you want to get some breakfast? 2 months later. Uraraka Ochako was weirdly ignoring him. Which was something Subaru wouldn't have bat an eye at, considering that the two of them didn't really talk to each other, outside of helping each other with small things in class or being assigned together for cleanup. Everyone simply had their own social circles at school, and Subaru had bigger and better things to worry about if they just didn't get along, then it was perfectly fine by him. Except it was entirely out of character with what Subaru had seen of her so far. From what he knew about her personality, she was friendly with everyone she talked to, and never once badmouthed them, even sometimes going so far as to inconvenience herself if classmates needed help. For almost all of today, it looked like she was doing absolutely everything possible not to be in the same space as him, and when he asked if she could help the class president for a second while he took care of something, she was almost suspiciously shy with her answer. And then there was also the fact that he found a pink envelope in his locker this morning, with an unsigned message asking to meet with him after school because the sender wanted to ask him something. Yeah. It didn't exactly take a lot to figure out what was going on. So now here he was once again after school, on his way to break yet another girl's heart after yet another love confession. Here we go again, Subaru murmured to himself, walking around the corner of the school building to see Uraraka's familiar brown bob of hair, with her back facing him. Uraraka-san, he called out, making his way over to her. He watched as she visibly jolted, before she immediately turned around. Oh, sorry. You kinda scared me, Midoriya-kun. Ah. Sorry about that. A silence passed between them after that. Subaru honestly wanted to get this over with, but it would have been extremely rude to Uraraka, when she went out of her way to ask him to meet with her, so the least he could do was hear out her confession and then let her down gently. She began, and he noticed how her grip on her book bag seemed to tighten. I was wondering if. Subaru nodded slowly to prompt her to continue, and when she didn't, he realized that the silence was quickly becoming a bit too awkward. If Uraraka wasn't able to get her words out, then she'd either clam up and probably run away, or they'd end up standing here for a while. At least it wasn't too late for him to take the lead, then. Better to just do that instead of letting her embarrass herself. Subaru cleared his throat to get her attention. Look, I'm flattered and all, but. Are you going to be taking the UA entrance exam? He blinked. Yes I am. Why? Then, Uraraka took a deep breath, could you please help me study for it? Subaru blinked. Those weren't the words he was expecting. Wait, so you left a letter in my locker and asked me to meet you here after school, he said slowly. All just so you could ask me to help you study? Uraraka nodded. I was thinking, since you're the top student, and all, she continued. You're probably already studying for it, and that it maybe wouldn't be hard for you if you could help me. Then, she started waving her hands in front of herself. But it's fine if you're too busy. I'd be imposing on you, so I understand if you can't. Well, then. Subaru felt the corners of his mouth twitching upwards, and before he knew it, he burst into laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Did I say something funny? It took another 10 seconds before he regained his composure. No, sorry, he said, straightening himself before he cleared his throat again. It's just I seriously thought this was gonna be a confession. Yeah? Uraraka took a step back, her cheeks reddening. Did it really look like that? Kinda. Subaru awkwardly chuckled. I was getting ready to turn you down and everything. Oh. Yeah. Well, if it helps. Uraraka asked tentatively, after more silence had passed. I don't think of you like that. It does, yeah, Subaru replied, giving her a slight smile. So you want to study at your place or mine? Yours, if it's okay with you? Subaru nodded. Sure, that's fine, he replied, pulling out his phone. Why don't I add you online, and then I'll get back to you on a day that works for both of us? That works for me. With that, the two of them added each other on the messaging app, and before long, Uraraka told him she had to leave. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya-kun. Subaru gave her retreating form a slow wave as he thought what just happened. He could just text her later, but he forgot to ask which UA course she was aiming for. He remembered reading on some forum a year ago about a good chunk of the general studies course being made up of students who ended up failing the hero course exam, so if she really was aiming for the hero course like most people, he'd have to see if he could help with improving her quirk. So would All Might be okay with helping him with helping Uraraka and Katsuki with their quirks for the 3 months they had left until February, as long as One for All wasn't talked about? I didn't think you had it in you, Zuku. Huh? Suddenly brought out of his thoughts, Subaru turned around to see who the new voice belonged to, before he was swept up in a chokehold by Katsuki, who was now grinding his knuckles on Subaru's scalp. Oi, put me down, Katsuki. After all this time, you finally became a man. It's not what you think. Subaru yelled, trying in vain to break free of the other boy's grip. Let me go. If you don't mind me asking, Midoriya-kun, why don't you have a girlfriend? After introducing Uraraka to Inko and having to deal with the expected reaction of, did my baby Izu finally get a girlfriend, Subaru and Uraraka were currently in his room trying to get their homework done as soon as possible, with Inko periodically checking to see if that's all they were doing, before he could actually tutor her on what to study on, where she ended up blurting out her question during the silence. He had half a mind to just deflect it, but to be honest, it was about time someone asked. You'd think that this was the kind of thing a classmate would have brought up to him a while ago, but it turned out no one else outside of Katsuki and Inko ever thought of actually going up to him about and ask what was up with all the rejections, so it never went beyond coming up with all kinds of rumors his back almost the entire time he was at the school. And what exactly did everyone see in him that Katsuki didn't have? The guy was way more attractive than he was, but he barely ever got any of the kakuhaku. It just wasn't fair. But still, what exactly could he tell Uraraka? Would she really believe that the number 1 and 2 spots in his heart had been and still were taken? That he couldn't find it in him to love another girl outside of the ones he still did? That the pain of being ripped away from them before anything truly special could happen still echoed within his very soul? That's just because dating something I'm not sure I want right now, Subaru said instead, scratching the back of his head. That was the truth, at least. That usually made people think he was either too busy. Obviously, he entertained the thought after the 3rd rejection, but he just couldn't romantically view anyone like a normal teenager could beyond a base level of SXL attraction. He was still only in middle school. Even if he basically grew up all over again and couldn't think of himself as an old man among children anymore, he was still put off by the difference in emotional maturity modern teenagers still in the middle of PBRTY had compared to the young adult he had been. He was not about to pull a Rudius Grey Rat, thank you very much. He never threw away his morals and took advantage of girls who threw themselves at him, and he wasn't about to start now, lack of social consequences be damned. Thanks for telling me, Uraraka replied. No problem, Subaru replied. But we really should be trying to finish this as early as we can. Oh. Right. 5 months later. Eat this. Is he serious? True to All Might's word, Subaru had managed to clean the beach with a whole lot of time left to spare, but right now they were about to add whether or not he also managed to build up his body. While the man gave the okay to invite Katsuki and Uraraka to his training, the former didn't really need it, but Subaru didn't want his friend to be left out. They were only allowed to help with carrying any of the garbage in exchange for Subaru doing a more intense workout that day. Well, Buff All Might prompted. Don't be shy, now. You worked hard for this, my boy. Subaru blinked. Wow, he really is. Wait, so all I have to do is eat that? Subaru pointed to the strand of hair All Might was holding, and I get one for all? That's it? All Might's never-ending grin somehow grew from that. Well, I could just give you some spit or blood, maybe a nail or two. Okay, I get it. Gingerly taking the hair, Subaru tried not to wrinkle his nose as he stared at it for several moments. So the quirk really was passed on through DNA like the man told him, huh? But wouldn't that mean the owner could pass it on any way they wanted as long as the recipient got their DNA? That would mean it could also be passed on by. Subaru grimaced as the obligatory intrusive thought came to him. Good job, hormonal teenage brain. You never fail to disappoint. He shook his head to force that thought down. Like he was gonna something like that ruin his day. He was literally about to get what, probably the most OP quirk to ever exist? Like, come on. Quick question, how long does it take until I can actually use the quirk? It should be no more than a few hours, give or take, All Might replied. But since our bodies can't digest hair, you'll actually just digest the other stuff with it, like the oils and such. Right? Subaru said, looking back at the hair in his hands dubiously. He couldn't have just given him something with his spit and just not tell him? Actually, you know what? Subaru handed back the hair with a deep bow. I'd rather just drink something with your spit, if you don't mind. All Might boomed out a laugh. I had a feeling you'd actually go for that. All right, then, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a half-drunk bottle of water and handed it over to Subaru. It should take only a few minutes if you want to do it this way. Subaru took the bottle with a muted, thank you, and twisted open the cap, taking a moment to take a look at the clear liquid, absent-mindedly swirling it. After a brief second of mentally preparing himself and a bottoms up, I guess, he downed what was left of the bottle and handed it to All Might. Now, he just needed to wait until something happened. With nothing to do for the next few minutes, Subaru sat down and pulled out his phone to pass the time, and briefly wondered what Uraraka was up to. They were actually due for another study session tonight since it was Sunday, but he might have to cancel and let her know if everything went well today. She was actually progressing along really well in their tutoring, according to the leaked exam questions he found a while back, so they could probably afford a break today. Hopefully, she'd be able to get into the hero course with him and Katsuki. He found himself growing closer with her past few months since All Might started helping her out. Several more minutes passed in silence, with Subaru just idly browsing the internet, looking for any news that caught his eye. It turned out that the light novel series he was currently reading was getting an anime adaptation. Well, it's about DMN time, he snorted. It had been, 15 years since it first came out, and it was getting an anime only now? That was a bit weird, but unfortunately, it wasn't a completely uncommon thing. Subaru remembered way more than few manga and light novels that never once got a good anime, even when the source material were highly. Wait. Subaru checked the time on his phone. Was it supposed to take this long when it came to digesting liquids? A quick Google search showed that no, it didn't. In fact, it took as little as 5 minutes. So did he need to eat the hair, after all? All Might, he said, moving to stand up. But at the very moment he moved, however, he was overcome with a sense of a strange something filling his entire being, from his stomach to the very tips of his hands and feet. Oh, there it was. Almost immediately, Subaru felt a growing dizziness in his head, and before he knew it, his awareness finally left him, as he collapsed on the stone pavement in front of Takoba Beach. Midoriya Shonen? Midoriya Shonen. It was quiet. Almost eerily so. A moment of shifting around led to the realization that the bed he was lying in felt different, rougher than the ones he had grown used to. And the faint sound of chirping coming from outside only served to add to his growing wariness. Soon, he was made aware of the unmistakable sensation of light being blocked by his eyelids, meaning that his eyes were still closed. Why were his eyes still closed? If he didn't want to keep his eyes closed, then the logical solution was to open them, so open them he did. He mildly regretted this decision, however, because it was actually a bit too bright in the room, so he had to close them and wait several more moments, before opening them again. What followed was a combination of shock, fear, and surprise. Where? He looked around. This bed he was in. These covers. He looked to his left. That desk. Those mismatched sheets of paper scattered on top of it. Those characters. This was his room from when he used to be a butler in Roswell's Manor. There was just no other explanation. He threw open the blanket covering him, and did a double take when he saw what he was wearing. The clothes he was wearing before he woke up in this place were a red shirt and a green tracksuit, but the what he was wearing right now weren't said colors, but black, white, and orange, the tracksuit he was wearing when he was first summoned and what he had several copies made of. So if he was wearing these clothes, then that meant. He rushed to the vacant window to his left. The moment he reached it, he pressed his face against it, met with the sight of neatly trimmed shrubbery, and just beyond it, a stone pavement that, if memory served correctly, wrapped around the whole building. But if he ignored that and focused, he was able to see his reflection. A reflection that displayed jet black hair and eyes that were once notorious for making him seem intimidating to strangers. I'm back. Subaru whispered. He was back. Back in the body of Natsuki Subaru. Back in the world that the kingdom of Lugunica was part of. Back with everyone he thought was lost to him forever. He needed to see them. See everyone. Right now. So Subaru ran. He ran out of the room and ran towards the dining room with as much stamina as his legs could carry him with. Once upon a time, he would have stopped and taken a moment to search for and open the door to a certain library and greet a certain someone good morning, but that could wait, couldn't it? Surely he'd be forgiven. So he kept running, until he finally arrived at where he wanted to go, a large room with a familiarly long dining table covered in a white table cover. And seated at said table, was a figure nonchalantly sipping something from a teacup. A figure who was dressed in all too familiar black and white clothing. A figure whose all too familiar blue hair covered much of her upper face to the point where only her left eye was visible. One of the two people his heart ached to be able to see again. The one whose feelings he almost rejected all those years ago before conceding to make her his second wife. The one whose name was forgotten by the whole world and left to suffer in a never-ending slumber. Remington. Subaru murmured, taking a single step forward, before he broke into a sprint. Rem looked up from where she was sipping her drink, and looked over at him with a surprised look on her face. When he finally closed the distance, he heard her let out a squeak of surprise as he swept her up in a hug. Remington. Subaru said. I missed you. I missed you so much. I thought I was in hell, but it was just a dream, and you're here. Oh, how he missed this feeling. The light delicateness of her body against his, the warmth of her skin as he buried his face in her neck, the smell of a woman he loved who had just taken a bath. I love you, Remington. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you before. I want to be with you and Amelia. What do you say we get married, all three of us at the same time? I don't want to leave either of you ever again. But he couldn't let himself get carried away, now, could he? He still had to look for Amelia Tan and see what she thought, after all. Say, where was she, by the way? Going by the sunlight and the birds chirping away, then it was obviously around the morning time, so she'd most likely be in the garden out back going the calisthenics routine he taught her. Hell, Garfield was probably doing it with her. Come to think of it, he'd need to find Ram and Biko, as well. Those two were dear to him, after all, but Biko was more of a little sister or even a daughter, than anything. Even Roswell, old BSTRD he was someone whose antics and mannerisms were something he often found himself sorely reminiscing about. I'm not who you think I am. Subaru pulled back at her words, and once his mind fully processed the statement, he was overcome with confusion. What do you mean, Rem? I'm sorry, Rem said, before she forcefully broke out of Subaru's hold. Not long after, her entire form shifted and flickered. Since when did she learn that kind of magic, before changing to the body of a taller, athletic woman with black hair, and who was now wearing a black leotard, red and gold belt, yellow gloves, and a white cape? My name is Shimura Nana. I'm the 7th user of One for All. My name is Shimura Nana. I'm the 7th user of One for All. One for All. What? One for All. What did he just hear? One for All. The moment those 3 words left the woman's mouth, they began echoing over and over again throughout Subaru's head, and with his entire thought process completely dissolved, he involuntarily took a step back in shock. He could only react by continuing to stare at her, a Japanese stranger who, just a moment ago, looked and sounded so unmistakably like Rem. And if this wasn't her, then... Who are you? He whispered. Nana Shimura, the woman answered patiently, and was now holding her arms up and slowly walking towards him. I know this is hard to take in, but whatever place you think this is, it isn't it. You're somewhere else entirely. No, he refused to believe it. That couldn't be true. Subaru turned tail and ran. Where was Amelia? He kept running, kept pushing himself to go as fast as possible so he could get to Amelia's room on the 2nd floor. But when he reached the base of the stairs, he was stopped in his tracks by the woman turning the corner, as if she had been there the entire time, and not just in the dining room. Midoriya, please, just listen. No! Subaru cried, immediately turning back around and started going back the way he came. He needed Biko. He needed Ram, Roswell, anyone. One upon a time, Subaru would have been able to immediately figure out which door led to the Great Library, but as he was trying to get away from the woman, Subaru was instead opening every single door that he could, in the hopes that one of them would lead to his tsundere loli. But door after door led to nothing but empty rooms, empty storages, and an empty kitchen, and he eventually found himself back in the manor's dining room. But the moment he stepped foot back inside, however, the furniture, the table, the walls, the ceiling, patches of white appeared in everything around him, which were growing more and more as each moment passed. Eventually, the entire manor was completely covered in white, only for it to shimmer away, leaving Subaru with the sight of a white abyss that seemed to stretch on forever. No, 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 no. Subaru dropped to his knees. This wasn't Lugunica. Please, please, please. He held his head in his hands, his fingers tightening around his eyes and temples. He was never going back. He was never going to see them again. This couldn't be happening, this couldn't be happening, this couldn't be happening. Midoriya. Please. Snap out of it. Subaru quickly found himself restrained by the woman, and at first, he violently thrashed about to try and escape, but as the seconds passed, his attempts grew weaker and weaker, before his body finally went slack. The uncomfortable feeling in his chest grew and grew, until he could do nothing else but scream out into the void. Sheet. Nana should have known from the moment this weird house manifested in Midoriya's mindscape that something was off. But in her fascination with her surroundings and the change in her appearance, she ended up exploring a bit of the place, even making some tea in the kitchen and marveling at the unique taste it had. She already knew what the kid looked like from seeing him through Toshi's eyes, but when she saw a completely different teenager walk into the dining room, she just assumed that he was just doing some kind of roleplay, or that he was experimenting with what he could do, since he had full control over what his mindscape looked like. But based on how he reacted when she had looked like that blue-haired maid, it was clear that the kid had a lot going on with him. Nana couldn't exactly pry, so she tried to clear up the situation and tell him what was really going on so that she could actually get her job done and tell him he had won for all. But obviously, that ended up going off the rails 6 ways to Sunday. And because this place technically wasn't real, all she had to do was think, and she reappeared just ahead of him so that she could try to block his way, but Midoriya just up and ran all back to the dining room. As she slowly followed him, she was able to tell by the way he kept expecting to find something behind every door he opened, that he was looking for someone, but who? Who was he expecting to find when it was just the two of them? And then, she watched as he started to lose it before she finally thought to step in and hold him in place, until he finally gave up and started crying. She never had this reaction when she met Diagoro, so what the hell happened for him to be like this? She wasn't about to assume that Toshi made a mistake in choosing his successor, but man, did it look like her work was cut out for her. Right now, it didn't matter if the kid was unstable, whatever it was he was going through from being here, then the very least Nana could do was try to comfort him. She could figure out where to go from there once he finally calmed down. Emptiness. There were no other words to describe how Subaru felt. No sadness, no anger, just emptiness. He thought he was over it. He thought, after 15 years of trying to sort through his feelings on his own and trying to find closure through secret letters, that he was finally able to move on and make the most of his new life as Midoriya Izuku. But as he continued lying on what was probably the ground and staring off into the endless abyss of whatever this place was, he realized that he never once truly lost hope that he would see everyone again. And today, that changed. When he woke up in his room and saw Rem just casually sipping tea, he really, truly thought that he had had just one extremely long dream, maybe even a trial he had no memory of entering. He should have known better than to think his heart's prayers were answered. Fate pulled him from Earth into another world, only to spit him back out. And now, it was mocking him for everything he had lost by showing him what he desperately wanted. He should have known that it was too good to be true. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up after waking up in the body of Natsuki Subaru again for no apparent reason. He should have known better when he was in Japan in one moment, only to be back in the other world the next. He didn't know what to do anymore. He just wanted to disappear. He couldn't even muster up the strength to kill himself, not that return by death would let him, anyway. So he continued staring into the white void, wishing everything was back to the way it was. Wishing that none of this ever happened and that he was still with everyone he knew and loved. Wishing that he had just stayed dead and was never reborn as Midoriya Izuku. Wishing that Satella had never summoned him in the first place. He didn't know how much time passed. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. But he did nothing else but wish and wish and wish. Nenkororo, Mame na yo and I. Nenkororan, Nenkororan. Subaru was forced out of his thoughts by the sound of the soft singing coming from above him, and he was suddenly made aware of his head sitting in someone's lap, while a foreign hand was gently running its fingers through his hair. He slowly turned his head, and saw the stranger, Shimura Nana, he finally remembered, who was now softly smiling at him. I used to do this for my son Kotaro, whenever he couldn't sleep or was throwing a tantrum, she said. Subaru turned to look back at the void. He couldn't find it in him to tell her that he didn't ask and that he didn't care. Do you feel better? It's okay if you don't want to right now, Shimura continued. But this is the kind of thing you need to talk about with someone. Someone you feel comfortable sharing this with. Why? I'm sorry. With tears pooling in his eyes, Subaru forced himself to break away from Shimura's hold and stand up to look Shimura in the eye. Why did you have to look like her? He yelled, grabbing onto the white cloth that was the cape on her shoulders. Why did you? Remington. With the pain he felt in his chest overwhelming him, Subaru broke into sobs, dropping to his knees and loosening his grip on Shimura. At some point in his crying, he felt her arms envelop him, and she pulled him closer into an embrace. Rem was someone you lost, wasn't she? She whispered in his ear. Someone you loved. I couldn't save her. Subaru croaked, his arms going slack. She wouldn't want you to keep living in the past like this, Midoriya-kun. Subaru said nothing to Shimura as he closed his eyes. He forgot what Rem looked like before this, and now, even when someone else wore it, her face was just burned into his memory. I just wanted to help. I just thought I wanted to. So why? Why did this have to happen to him? He did everything he could so that everyone he cared about would make it out okay. For them, he lived and died and lived and died and lived and died. It's okay, now, Shimura said. She was now slowly rubbing circles on his back, and Subaru couldn't help but lean more into her arms. I'm sure you don't believe me, but I understand. You don't even know the first thing about me, Subaru weakly protested. Then why don't you tell me? Shimura gently retorted, pulling away from him, but keeping her hands on his shoulders. We have all the time in the world. My name used to be Natsuki Subaru. And then Subaru proceeded to tell her everything. About how he grew up living up to, and how he eventually became suffocated by, his father's reputation and expectations for him. About how he found himself in an entirely different world. About how he did whatever he could to help Emilia become queen. About how he suffered and died more times than he could count with each return by death loop. And about how his soul was forced back into earth and shoved into the newborn that was supposed to be Midoriya Izuku. Shimura listened to everything he had to say patiently, only asking questions here and there. Subaru choked back tears when he mentioned finding Rem comatose and kissing Emilia for the first time, and she only responded by giving him the embraces he recognized that Naoko and Inko would give him. When he talked about his worst deaths, his body threatened to close up, but Subaru steeled himself, balled his shaking hands into fists, and kept pushing forward. After what felt like an eternity later, he was finally finished telling her his life story, and his body felt at ease, almost as if a heavy weight was taken off his shoulders. You've been through so much, Shimura finally said. Honestly, it's a bit hard to believe you got sent to another world and back, but with the way you spoke, I believe you. Thank you for telling me all this. Well, it's not every day a guy like me can get this kind of therapy, Subaru replied, cracking a smile. But thanks for listening to me. Shimura gave him a smile of her own. You're welcome. After a moment of silence between them, she spoke again. Do you know why you're here, Mido Natsuki-kun? It's because I have one for all now, right? Subaru asked. You were the one who had it before Yagi-sensei did and passed it on to him. And I don't mind if you call me Midoriya, he added. He watched as Shimura's eyebrows raised at his words, and before Subaru could ask her if something was wrong, he felt something inside him shift. He looked down, and almost jumped in fear when he saw his clothes had changed from his black tracksuit to the green one he was wearing before all of this. He kept looking down at himself with wonder for another moment, before he got the idea to reach up and pull down a bit of his hair, confirming that his body had now changed to that of Izuku's. Looks like you're not as against being Midoriya Izuku as much as you thought, Shimura remarked. I guess. Anyway, she continued. You're right in that it's because of One for All, but that's not all of it. Everything that's happened so far has only been in your head. Like a lucid dream. Yeah, I figured that was it, Subaru sighed. So this place was basically like Echidna's castle of dreams, huh? In here, you have the ability to talk to me because you're the 9th user. Toshi probably hasn't told you yet, but when I gave him One for All, a bit of my I guess you could a soul got imprinted into the actual quirk. Usually, it's a bit of a vote on who gets to talk to new users, but the others thought I was the one you needed. Wait, others? Subaru asked incredulously. As in all the users who came before? Is Yagi-sensei here too? Shimura's response was tentative. He should be. We still haven't figured out the why, but the imprints don't start to manifest until after the actual person dies. So I guess I can talk to the other users whenever I want? You can, yeah, Shimura replied. If you ever need help with One for All, or if you just want someone to talk to. But I think right now, you want to get out of here. Subaru tilted his head in confusion. What? I thought I was gonna be here until I woke up on my own. I mean, you could. She stood up and started stretching her body. But since this is caused by the quirk, you can just punch your way out of here. You know what I mean? Okay. He understood, now. You mean I can just? He made a punching motion with his arm. Yeah. Right? Guess I'll do that, then. Subaru stood up from where he was sitting, pausing for a moment when he realized that he wasn't met with his legs having been half asleep from sitting cross-legged for so long, before he gave Shimura a deep bow. "Thank you, Shimura-san. For helping me out." "It's no problem, kid, really," she replied, flashing him a grin. "And remember, just because you can talk to us here doesn't mean you shouldn't talk to Toshinori out there. I mean, he's mentoring you, isn't he?" Subaru nodded. She was right. Not only did All Might take a big risk in telling him about One for All and giving it to him, but he also told him about his own life. Because of that, he knew that the man was someone who would be willing to hear him out about his problems. To be honest, he still wasn't comfortable with sharing everything like he was in here, but he liked to think that it was an inevitability. When he turned around, he paused in a moment of surprise at the sight of a large, wooden door that hadn't been there before, a good distance away. And in front of said door, was what looked to be a giant, metal padlock, but without a keyhole. At first, he would have been puzzled on how to actually open said door, that obviously represented his way out, but with what Shimura told him, he knew what he needed to do. Balling his right hand into a fist, Subaru felt his entire arm fill up with a strange kind of heat, and when it reached its peak, he took a step forward. It didn't matter if he left everyone behind, or if he was never going to see them again. A few more steps, and Subaru was now in a full-blown sprint, his strides becoming larger and larger with each passing second. What mattered was how he moved forward and honored their memory. The same heat that filled Subaru's arm now also filled his legs, and he leaped a great height into the air, rearing his fist back as he came closer and closer to his target. He opened his mouth, and with a mighty roar that would have intimidated even the likes of the Lugunican Royal Guard, brought his fist down on the door with all the strength, hope, fear, and pain of his past life. Smash! If any of the other imprints were to show up and tell Nana she looked shocked, she would have smacked them upside the head for stating the most obvious understatement of the last 200 years. But still, she thought to herself, smiling at how the kid used One for All for the first time. Looks like there was nothing to worry about. Midoriya, Natsuki? She wasn't sure anymore, poured his heart out to her, and she would have been lying if she said it didn't do something to her maternal instincts. For a second, she thought he'd end up trying something, but it turned out that all he needed was a shoulder to cry on. The idea of a teenager going through what he did made her worry about how Kotaro's life went after she died in the real world, but that she didn't deserve to know with the way she left him behind, did she? Well, that certainly was interesting. "I'll say," Nana snorted, looking to her left to see the figure of Shigaraki Yoichi materializing next to her. "Still an Ice Guy protagonist, huh? Not even you could top that." She really did expect to only have to show him the ropes about One for All, and not for this to end up being a glorified therapy session, but it all worked out in the end, right? Yoichi chuckled. "Yes, that's true. My brother was at least still human, in the end." With that, he waved his arm, and Nana couldn't help but notice how an ominous feeling slowly filled the immediate area. "At least now we have a name for our uninvited guest." Nana turned around, and was met with the sight of a woman she didn't recognize, but with a quick glance at her hair, clothing, and behavior matching the description of someone Midoriya talked about, her eyes hardened when she realized who it was she was looking at. "Subaru, Subaru, Subaru." Sadella, the Witch of Envy, murmured over and over again, seemingly relaxed in contrast to the ropes keeping her arms and legs bound. "Subaru." Subaru opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath with his nose, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion when he realized that he was somewhere completely different than where he last remembered being. Sitting up, he was met with the sight of the familiar bed sheets, posters, a computer desk, confirming that this was his room. To his right, also noticed the sweeping motion of his electric fan, filling the room with its white noise. Wasn't he just at the beach? What happened? He knew he passed out, but exactly how much time had passed since then? He looked down at his right hand, repeatedly opening and closing them. While he knew that everything that happened had been some kind of lucid dream, according to Shimura Nana, that didn't change the fact that everything had felt so real. The manner, Shimura, the sensation of using One for All. He could vividly remember everything that happened, even having a breakdown, as much as he didn't want to admit it. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a few deep breaths, recalling the absolute despair he felt in those moments. As much as he tried to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders in Lugunica, powerless as he was, he couldn't deny that he had ended up developing issues from not being able to talk about return by death, or even being from another world. Even Echidna only really cared about what he could do with it, so for Shimura to completely hear him out and comfort him like his own mother's would. He seriously owed All Might for this. Now that he had One for All, he felt his conviction of living up to the symbol of peace's example grow exponentially. He wouldn't waste this opportunity to become a better version of himself. No pressure or anything, he sighed, before suppressing a cough because of how dry his throat was. With that, Subaru threw back the covers, and stood up to stretch for a few moments, putting a hand to his side when he felt a mild soreness there. Walking up to the door and opening it, he was met with the smell of something good coming from the kitchen, and made his way there to see Inko cutting vegetables while something breaded was frying behind her. "Izuku?" she started, looking up from the moment he walked in. "Izuku!" She rushed around the kitchen counter, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace, and Subaru couldn't help but smile at her display. "Hey, Mom," he replied, giving her a hug of his own. "Sorry I worried you." Eventually, his mother pulled away, and for a moment, seemed to hesitate on her next words. "Izuku," she began. "Why didn't you tell me All Might was training you?" Come again? Did he just hear what he thought he did? But before he could actually get a chance to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the sound of loud knocking coming from the front door, and Inko moved to open it to reveal. "Oh, you're just in time, Toshinori-san." "Well, thank you for having me, Inko-san." All Might as his skinny self, standing at the entrance and holding what looked to be an expensive bottle of wine. Subaru couldn't do anything but just stare at their interaction, his mouth hanging open. "So you told her?" Seated at the dinner table, All Might had the audacity to smile at him sheepishly. "Well, in my defense, Midoriya, your mother threatened me with legal action if I—" "Okay, but you still told her. Isn't no one supposed to know about Izuku?" Inko interjected. "That's enough. And Toshinori-san is right, I did say I was going to sue him if he didn't tell me why you were unconscious in his arms." Subaru forced down an exasperated sigh. Apparently, when he passed out after getting One for All Might had ended up bringing him back home, and when Inko wouldn't budge in his explanation, omitted truth, of training him with his quirk, he finally caved and told her who exactly he was and just about everything they had been doing for the past 7 months. The symbol of peace, pillar of modern Japanese society for the past 30-odd years. Reduced to cowering and revealing one of the most important secrets in the world at the threats of a single mother. "Right. What the hell, old man? I don't even know what to say anymore," he admitted, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "So exactly how many people know?" "That's a good question," All Might replied. Subaru leaned in and looked incredulously at the guy who was supposed to be acting like his mentor because the words he just said were not what he wanted to hear. When someone asks how many people knew about the quirk entire countries would be willing to go to war over, the answer was not supposed to be, "Good question." "Wait, it's not as many as you think, Midoriya, All Might said hastily, waving his hands in front of himself. "It's only less than 5 people. The principal of UA, one of the people who trained me to use One for All, my friend David Shield." "Wait, that David Shield? And All for wait, forget that last one." "No, please," Inko interjected, giving him a smile that positively radiated hostility. "Finish the list of people that could potentially get my son into harm's way." Subaru watched as All Might looked at her with a fearful expression, and did he just gulp, on his face, before he relented with a sigh. "I guess it's safe to tell you since I'm the one who killed him, but you have to promise me that the information does not leave this room." Must be a seriously bad guy, Subaru supposed, before he and Inko voiced their agreement, to which All Might told the truth of where One for All came from and the story of the man he only knew as All for One. If the name was anything to go off of, then it obviously meant some sort of opposite to One for All, but Subaru never imagined it was having the ability to steal quirks for yourself or give them to anyone you wanted. He wondered why he had never heard of the man before now, and why All Might hesitated to talk about him the whole time they knew each other. "How do you know?" Subaru suddenly asked. "I'm sorry? How do you know All for One is actually dead? How exactly did you kill him?" "I mean," All Might made a punching motion in the air. "I do vividly remember the feeling of his face caving in, not to mention there was that gas explosion he was caught in." "I remember hearing about that on the news," Inko mentioned, "so that was actually because you two were fighting there?" "It was, yes." All Might replied with a nod, before looking back to Subaru. "I can assure you with 100% certainty, Midoriya, that All for One is well and truly dead. You have nothing to fear when it comes to him." Subaru kept on staring at him intently for several more moments, before he nodded. "Fine. I'll believe you." He turned to Inko. "Mom? Are you okay with me being All Might's successor?" She started, before stopping herself and putting her hand on top of his. "You know I've worried about you ever since I lost your father, so hearing the top hero say he wants you to follow in his footsteps. It'll make any mother worry. But you now have his power, right?" Subaru nodded. "I do now, yeah." Inko nodded. "Then you just have to promise me one thing, please be careful. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you, too." Me too, Subaru thought, squeezing her hand and giving her a slight smile. Inko was the only parent he had in this life, and he could admit at this point that he would choose her over Kenichi and Naoko if he had to. Because Hisashi couldn't be there, she ended up having to be both his financial and emotional support, and Subaru wanted to repay everything she did for him by making enough money as a hero to where she would never have to work again. But I'd like to be there one of the times you two meet for training, Inko continued, turning her gaze back to All Might. I want to see for myself what my son's getting himself into. The next day. Midoriya Izuku. Subaru looked up from the English words he was studying to see Uraraka staring at him intently. Yeah? You seem different, kinda, she replied, pointing at him with her pencil. Subaru raised an eyebrow at her statement. I do? Yeah, I noticed, too, Katsuki interjected, not even looking up from his own work. Something happen? Subaru hummed. I guess you could say that. Don't tell me you finally caught feelings for Uraraka, Katsuki snorted. The girl in question, however, decided to respond to the jibe by slapping him in the arm. Ow. The hell was that for? What do you think it was for? Uraraka hissed, before hitting him again. Okay, I'm sorry, geez, Katsuki relented, rubbing his arm. Subaru couldn't force down the smile that was growing on his face from their antics, to which he just shook his head with a low chuckle. What? Subaru just shook his head. Nothing, just thanks a lot, you two. For being my friends. Uraraka's annoyed expression softened from his words. You're welcome, she said, softly smiling at him. I mean, we've known each since forever, right? Katsuki pointed out. That's what brothers are for. Yeah. They were. Subaru grew up as an only child the first time around, so it was honestly nice to hear that coming from him. He also never thought that would get as close to Uraraka as he did, so it was honestly nice having a third genuine friend in his life. But then again, sharing a collective goal to get into the top hero school in the entire country would do that. It certainly also helped that All Might, with the cover story of being his own secretary at Might Tower, helped the two of them out with improving their quirks on days where Subaru genuinely needed the practice with invisible providence, and he'd have to be blind if he said he wasn't growing even closer with them. The three of them by this point were like what was that American English word? Oh, right, a posse. And while Uraraka even offered to let him start calling her by her first name Ochako, he admittedly still saw her as a girl, even if he was never going to think of her romantically, so he was still a bit uncomfortable with being on a first-name basis for her. As it stood, she was well on the way to getting a really good score on the UA entrance exam, and from what he saw of her quirk during their shared training, she also had a strong chance of getting into the hero course as a whole. Oh. By the way, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka said, bringing Subaru out of his thoughts, could you help me out with this, real quick? I don't really get the concept here. Okay, so while you've gotten a taste of what One for All can do, All Might began. You never actually got a chance to use it in real life, so that's what we'll be doing today. Okay, sounds good, Subaru replied. While he was uncomfortable sharing the exact details on what exactly went on inside that dream realm he found himself in, he did manage to share that he met Shimura and that she helped him use One for All for the first time. When he told him that, All Might had briefly gotten this wistful look on his face, and talked about his own experiences meeting the previous users. For now, All Might continued, buffing up into his powered state. I want you to come at me and tell me what you feel when you use OFA. Wait, so you want me to just hit you? Subaru asked. All Might shook his head. No. I'm just going to be parrying you. While I had a good amount of control when I first used OFA, my Shursho didn't. And given how it stockpiles power, there's no telling if you try to use it and, say, your arm explodes, or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense, Subaru supposed, slightly grimacing at the grotesque thought. He didn't remember anything like that happening when he used One for All to break his way out of the dream realm, but for obvious reasons, the effects the quirk would have on his body in real life should be different than whatever would happen in there. So going by that logic, Subaru walked up to All Might, stopping at just arm's reach of him. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath to mentally steel himself, before opening them and balling his right hand into a fist. With a nod, All Might raised his palms in front of Subaru in a defensive position. As he tried to recall the feeling of using One for All, he felt it become filled with that familiar heat, except it was different. It felt way more intense than he expected, as if the very blood in his arm was starting to reach the boiling point. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward with his left foot and pulled his arm back, before he sent it forward, aiming for All Might's midsection. As expected, his attack never reached its intended target, instead being redirected by All Might pushing it aside with his left hand. And while Subaru didn't expect for the ocean behind them to be blown away, he expected at least something to happen from using One for All, instead of it just fizzling out in his arm. Wait, was that it? Well? How did it feel? All Might asked, now back into his depowered state. Subaru kept silent as he repeatedly opened and closed his hand. That heat he felt must have been the energy of the power stockpile, but what exactly happened when his fist didn't connect? Did it disperse slowly through the air, or did it just go back to wherever One for All was being stored in his body? Yagi-sensei, he began, looking up at All Might. Is it supposed to feel that intense? Intense how? Like my arm was 3 steps away from catching on fire, Subaru replied. It didn't feel nearly as intense when he used it when he was with Shimura. It was like comparing the smolders of a campfire to the sun. Sure, the first time had been in his head, but he didn't think the difference would be that drastic. All Might hummed. Why don't you try again, he asked, going back into his defensive stance. The next hour consisted of Subaru trying to attack All Might several more times, with the intense heat building up from each time he channeled One for All largely remaining unchanged. The two of them kept this impromptu routine of his punches and even kicks being constantly parried, with Subaru trying and failing to lower the power output by even the tiniest amount. All Might raised his hand, prompting Subaru to stop. I think I see the problem now. You do? Subaru panted out, his hands on his knees. All Might nodded. You're probably focusing all the power into one spot. He deflated and gestured towards himself. Watch how I do it. In an instant, his entire body was buffed back up. You don't see just my limbs or my torso getting bigger, right? It's my entire body. Right? Subaru said slowly, and put his fingers to his chin. So if I focus on putting it everywhere, then... Closing his hands into fists, he squatted down into the Kibadachi stance, and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and focused, instinctively gritting his teeth in anticipation of pain when he felt that intense heat throughout his entire torso. Then, when it wouldn't go any further, he forced it to keep moving, to spill into his arms and legs, all the way up to his fingertips and toes, and even further. When the heat finally stopped at his head, Subaru started to relax. To his surprise, the heat he was feeling now felt like child's play compared to the almost burning feeling when it was only contained in his arm, like he was lounging in an onsen instead of a scorching desert. He opened his eyes, and was met with the sight of All Might sporting his ever-iconic grin at him, and he looked down to see his entire body being covered with green sparks of electricity moving about. "You've figured it out, Midoriya Shonen." Subaru gave the man a grin of his own, and would have whooped for joy and used this moment to try to finally land a hit on All Might, but at the very moment he tried to move, the heat instantly left his body, and he simply collapsed onto the sand. "I've got you." All Might caught Subaru by the shoulders and gently laid him on the ground, and Subaru chuckled when he realized that he could barely move. "I didn't even have it for a minute," he said weakly. "That's fine," All Might replied. "It's only the first day, after all. You still have 2.5 months to get good at this." Yeah. Not a bad, actual, first try, he supposed. Considering how he was going to be here for a while before he was less fatigued enough to actually stand up, he might as well try to come up with a name for what he just did. Should he call it One for All, Full Dispersion? Full Cloak? Full Cover? What about Full Cowl? November. One for All, Full Cowl, the name that best fit for the method of how Subaru's body would be best able to handle the quirk that, by all accounts, now belonged to him. Because each of All Might's activations of One for All post-injury resulted in his body increasing in size back to his physical state before his emaciation all at the same time, Subaru took a page out of that and adapted it to how differently his own body handled the quirk. Essentially, he focused on consciously spreading the power One for All provided him throughout his entire body with the idea of evenly dispersing the strain, rather than containing said power and strain into one limb and highly risking an extreme injury to himself at the first use. Theoretically, this meant that Subaru should be able to move at higher speeds and attack with greater force than All Might ever could because of how the quirk worked, but practically? He just wasn't there yet. Not when he was almost constantly left with full-body fatigue after just seconds of using Full Cowl, followed by the worst sores that he had ever felt in both of his lives the next day. He had only been able to attempt to use Full Cowl a grand total of 3 times, but because he was basically forced to rest the entire following day by both All Might and his mother, almost a week had already gone by with no lessening of how fast his body wouldn't be able to handle One for All anymore, or how long it took until he could physically try again. I think that's largely because you're focusing on starting at the absolute maximum and trying to tone it down, instead of starting with as little as you can and working towards adding more and more, All Might interjected. His words brought Subaru out of his musings, and when he regained his awareness, he realized that he had been walking around the man while he was murmuring to himself. Talking to himself had been a habit he first developed when he used to be a hikikomori, which only grew worse during the first few years after being reborn. He started toning it back a bit once he started having to make an effort to socialize with people and the children in his physical age group, but his tendency to talk to himself even when there was no one around was something Inko would constantly be exasperated about. "Sorry," he sheepishly said, scratching the back of his head. "I tend to do that a lot." "That's all right," All Might replied, inclining his head. "Now why don't you try using OFA from the ground up this time?" Subaru nodded. "Right." Dropping down into a stance, he balled his hands into fists and closed his eyes, and with a deep breath, focused on that well of energy, that heat he now associated with One for All, forcing it to spread throughout himself with just a thought. He tensed up when he felt the heat start to grow larger and larger, but where he expected the temperature to get hotter and hotter, he felt comfortable. Oh, this was so much more bearable. Why the hell didn't he think of this sooner? Where his earlier attempts at full cowl basically felt like he was about to get heatstroke, it now basically felt like he was only wearing too many clothes at home. If what he did when he tried to use it before was 100%, then this would be 0.1, maybe 2%. He opened his eyes and grinned. "Looks like it worked," he said, looking down at himself to see the familiar green sparks of electricity circling around himself. "I had a feeling that was the problem," All Might replied, returning Subaru's grin with his own. "So how do you feel?" I feel great," Subaru answered, repeatedly opening and closing his hands. "It's like I feel like I can do anything." The actual words themselves were hard to describe exactly what he was feeling, but the gist of it was that he felt like he was more of himself, if that made sense. Like, not only did he feel like he had so much more stamina, but he also had more awareness of what was going on around him. The sight of the sun slowly rising in the morning sky, the sound of the ocean waves crashing against the shore behind him, the feeling of the damp sand he was standing on. One for All, full cowl had seriously heightened his senses, Subaru realized. At face value, it seemed similar to the feeling of being hyperactive after drinking copious amounts of caffeine or even consuming drugs meant for people with ADHD, but what was going on right now felt different from that. Purer, in a way. In the back of his mind, for only a moment, he briefly wondered if he used all three at the same time. "If you really do feel like you can do anything," All Might began, before buffing up into his powered state. "Why don't we test that?" December. "Thanks for coming along, Midoriya-kun." "Well, it wasn't like I was gonna bail on you and just play video games all night," Subaru retorted playfully. Uraraka let out a slight giggle from his words, and Subaru smiled at her reaction. Since All Might was away on some business involving his agency, Might Tower, there was nothing for any of them to do that day, so Uraraka brought up the idea of trying to get some Christmas shopping done downtown. When they talked to Katsuki and asked him to come with, the other boy just said he had other things to do, smirking at Subaru like he knew something that he didn't, but he had a feeling he knew what it was, if the slight red tinge on Uraraka's face was anything to go by. They continued walking in silence for a few more moments before Uraraka spoke again. "Say, Midoriya-kun." "Yeah?" Uraraka bit her lip. Do you really still think I can do it? Get into the hero course?" Subaru stopped walking as he turned to her, his eyebrows raised. "You're asking me this now?" "I know," she began. "But with all the tutoring you've given me, I know I can ace the written test, but I'm still not sure if I can make it with my—" "Uraraka-san," Subaru interrupted. "Relax. You'll do fine." Uraraka took a deep breath. I'm just kinda scared, you know? Scared that everything'll be for nothing. Everything you and Bakugo-kun and Yagi-san helped me out with." "Well, then if you really think that way," Subaru began, turning to face her and putting a hand on her shoulder. "Then believe me when I say you'll do fine. You're overthinking it." If All Might really wasn't pulling his leg on what went on in the practical exam, then she really did have nothing to worry about. She started, before she shook her head. "Thanks." Subaru nodded, and with that, they continued walking through the streets of Mizudafu, checking out a few stores here and there for possible gifts, but couldn't exactly buy anything when everything so far had been pricey. "Midoriya-kun, look, a pet store," she exclaimed, tugging on the sleeve of his coat. "Let's go in." At some point, they had ended up in front of a store labeled Kuriku, and without further ado, Uraraka walked through the automatic sliding doors. Subaru couldn't help but smile and shake his head in amusement. He followed her inside. Seeing all the different kinds of animals as he walked throughout the store honestly made him wish he could have a pet, but both Naoko and Inko had shot him down when he brought it up with the usual reasons. But in all honesty? No other animal could ever replace the bond he once had with Patrash. Subaru's thoughts turned back towards Uraraka as he continued following her, and he watched as she eventually made her way towards the area where the rabbits were, and then making a beeline for a decently sized, wooden pen where other people were playing with said rabbits that were bouncing around on what looked to be fake grass. After talking to one of the workers there, she walked through the entrance, and immediately went for one of the white rabbits in the corner. "Come on," she said to Subaru, now gently caressing the rabbit's head when it came up to her. Might as well, he mentally shrugged. They did have plenty of time to kill, after all. Opening the gate and stepping through after a quick wave to one of the workers keeping watch, he made his way over to Uraraka, making sure to watch his step around the other rabbits that meandered over to him. When he finally reached her, she stopped petting and made a go-on gesture to him with her hands. "Hey there, little guy," he greeted the creature, smiling and reaching out with his left hand to place it on its snow everywhere. A pink horn. Red eyes. Subaru's eyes widened at the image that flashed in his mind's eye, and he swallowed, taking a step back. Actually, I think I'll just wait outside," he stuttered out. He needed to leave. He needed to get away from here. Uraraka turned around, her head tilting in confusion from his words. "Something wrong? And no, but you can take your time here if you want, I'll just yeah?" Without checking to see her response, Subaru bolted out of the pen, walking as fast as he possibly could towards the exit without breaking into a run. As soon as he was met with the chilly winter air coming from outside, he quickly made his way over to the first vacant bench he saw and sat down, gripping his left wrist tightly. His hand was gone. Why were there so many of them? And then pain and pain and pain. Normal rabbits. "They're just normal rabbits," he whispered to himself, straining to ball his left hand into a fist amidst its wild shaking. "No horn, no red eyes, they're just rabbits." Taking as many deep breaths of the cold air as he could did little to calm the pounding of his heartbeat echoing in his ears, and why? Why now, of all times? Why on Kamisama's green earth did this have to happen when he was on a night out with Uraraka? Why the hell wasn't he calming down? The great rabbit was gone, he knew this. It never existed here. And yet, here he was, having a panic attack from trying to pet a rabbit that only had a passing resemblance to it, them. The memory and sensation of being eaten alive as countless rabbits tore him apart inch by inch replayed over and over again in Subaru's mind, and his grip on his wrist tightened even further, threatening to cut off circulation to his hand. "It's still here, my hand's still here, my hand." Midoriya-kun? When the hand touched his shoulder, Subaru jerked away, and his eyes snapped to his side to see Uraraka looking at him with a worried expression. Are you okay?" Subaru kept his gaze locked on her, before he closed his eyes for a moment. "Sorry about that," he murmured, opening his eyes again and finally relaxing his grip on his hand. "I remembered something happening to me." Is it okay if you tell me about it?" Uraraka asked, moving to sit next to him. Subaru started, before he suddenly stopped himself. The memory of that death was still extremely vivid in his mind, but he could already feel the effect it had on him fading more and more as each moment passed. Uraraka was concerned about him. She just wanted to help because they were friends and she was a good person like that. But he shouldn't tell her the true reason why things happened the way they did. Shimura told him that he needed to open up to All Might about who he really was at some point, but nowhere did that include anyone else. So what could he tell her? Do you remember when Katsuki almost got killed the day before you transferred here?" he asked. He waited for her response, and when she nodded, he continued. "Before that, he almost killed me too," he continued. "I was trying to pet a white cat I saw when it happened." Subaru watched as Uraraka put a hand to her mouth, with her eyes taking on the unmistakable light of empathy and understanding, and he broke his gaze with her from the feeling of shame building up deep inside himself. He felt pretty shitty, lying to a friend about something like that, but compared to the alternative? He would lie to her and Katsuki again and again if it meant that they would only keep seeing him as just Midoriya Izuku, another normal teenager like them. January. "You're just as relentless as ever. Bakugo-kun. You didn't do too bad, yourself," Katsuki replied with a grin, reaching out his hand to her and helping her up. After just about 3 months of training under All Might's watch, the two of them had ended up improving their quirk usage immensely. And sure, while Katsuki didn't get as much improvement, considering how much of a powerhouse he already was, he was still able to at least improve his efficiency with explosion when it came to how much of his sweat he used. Uraraka, on the other hand, improved by leaps and bounds in just a short time in regards to her zero gravity. Where she was originally limited to only making anything weighing up to around 3 tons float after placing 5 fingers on them, it turned out that she could manipulate the gravity bit even further. She was now able to control smaller objects by keeping them in orbit around her, and even came up with an attack by spinning and using angular momentum to launch them. Which was why today, All Might decided that they and Subaru have a free-for-all spar between them. Katsuki, with his overpowered quirk, obviously won, but Subaru and Uraraka quickly ignored the entire free-for-all bit and decided to team up on him, which at least gave them a good chance at least a little while. Not that it mattered in the end, anyway. Oh yeah, by the way, Katsuki began, turning to Subaru, what the hell did you do there? Huh? Subaru asked, tilting his head in confusion. What do you mean? You know, the... Katsuki gestured towards himself. That lightning that came out of you. It was all green and everything. Yeah, I was wondering about that, too, Uraraka added. Eh? Subaru didn't remember anything about using lightning there. The entire fight, he specifically remembered using Invisible Providence to try and restrain Katsuki while also using Cor Leonis, first shift to lessen the strain of Uraraka's quirk on herself, and the last time he checked, the lightning only ever happened whenever he... Oh. Green lightning. The lightning that was a visual side effect of using full cowl. That lightning. He must have accidentally used one for all at some point during their spar. Whoops. Guess the cat was out of the bag now. He started, looking to All Might for help, but he was instantly shot down with a shrug, and an expression that largely said, "It's your problem now," on his face. For real? Subaru turned back to Katsuki and Uraraka, who were still waiting for an explanation. Okay, now before either of you say anything, began. I just want you guys to know I was planning on telling you soon. With just a thought, he activated One for All, full cowl, watching as his friend's expressions became gobsmacked when he used the speed it gave him to move and stand next to All Might. Ha! Katsuki exclaimed, pointing back and forth from the spot he was just in to where he was now. That's not I don't since when the F, could you? All Might loudly cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention and causing Katsuki's words to die in his throat. Okay, I think this is where I'll take it from here, he said to Subaru, before walking up to where his friends were standing and promptly buffing out in front of them. Hello there, Bakugo Shonen, Uraraka Shoujo. February. Brying. The sound of a classic alarm bell blared from Subaru's phone, forcing him out of whatever dream he was having. Reaching out from under the warmth of his blanket, his arm flailed around and slapped his desk a few times. When his hand finally landed on his phone, he grabbed hold of it, silencing the alarm with a tap on the screen. Izuku, Inko called out from outside his room with a few knocks on his door. Are you up yet? Yeah. Subaru replied groggily. Breakfast is already on the table, Inko continued. So make sure you leave early today if you don't want to be late for your exams. Yeah, okay. Subaru yawned out, setting his phone down beside him, then contemplated the ceiling above him for several moments. He got a good amount of sleep. He knew this. He even vaguely recalled drinking a good amount of chamomile so that he wouldn't be tossing and turning until 3 in the morning, and yet the urge to just close his eyes and relax into the warm comfort of his bed seemed extremely appealing right now. Surely 5 more minutes wouldn't hurt, right? Subaru finally gave in to that desire and closed his eyes, trying to convince himself to stay awake as he mentally tried to keep track of the time. Wait, did she say exams? Subaru's eyes snapped open and he instantly sat up, turning his head to the side to look at the calendar on the wall adjacent to his desk. And true enough, there was a clear, red circle around one such day, with the words entrance exam written right above it. Subaru swore, flopping back down on his bed with a sigh, before he took a deep breath and hoisted himself out of bed. He picked up his phone, and upon seeing the big white 643 on his screen, set his phone down for the second time and squatted down to start his usual calisthenics routine. After several minutes that consisted of stretching and moving around in the space of his room, he finally raised his arms in the air. Victory, he half-heartedly said, wistfully smiling at the faint memory of a smaller hand softly holding his own. When that moment passed, he nodded, satisfied, and walked over to his chair, grabbing the Gakurin sitting on top of it and making his way out of his room and towards the bathroom. Some 20-odd minutes later, he walked out, now showered and changed into his school uniform, and was about to eat the food his mother made for him, when his attention was forced on the sudden knocking coming from the front door. He moved to stand up and answer it, but was beaten to the punch by Inko, who was closer to the door. Oh, good morning, Katsuki-kun. At her words, Subaru craned his neck from where he was sitting to see Katsuki outside the door, dressed in his own uniform and wearing a scarf. Morning, Oba-san. Is Zuko ready? Yes, but we're just having breakfast, now, Inko replied, opening the door and moving to the side to let him in. Would you like something to eat? Nah, I'm good, thanks. Katsuki wiped his shoes on the doormat outside, before stepping inside the apartment with a muted Ojama Shimasu. He looked around for a moment, before he finally noticed Subaru. Yo! Subaru nodded upwards. Hey! Several more minutes passed as Subaru and Inko finished their food, while Katsuki was idly drinking some coffee next to them while on his phone. Eventually, he stood up and downed the rest of his coffee, placing it in the kitchen sink afterwards and washing it. We need to go, he said, walking back to the living room and picking up his backpack. Subaru opened his phone to check the time, and when he saw that they had a little over 40 minutes left, abruptly stood up and placed his own dishes in the sink. Sharing a brief hug with Inko, he double-checked to make sure that he had his tracksuit with him, and started walking to the train station with Katsuki. Good luck, you two, she called out behind them, and they both waved at her in response. On the way, Subaru and Katsuki spent the next several minutes talking about what they expected to happen during the entrance exams, and then segueing into whether or not All Might was going to show up during the practical, before continuing their walk and most of the entire train ride in companionable silence. Subaru murmured to the other boy, when they were finally in front of UA High School's front gate. It's a lot bigger than the pictures. Craning his neck to take in the sight of the large, blue gate with the golden letters U and A stacked on top of each other alongside the conjoined skyscrapers behind it, he was honestly feeling a little intimidated. Just how much money did this school even have? There were times where he wondered why the logo used the Roman alphabet instead of the perfectly good characters for UA, but according to All Might, it was a joke that the first headmaster came up with that ended up being lost to time, and Subaru didn't care nearly enough to look into it further. Hey! Wait up! Subaru turned around to see Uraraka jogging up to them while waving her arm, and after he and Katsuki returned the greeting, the three of them walked through the entrance, about to start the exams to get into the top hero school in all of East Asia. Like just about the rest of the modern world, Japan had a system of mandatory education for children starting from around the age of 5 or 6, which continued as they got older. However, it was also different in that it was only legally required up until high school, which then became optional. Which was why entrance exams needed to be taken to actually get into the school, unlike a majority of Western countries. UA High School was no exception. Back when Subaru was still riding the high of being a child genius, he wondered just why it was still a thing when most people chose to go past middle school anyway. But after finding out about hero schools, and especially seeing the school's interior with his own eyes, he realized something. How else were you supposed to prove yourself? He would have been extremely against the government sanctioning this sort of thing, once upon a time, but his 21st century mindset didn't exactly last long in the face of trying to pass himself off as a normal kid without 20 years of baggage. There was obviously the vigilante option, but seeing as society these days considered them persona non grata, not to mention that they almost always had to fend for themselves if anything ever went wrong, that door was closed to him before he ever actually got a chance to look at it. You just gonna keep staring at it? Subaru blinked, and clicked his tongue at Katsuki, causing him to lose his train of thought. Never mind, he murmured, pocketing what he had been looking at. After arriving at UA, he, Katsuki, and Uraraka followed the directions shown on the various posters and floor signs beyond the school's entrance, eventually making their way to a large auditorium, only stopping to get exam tickets containing their pictures and exam locations from the people manning the white folding tables outside, before they finally went inside and sat down. The next several minutes passed in relative silence as each seat was filled, and before long, the lights in the room were dimmed, and a woman wearing what looked like a DMNTRX get-up over white spandex came in from the side door, walking up to the podium in the center, lit up by a spotlight. Welcome to UA High School, the pro-hero Midnight said, lightly bowing. As I'm sure you all know, you'll first be taking a written entrance exam, and another one later today for anyone applying to a specialized course. She raised her arm, and the large screen behind her came to life, displaying a photo of the school's entrance with the words UA High School Entrance Exam written in bold kanji at the top of the screen. After a moment, the screen then changed to an overhead map view of the school, where Midnight then proceeded to talk about how the written exam would go. After the orientation was over, each student only needed to follow one of the signs outside that matched the letters at the end of the ID numbers on their tickets, with the actual room numbers displayed on said signs. After that, Midnight then briefly went over the test-taking process, as well as going through each rule and guideline they were expected to follow. The general process itself was a lot more hands-on, and way more strict, than what Subaru had already been through, but considering just how high-profile the school was, he couldn't exactly blame them having to maintain reputation aside. If you didn't even take the exam seriously, then what did that say about you if you managed to become a pro hero? If at any moment you're found to be cheating or have cheated, Midnight continued, then you will be either escorted out or have your test packet destroyed, and then potentially blacklisted from other hero schools in the country. Are there any questions? Subaru's eyebrows raised at the last thing she mentioned, and as expected, there was nothing but silence throughout the whole auditorium as everyone processed what she said. Midnight nodded. Then all I have left to say now is, good luck. With that, she bowed again, and she walked back out the side of the room, with the lights slowly coming back on and the projector above being turned off. Well, Subaru began, when the three of them were finally back outside. No pressure or anything, am I right? Katsuki snorted. It's not like we've been studying for almost a whole year, or anything like that. Even though they logically had nothing to worry about, his statement caused Subaru to entertain the intrusive thought of all three of them failing for only a moment, before he immediately forced it down, clearing his throat. Turning to his side, Subaru saw Uraraka open her mouth to say something, before she paused and slightly shook her head. Let's all do our best. Subaru nodded with a smile. Yeah. Let's. He readjusted his grip on his backpack, and with a fist bump to both of his friends, he walked away to his testing area. I'll see you guys in 2 hours. You may begin. Now. Right as the last word left the overseer's mouth, Ochako turned over the test packet and took a moment to look through it, making note of which question seemed easier for her to answer. But where she and probably most of the other students were calmly going through the test, she did manage to catch the sound of loud rustling more than a few times, as if a few people were already starting to give up, or were trying to get through it as fast as possible like it was some kind of race. Okay, focus, Ochako, she told herself, slightly shaking her head. No one else matters right now. She wasn't taking a regular high school exam. This was probably the most important part of her life, right now, and she needed to give this everything she had if she had any hope of standing beside Midoriya-kun and Bakugo-kun in the hero course. It was honestly an immense slide of luck that Midoriya-kun had helped her study for this for so long like he did. And not just that, but getting help from All Might, of all people, to help her with training her quirk. She owed it to them, her parents, and everyone else who helped her to pass this and the practical exam. But for now, she really should get to answering these questions. Picking up her mechanical pencil, Ochako pushed down on the eraser and started writing out the characters of her name. As it turned out, they had actually ended up over-prepared for this. Or at least, Subaru and his friends were, based on the quick glances he took at the faces of other students around him. Even though it had only been about 20 minutes since they started, he was already almost halfway done with the first section, and decided to take it easy for a bit, taking a moment to look through the rest of the first test. He had to give these guys some credit. At least the questions he was looking at right now were quite a bit higher than the level he expected, but he could quickly make short work of them. At least this part's a walk in the park for us, he mused, faintly smiling at the thought. When he met All Might, he really wasn't lying when he said that he didn't plan on becoming a pro hero. Sure, it would have been nice to actually be the hero Rem saw him as, but he had to face the reality that there was only so much he would have been able to do with just his authorities. They just couldn't get any more powerful no matter what he did, compared to what he had with One for All. Still, he thought, idly staring at a random empty spot in the room. I miss being able to use magic. If his broken gate didn't carry over, he liked to think that he could have gotten by with just what he had from Lugunica, in an ideal world, at least. In an even more ideal world, he wouldn't be back in Japan in the first place, but that was besides the point. You have 20 minutes left, said the overseer, forcing Subaru away from his thoughts. His eyes snapped to the clock on the wall at the front of the classroom, and he blanched when he saw that he wasted so much time daydreaming. Whoops. Better get back to it. Now, where was he? The written exam had 3 individual tests in total, consisting of Japanese, English, and mathematics. And because there were 3 tests, everyone was given 2 15-minute breaks in between, before they had to go back inside their assigned classrooms. Once they were finally done with the last test, Subaru met up with Katsuki and Uraraka in the cafeteria for lunch, before they followed the directions to the orientation for the Hero Course exam. Welcome to the Hero Course exam, my dear listeners. Let me hear you say, hey. Among the awkward silence that resonated throughout the auditorium, Subaru's eyebrows raised at the sight of present Mike being the one to give them the orientation for the practical exam. Was the entire staff here made up of pro heroes? Probably, yeah. UA seemed like the type of school to be able to afford that. Now, let me just give you a quick look on what you'll see in the practical, and you'll be all set to go. You guys ready? After yet another bout of absolute silence from the audience, Subaru felt a bit of pity for the guy and even thought about actually responding, but quickly changed his mind on how potentially embarrassing it would be. "Geez, tough crowd, huh?" Present Mike remarked, before he lit back up with his signature smile. You guys are just nervous. Anyway, he snapped towards the 3 large screens behind him, which were now showing. Just like in the written exam, everyone taking the practical was going to be split up based on what was on their exam tickets, and then sent off to entire replicas of urban areas. At this point, he refused to believe that it was only the government funding this place, where they had 10 minutes to go around and gain as many points as they could trying to destroy 3 different types of robots. Yeah, he really was never going to make it in without one for all, was he? The entire practical seemed tailored for only people with flashy quirks that relied on brute force, but with anyone who had anything related to fighting actual people being left out in the dust. Katsuki or Uraraka not being in the same area with him meant no possibility of Cor Leonis, not to mention the whole not being any stronger than his own arm thing going on with invisible providence. And while I don't think I need to say this, I'll just go ahead and remind you using your quirks or any other acts of violence on your fellow test takers is strictly not cool. It goes against what heroes do, so if you're caught doing it, then you're immediately disqualified and kicked out. For several moments, silence permeated throughout the room when he said this, before it was filled by another voice. "Excuse me. I would like to say something." "Go ahead." Present Mike pointed at the direction the voice came from, and after a moment, a spotlight now shone on the speaker, and Subaru watched as a boy with black hair and wearing glasses stood up. "On the printout we were given," he continued, holding up a sheet of paper. "You mentioned there being 3 villain robots, but here, I'm seeing not 3, but 4. If there truly is not a 4th villain type, then it is highly shameful of an esteemed institution such as UA High School to have committed such a mistake. Dude, it's literally just a sheet of paper. Calm the F down." He heard Katsuki snort next to him, and Subaru realized that he must have said that out loud. "We did not come here to join such an esteemed hero academy only to be met with a misprint that could have been easily prevented. How long you think the stick up his butt is?" Katsuki whispered, leaning in. Subaru immediately forced down the laugh that almost made its way out his throat, but he also heard Uraraka's low giggle next to him. "That's not very nice, Bakugo-kun," Uraraka said, as Present Mike was explaining the concept behind the zero-pointer, a single robot that he strongly encouraged avoiding. If it wasn't worth anything, then it was probably meant to slow down anyone who was having an easy time. And the guy could have just waited instead of getting worked up like that, Katsuki retorted. But before Uraraka could reply, Present Mike was already done with his explanation. "I see," the stranger replied. "Thank you very much, and I apologize for the intrusion." He bowed and sat back down, and with that, Present Mike continued with his presentation, going a bit over the rules of the practical, and eventually ending it off with a loud plus ultra. After he left, the lights came back on in the auditorium, and once they were back outside, Subaru took the opportunity to pull his friends aside. "Okay, pep talk time," he said, rubbing his hands together. "It might look pretty hard, but we've been training for this for 8 months, and I seriously think we're all gonna ace this thing. So if for some reason you don't believe in yourself, then believe me when I say I believe in you. Got it?" "Got it." "Sure." Subaru put his hand out, palm face down, with Uraraka putting her own on top with an expression of fierce determination on her face and Katsuki following with an amused smile. "OSU on 3. 1, 2. OSU. OSU. OSU." In spite of having just done the whole "put your hands together" thing, it still took quite a bit of time for Subaru, Katsuki, and Uraraka to get to the locker rooms to change into their workout clothes, and then make their way to the parking lot at the back of the school. When they finally got there, they were met with the sight of 7 buses, each displaying the names of the testing zones they were headed to on the sides in bold English. After a quick exchange of "good luck" between the 3 of them, Subaru then made his way onto the bus labeled Battle Center B, where he saw that there were already quite a few people sitting inside. After finding a comfortable spot near the back, he sat down, and after several moments of boredom, promptly started staring out the window and daydreaming to pass the time. Throughout what felt like the next several minutes, more and more people started coming into the bus and filled up the seats, and the relatively calm silence was quickly replaced by the excited chatter of the other test takers. Is it okay if I sit here?" Subaru looked to his left to see a short boy with what looked to be purple ball in the pattern of a mohawk covering his head. "Sure, go ahead." "Thanks," the other boy replied with a grateful smile, moving to sit next to him. Eventually, every seat was finally filled, and the bus was now its way to the testing zone, and when the silence started to get grating, Subaru finally broke the ice and got to know a little about his seatmate Mineta Minoru, whose quirk, Pop Off, was having detachable and regrowable ball on his head that was then able to stick to any surface, such as the window next to him. So is that your plan, then? Subaru asked, eyeing the purple ball. Try to use as many of these as you can on the robots? Well, if I could get close enough, Mineta replied sheepishly. The guy who was telling us about them never said anything about actually destroying them, right? Come to think of it, that actually made a lot of sense. With all the variety when it came to quirks, then surely UA would have accounted for that for the practical. So by that logic, what do you think the chances are of the robots having a kill switch on them? Subaru could almost see the metaphorical gears turning in the other boy's head from his question, before he finally lit up and was now staring at him with something akin to awe. Midoriya, you might just be onto something, he said. But it can't be that easy, right? It seems too good to be true. You never know, Subaru replied, now back to staring out of the window. At some point in their conversation, he managed to catch a glimpse of white hair near the front of the bus, causing his heart to skip a beat as his mind was filled with certain thoughts of a half-elf and a blue-haired maid. Imagine that. If Rem and Emilia Tan had somehow gotten reincarnated with him, would he have spent these years with them instead of Katsuki and Uraraka? Would they have still thought of him as the Subaru they once knew? Would all three of them have tried for UA together, trying to keep the memories of everyone they lost alive? About another minute later, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye as the bus made another turn, and nudged Mineta when he saw the absolutely colossal wall surrounding the testing zone. When the bus finally slowed to a stop and its doors opened, Subaru and Mineta waited as everyone in front of them filed out, before they stood up and walked out themselves. Oh yeah, by the way, Midoriya, Mineta began, once they were with everyone else gathered outside of the massive door that led to Battle Center B, you never did say what your quirk was. Oh, I didn't? Sorry about that. Subaru turned to face him, and with just a thought, a lukewarm heat started to spread throughout his entire being, as his body was soon covered with the familiar sight of green lightning dancing across his. Start. Ah, Yagi-kun, you made it. Toshinori turned in the direction that the voice had come from, and looked down when he saw the headmaster walking towards him. Thank you for having me, Kocho, he replied, bowing. No need to be so formal, Nizu replied with a smile. Come in, come in. We're about to start soon. He ushered Toshinori in, and after closing the door behind him, pointed him to a table, where there were several types of drinks. Unfortunately for him, however, most of them were most likely sugary, and so instead opted for the pitcher of iced lemon water. He couldn't take any risks with his injury and lack of a stomach, no matter how much he missed the taste of soda and fruit punch. As he slowly took sips of his water, Toshinori greeted a few of his soon-to-be co-workers and fellow teachers, before he then made his way over to the room's main attraction, a large black screen taking up almost the entirety of the wall it was attached to, with rows of comfortable seating in front of it, almost like a home theater. After walking up the stairs and finding the seat labeled Heroics A, he sat down and waited while the other teachers and faculty members took their own seats. It was only once the last empty seat was filled, that the blank screen flickered to life, and what it was now displaying caused Toshinori to raise his eyebrows in surprise. It didn't take a lot to figure out what he was here for, what with the sign right next to the doorway outside saying Entrance Exam Viewing Room and all, but he was still taken aback by the sight of the screen cycling through overhead views of every single battle center, with what looked to be several other cameras, all of them drones, by the looks of it, scattered throughout each of them at smaller heights. There's a tablet in the space next to you, Nizu said, pointing to his side. So we can spectate each battle center at our leisure. Oh. Toshinori looked down at his left side, before he noticed a black tablet sitting in a small slot attached to the seat, and picked it up. I see now. Thank you. Nizu nodded and made his way to his own seat, leaving Toshinori to try and figure out how to actually turn on the DMN thing. He was fairly sure it was one of those state-of-the-art models that didn't use any power buttons. He couldn't, for the life of him, understand how or why they ever went out of fashion, but the headmaster had already gone to his own seat, and he didn't exactly think to ask for any further help, leaving him in a bit of a predicament. How does this? Here, let me. Toshinori looked up, and upon seeing Midnight, Kayama Namiri, if he remembered correctly, with her hand outstretched to him, wordlessly handed her the tablet, where she spent the next few minutes or so going over how to log into the device and connect to the cameras that overlooked each battle center, and how they could spectate individual areas or even the entire zone if they wanted to. I see. Thank you, Kayama-san, he said with a grateful smile, when she handed the device back to him. That's Namiri to you, if you want, Kayama replied, winking. Seeing the friendly joke for what it was, Toshinori let out a chuckle at her response, shaking his head as she leaned back into her own seat, resuming her conversation with Cementos, Ishiyama-ken. Kids these days. While he now understood how the spectating fully worked, and could definitely see the merit behind it, he thought the exact method was a bit much. Still, though, he wasn't about to complain. At least it meant that the score evaluation wouldn't be as hard as he thought. Go beyond, huh? UA really spared no expense when it came to the hero course. Granted, he should have already known that, having, taken it himself when he was a student, but the combination of having developed a decent head for finance from managing Might Tower, his injury from All for One, and the fact that he was pushing 50 really put what he was seeing into perspective. After some amount of time, the lights in the large room finally dimmed out, and not long after, President Mike, Yamada Hisashi, gave the signal for the practical exam to start, prompting Toshinori to drag his finger across the screen of his tablet, switching to the cameras of Battle Center B, and watched as Midoriya Shonen quickly gained the lead with one for all. He couldn't keep down the smile on his face at seeing his protege make quick work of the various robots throughout the testing zone, and couldn't help but notice the feeling of pride that was swelling up within himself. Might as well check how his friends are doing, he supposed, moving his hand across the screen again. Prepare to die. Boom. The three-pointer never got to finish its line, and why did they all have the same exact one? As Katsuki moved his arms forward and activated his quirk. With just a thought, he ignited the sweat on his palms, and a great burst of orange-yellow energy engulfed the entire thing, and he stayed only for a moment to make sure he actually finished it off before taking off to find more of the robots. It hadn't even been about 5 minutes since the test started, and Katsuki already had 48 points now? Yeah, if he ever had any doubts he was getting into the hero course before today, then what he just did blew them out of the water. Oi, watch yourself, he called out to some pink girl, moving in front of her and taking out the robots that had her cornered. He didn't check to see if she was grateful or not after, though, instead just leaving her behind as he shot out bursts of explosion behind him to run faster. Honestly, it was unfair just how too easy it was. Where was the challenge he was promised? Sure, it felt pretty good to seriously let loose with explosion, but the old man kept hyping up the entire practical into some big struggle. Okay, fine, with what he could do, that bit was probably meant for Izuku and Uraraka, so he shouldn't actually, not even Izuku. Not when he had a second quirk, of all things. Even a whole entire month later, he still couldn't believe All Might chose Izuku to be his successor, but he had to be real, though how in the hell was he supposed to get in UA with all these robots otherwise? As much as Katsuki respected his best friend, he wasn't about to lie to himself and say that he had a good chance, not with the way the practical was structured out. If he had to be honest, then he probably shouldn't have humored him for months, but that didn't exactly matter now, did it? Now was Katsuki jealous that the number one hero didn't pass his quirk on to him? Not really. He already had explosion going for him, not to mention that personally, he liked to think that it would have felt cheap if he got to where he wanted to be without putting in his own blood, sweat, and tears into getting good. He earned all of his achievements, and he wasn't about to stop now. Throughout the next few minutes, Katsuki kept up this routine of taking out as many robots as he could find, saving whichever student looked like they needed help, and building up as many points as possible. There was even a moment where this one guy who could turn silver yelled at him for saving his butt, but hey, Katsuki wasn't the one with the skill issue here. Him for trying to help someone out, right? At some point, there was even this huge earthquake that had everyone around him stopping to see what was going on, before a really huge robot came out of the ground, and was now rolling towards the center like it was the apocalypse or something. But to Katsuki, it was exactly what he wanted to see when he stepped foot in the school, finally served to him on a silver platter. Now that's more like it, he said to himself, his mouth widening into a shark-like grin. With the excitement that was bubbling up within him threatening to burst, Katsuki broke out into a sprint towards the zero-pointer, before he stopped and laid out his palms on the concrete pavement, using explosion to launch into the air, repeating his quirk activation several more times as he came face to face with his target. This probably might just be the most fun he's ever had. And release. After spinning around enough times, Ochako slammed her palms together, releasing her quirk's hold on the various pieces of rubble and rebar that had been orbiting around her and sending them flying towards the two-pointer just ahead. And just as she thought, while the broken bits and pieces of concrete didn't much else but dent the robot's armored shell, her aim with the rebar did strike true and pierced its front legs, leaving it now unable to move them. But just because it couldn't move towards her anymore, it didn't mean that it couldn't attack her. Good thing she wasn't done yet, then. Using the brief window of time that she had before the two-pointer eventually used its tail on her, Ochako rushed forward and placed her hands on one of its immobile legs, and she felt the familiar onset of slight nausea as it slowly rose into the air. When it finally looked like it was high enough, she put her fingertips together, and the robot unceremoniously fell back to the ground, now letting out smoke as the red lights of its eyes flickered out. "That's 31 points," she whispered to herself, before she jogged away from the damaged robot, looking for more of them to gain points from. The way her orbital momentum attack worked was that since it was more or less her quirk working horizontally, something about it possibly manipulating spacetime, according to Midoriya, then that meant she wasn't able to use it in conjunction with using it in the usual way. Meaning that, alongside it having a lower weight limit because of how she figured out how to use it just a month ago, left her having to rely on a sort of combo where she would use orbital momentum on to build up a ring of debris around her and spin around to build up enough kinetic energy to shoot it out, before using zero gravity to do the bulk of the damage and finish the job. And while her training with Yagi-sensei, Read, All Might, made it so that she could withstand a much higher weight limit, she could already feel herself being overcome with fatigue with the amount of times she had used her quirk. That didn't stop her from at least trying to help out other test takers take down their own robots when she could, though her tendency to be nice and help people out aside, there logically had to be some system in place for helping others, because heroes regularly helped each other against villains, right? But less than a minute after she had reached a score of 42 points, the entire area around her started to shake violently, and before long, a giant robot that couldn't be anything else but the zero-pointer came out of the ground, and was now making its way to her and the students trying to run away from it in the street that they first came through. And Ochako could only stare on with a bleak expression, wondering how Midoriya and Bakugo would deal with this. And start. As instantaneous calling forth one for all was, Subaru's concentration in showing off to Mineta was still broken by the sudden voice, and he looked up to see present Mike looking down at them from one of the towers next to the large doorway. "What, you expected a countdown?" he asked. "That's not how that works in the real world, listeners. The clock's a-ticking." He was even tapping the outside of his wrist with his finger, and Subaru realized that yes, the practical really had already started. Well, if he said so. Subaru looked back in front of him and got into a quick stance, and with full cowl already engulfing his body, shot forward at a tremendous speed. He mentally apologized to Mineta for leaving him behind like that, almost immediately overtaking the near stampede of the other students in front of him and even getting ahead of a guy who had pipes in his calves, before he was now the first one inside the testing zone. As he ran through the streets of the replica city, he looked around, managing to catch sight of a multitude of large, green structures scattered throughout the area, but when he tried to make his way to them, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by one of the structures rearing its head from around a street sign. His eyes hardened as he recognized the pronged legs and scorpion-like tail of what was undoubtedly a two-pointer, and crouched down in a stance when he saw it turn to face him, the red lights that made up its eyes wildly blinking as if it recognized him. Target spotted. Prepare to die. Subaru's eyes tracked the robot's movement, only having a moment to watch as the two-pointer reared its mechanized tail back. But the green lightning surrounding his body was now audibly crackling, and he made the decision to take a step, and another, before he shot forward at a tremendous speed, using the energy of one for all to quickly close the distance between him and his opponent. The two-pointer's tail finally lurched forward with the intent to strike at Subaru, but with his increased perception, was able to easily react to the attack by sliding under its legs and avoiding it altogether, before he immediately stood back up and used the split second he had to put his foot on one of the robot's legs and jump on its back, aiming his own attack at its abdomen. With a roar, his fist shot clean through the base that connected neck and body, pulling out a mass of damaged wiring in his hand. The whirring sounds coming from the two-pointer sputtered out for a few more moments, before it finally stopped and the robot finally slumped forward, unmoving and letting out smoke where it shouldn't be. 2 points, he murmured, taking a last look at the robot before he was running down the street once more, looking for more and more robots to destroy and more points to gain. With All Might's guidance and his own dedication, Subaru's control over One for All. Full cowl was now at an impressive 20% after just under 3 months of training, and he couldn't help but notice everything and everyone around him moving even slower than he thought they would be. Even the rubble and particles of dust in the air were busy taking their time being affected by gravity. But before he could think about it further, he looked back in front of him as he continued running towards another villain robot, this time a one-pointer. 3 points. He came across another two-pointer after that. 5 points. 2 one-pointers then tried to gang up on him. 7 points. This time there was a 3-pointer. 10 points. He fought off all 3 robot types at the same time. 16 points. There was rarely a moment of rest for Subaru as he ran and ran throughout the testing zone, taking down robots left, right, and center. There was even a moment when he managed to clear an entire block of them, but he had a feeling that 32 points wasn't anywhere near the required amount, so he kept pushing himself to keep going and not waste time. "Hey, man, go find someone else's points to steal." "Sorry about that," Subaru replied, releasing his hold on One for All to slow down and cease his attack, before he ran off again, leaving the blonde guy, whose quirk may or may not have reminded him of Pikachu, to take the 2 points he rightfully earned. Even though they were all in a competition for a spot in one of the world's most prestigious hero courses, Subaru was still the type of guy who believed in fair play. If someone was already about to take out a robot, then he wasn't about to deliberately swoop in and steal the points from them like he saw a lot of the other students were doing. Fortunately, however, when it came to One for All, he didn't need to worry at all about whether or not he'd be treated with the same courtesy, what with the whole being able to move faster than everyone thing he had going on. And so for the next several minutes, Subaru ran around what was basically the entire testing zone, taking out as many robots he could still find, but he also tried to step in and get anyone out of the way of a robot strike if it looked like they needed it, even if some of them ended up getting mad at him for keeping them from getting their points. He did, however, have quite a few close calls with almost stealing some points because he simply couldn't see the people behind the robots, but at least those were few and far between. But 8 minutes and 53 points after the practical exam had started, Subaru was now finally feeling the edges of exhaustion creep up on him, alongside the urge to start taking it easy. So he did just that, slowing down from near-constant sprinting to a relatively fast jog, as there were now less and less intact robots to find around the main street of the replica city. And then the ground started rumbling. Thinking it was the cause of someone carelessly using their quirk, Subaru picked up the pace and ran around trying to see if anyone was hurt or needed help getting to safety. But when he saw their faces light up with shock and fear, he turned around, and his eyes went wide at the sight of something that looked right at home in a kaiju movie. Yes, that was the zero-pointer, Subaru's inner monologue. How could you tell? And this was now happening. Present Mike couldn't have mentioned how big the zero-pointer was actually going to be? By this point, all of the other students had come out of their collective stupor, were now hightailing it in the other direction and screaming bloody murder, while the giant F-off robot was now menacingly wheeling its way over to them, covered in the ominous cloud of dust that it was continuously kicking up. Subaru's face was emotionless as he continued to stare at the zero-pointer, and for a moment, unconsciously grit his teeth and balled his hands into fists at the sight of the behemoth, causing memories of the white whale to resurface in his mind's eye. The two looked nothing alike, and yet in that instant, the shock and mild fear that he had been feeling fizzled away, as his rational thought slowly gave way to nothing but pure, unadulterated rage. Subaru took a step forward. He wanted to put it down. And then another 3 steps. He now had what it took to take down the great beast by himself. He called forth One for All, and the green lightning of Full Cowl seemed to only add to his conviction. He wasn't weak anymore. And then before he broke into a run, he suddenly stopped. But who exactly was he going to prove that to, when no one knew about Natsuki Subaru in this day and age? As quickly as it came, the desire to step in and take on the zero-pointer and avenge his previous shortcomings finally left him, leaving Subaru to just simply blink at the approaching behemoth, before he briefly closed his eyes and slowly took a deep breath, turning around, finally deciding that it just wasn't worth his. Oh sheet, oh sheet, oh sheet. Subaru immediately paused. It was extremely faint, but he recognized whose voice that was. He whirled back around, and just as he thought, was met with the sight of one Mineta Minoru, who appeared to be holding his foot in his hands, and the heightened perception of Full Cowl seemed to slow down time even more as he watched a large slab of debris grow ever closer to meeting the concrete, with no regard at all for the boy in between. Like All Might had told him, One for All's energy stockpile not only granted its users increased strength and durability, but also heightened senses and better awareness of their surroundings, meaning that it was an extreme slide of luck that Subaru had activated Full Cowl when he did. Because otherwise, he never would have been able to hear Mineta's voice from how far away he was. But there wasn't exactly any time to think about that in the face of the fact that Mineta was about to get flattened like a certain Italian from an old manga series. There was not a single ounce of hesitation that existed within Subaru as he sprinted towards the other boy, squeezing out as much power out of Full Cowl as he could and pushing the muscles in his legs to their limit. But there wasn't any time to get Mineta out of the way, however, so he raised his hands and braced for impact as he caught the large debris that would have surely killed almost anyone else. The force of the combination of concrete, metal, and thick glass slamming against his palms caused him to immediately out all of the air he breathed in, and he almost stumbled under the sheer weight of the thing. It was taking everything he had in him to hold the debris up, and as he expected, invisible providence did extremely little to lessen the amount of stress that his arms were under. Midoriya? Subaru looked at Mineta. I can't hold this for long, he yelled out. You need to get out of here. But what about? There's no time. I'll be right behind you. Go. Mineta, thankfully, finally scrambled away from the debris shadow, and Subaru, for a split second, considered carrying Mineta himself, but he was beaten to the punch when the guy with the pipes in his calves ran over and helped Mineta to his feet, and there was a brief second of eye contact between them where Subaru nodded in thanks, before the two of them quickly left and regrouped with the crowd of bystanders at the end of the street. Leaving just Subaru, the debris he was still holding up, and the zero-pointer that was now about 50 feet away and getting closer and closer as each second passed. He really needed to get going now. With an audible grunt, Subaru heaved the debris that he was holding up away from himself, causing it to kick up a cloud of dust as it hit the ground next to him. He turned away from the zero-pointer and moved to run away from it, but for some reason, he ended up succumbing to the urge to stop and turn back around. It was 40 feet away now. Don't even think about it, Subaru. Try as he might, there was no way in hell he'd ever be able to take on something like that with his current power, right? 30 feet. But imagine just how badass it'd be. Didn't All Might have to deal with this when he had to take the practical? 20 feet. Present Mike had called it the zero-pointer for a reason. There was absolutely no reward for taking it out, and its main purpose was most likely to slow down the top scorers in each testing zone. 10 feet. But did he really care about that? 5 feet. Screw it, Subaru said, and rushed towards the zero-pointer. If anyone were to ask him just why he thought it was a good idea to try and take on the zero-pointer, then the ideal answer would have been something along the lines of, I wanted to slow it down and buy everyone else time. At least, that was what he told himself at that moment. But in reality? He also really wanted to fight the giant robot. He was still a guy. At the end of the day, surely Katsuki and All Might would understand. As he came within arm's reach of the behemoth, Subaru used the physics-breaking power of One for All, full cowl to leap up onto the platform next the zero-pointer's tank-like treads, before using his momentum to jump again, this time reaching as high as he could and grabbing a ledge, and started climbing up the robot's entire torso. When he was finally face-to-face with the zero-pointer not long after, he called out Invisible Providence, and used the extra limb as additional support to maintain his footing. He then balled his right hand into a fist and reared his arm back, sending it forward with grim determination on his face. The collision of his full cowl-enhanced fist making contact with the robot's face caused a slight crack to erupt, as the shockwave caused a few of its red eyes to break, and the small dent that had formed from the initial impact was growing deeper and deeper as he repeatedly aimed for it with each strike. He only paused when he saw movement out of the corner of his eye, only to immediately haul himself on top of the zero-pointer's head, narrowly avoiding the robot's large hand as it attempted to pull him off it like he was some kind of insect. His eyes widened when he saw that the zero-pointer was nearing closer and closer to the crowd of students that were still trying to desperately get away. He started attacking the top of its head with increased vigor, this time using all three of his limbs as much force as he could put behind each hit. While the metal that made up the zero-pointer's actual head was extremely thick, here was the neat part about Invisible Providence: just because it technically wasn't any stronger than his own punching strength sans One for All, it didn't mean that it was also subject to the physical limitations of the human body. Meaning that it could infinitely keep attacking without any rest, unlike his hands that were starting to be overcome with pain and fatigue. So that, combined with the ever-confusing lack of side effects that used to come with each use of his authority of sloth, made it so that Subaru had a bit of help as he continued trying his damnedest to stop the zero-pointer in its tracks. And in this case, it was more along the lines of ethereal assistance than anything. Come on, come on. Subaru was just about to punch with One for All fully charged consequences be med, but another punch from Invisible Providence caused the thick metal to finally give in, and created a relatively small hole at the top of the zero-pointer's head that was now revealing cables, wires, and other bits of exposed circuitry. And without hesitation, he plunged his arms into the hole and started pulling out anything and everything he could. But it was at this moment that the unthinkable happened. When Subaru pulled his hand back the first time, the zero-pointer didn't seem at all affected by the loss of the first fistful of wires and cables that he pulled out, so he just kept reaching in and pulling them out, again and again, even using Invisible Providence to somewhat speed up the process. But at some point, he had started pulling out more and more out than he would have been able to each successive time his hands went in, but right now, he felt nothing but the overwhelming need to stop the zero-pointer in its tracks. Which was why, when he pulled his arm out for what felt like the 7th time, he couldn't do much else but stare at what he was seeing. Because during all of that, he ended up failing to notice the black dot appendages that had somehow sprouted from his arms, all of which were now holding what was probably the entire rest of the zero-pointer's head. "What in the hell is this?" he murmured, looking back and forth between his arm and black bundle of electronic components being suspended in the air. But before he could do anything further, he was overcome with immediate silence, as the encompassing rumbling noise from the zero-pointer finally ceased, with the robot itself not moving any further and its outstretched hand remaining in front of him. Well, it looked like he finally shut it down. Now all he had to do was figure out how to get down from here and... Creak. Subaru immediately tensed up at the low-pitched sound, and immediately looked back towards the zero-pointer's gigantic hand. How could it still see him? Did it have a backup power system? But as the sound of creaking metal continued, he noticed that the hand kept still, and for a second, he felt his stomach drop when the idea of the zero-pointer being manually piloted by someone crossed his mind. But he quickly found out that it wasn't the case, because in reality, the creaking sound was actually caused by the zero-pointer's head slowly tilting backwards, and in that instant, Subaru realized that he had somehow pulled out whatever was keeping it attached to the rest of its body, before it promptly tipped over with him still standing on it. Subaru sharply inhaled and immediately reached out towards the zero-pointer's hand with invisible providence, but by then it was too late, and he was now in freefall, more than 50 meters in the air. And because he was now behind the robot, there was virtually nothing for him to grab onto and break his fall. Sheet, what was he supposed to do? The ground was getting even closer as the seconds passed, and he could even make out the horrified expressions of the other students below. Come on, Subaru, think. His breaths were getting faster now as his entire being was very quickly filled with panic, and he barely registered the sight of Mineta and the guy who helped him get to safety quickly moving in his direction. He didn't want to die. Even if he still had returned by death, he still didn't know if it worked differently on Earth after just one use, and he couldn't just accept death if he was out of options. Not like this. Not when he had only just started proving himself with 1-4. Subaru's eyes widened as the epiphany came to him. There was still one thing he could do. With the sound of rushing air whistling around him and imminent death rising up to meet him, Subaru grit his teeth and activated One for All, full cowl once again, before spreading his arms and legs out and managing to glide impromptu towards the side of a high-rise building. But because his fall had so much velocity, breaking his way through a window and landing onto the floor would have resulted in at least serious injuries. Which was why he needed to slow down. Right as he reached the height of what was probably half the size of the zero-pointer, Subaru tugged on his left sleeve to where it covered his hand, before placing his arm and left foot against the wall. The resulting friction of his body against the glass windows were very quickly becoming more and more painful as he continued trying to slide down the building, but the combination of his tracksuit and full cowl made it so that it wasn't nearly as bad as it would have been. But he obviously couldn't have kept this up forever. At some point, the burning sensations on his arm and foot had increased tenfold, and the realization that it was now his skin being scraped against the glass caused Subaru to yelp as pain finally made itself known to him, and he subsequently lost his focus and was now back in freefall, not 5 seconds after initially slowing himself down. Well, at least he was gonna make it out, he supposed, as he closed his eyes and braced for Midoriya. Boom. 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 Well, Kayama began. I don't think I need to say how this is looking for him. You can say that again, Vlad King, Ken Sekijiro replied. You want to take this one, Aizawa? Not like I have much of a choice, do I? Ken barked out a laugh. No, can't say you do. Right now, Toshinori, as well as several other UA faculty, he knew, all had their eyes glued to the large, cinema-like in the entrance exam viewing room, which currently showed what was happening in Battle Center A, specifically how one Bakugo Katsuki was quite literally breezing through every single one of the villain bots that he came across. But what seemed to be the more interesting part, as he heard some of his coworkers murmur, was how he was also stopping to help out other students if it ever looked like they needed help. Toshinori looked down at the tablet in his hands, and placed his finger on a bar at the top right part of the screen, which then changed to display the current scoreboard among all of the test takers in the Hero Course Practical. And true to his assumption and prediction, Bakugo Shonen was undoubtedly in first place, with an immense lead of 63 villain points and 32 rescue points. Even his score right now was comparable to Toshinori's own final score when he had taken the practical himself, all those years ago, and even he had to at least punch his way through the robots the entire exam just seemed tailor-made for the kid. It was truly remarkable. If Toshinori had never met Midoriya Shonen, then perhaps he would have considered Bakugo Shonen to take on the Quirk, but from what he knew, and had seen, of him, it would have most likely been significantly wasted on him. Still, though he at least managed to improve with his quirk usage through their bi-weekly training sessions, he could very well be looking at a serious contender for the top hero rankings right now. Even if Mirai's own pupil Togata Mirio was the immediate contender for the #1 rank once he graduated, Bakugo Shonen would just end up taking it by force only a year later. Not that he wanted to put any pressure on Midoriya Shonen to actually take his place as Japan's symbol of peace, as they like to call him, but given that he himself was the boy's mentor, Toshinori couldn't help but feel just a little bit biased towards his protege. But as long as he settled into making one for all his own, then he had no real complaints. Kayama, a low voice murmured in from somewhere in front of him. Without turning his head, Toshinori's eyes darted towards Eraserhead that was Aizawa Shota and watched as the other man's head bobbed back and forth from the large screen at the end of the room to the tablet in his hands. "Is there something wrong, Shota-kun?" Kayama asked, leaning in and taking a look at his tablet. Aizawa looked up and nodded to the screen. "The kid with the green lightning." He handed her the tablet, and Toshinori focused his attention back to both his own tablet alongside what the large screen was now showing. Because the tablets made it so that Toshinori and the others could focus on just one battle center, or even one area, if they really wanted, the screen at the end of the room only ever rotated between each overhead view of them in alphabetical order, focusing on one for about a minute or so before moving to the next. And right now, everyone in the room could see Midoriya Shonen easily dealing with his own villain bots in the bottom left area. With a tap on his tablet, it even showed that the kid was quickly rising through the top 10 scores, before finally stopping just behind Bakugo Shonen at 42 villain points and 27 rescue points. Toshinori smiled at the sight. "Well done, my boy. Midoriya Izuku. What about him?" he then heard Kayama ask. "Look at his quirk info." As soon as he registered the words that came out of his mouth, Toshinori's head snapped to them in alarm. "Oh, that doesn't make sense. Now how did that get through?" "Oh." Completely disregarding the subtlety he had while eavesdropping, Toshinori tapped on Midoriya Shonen's name on the scoreboard, which then pulled up a digital sheet that listed all of his public personal information. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Age, 15. Quirk, short-range telekinesis. Quirk description, can freely move and manipulate objects within a radius of 2 meters. Well, sheet. Struggling to ignore his pounding heartbeat and increasingly sweaty palms, Toshinori cleared his throat, getting Kayama and Aizawa's attention. "Excuse me," he began. "I couldn't help but overhear you. Is there an issue?" "It looks like it," Aizawa replied, nodding. "The Midoriya kid on the scoreboard, what's listed down for his quirk doesn't line up with how he's been performing so far." "Wait, now that you mention it," he heard Ken interject. "Telekinesis shouldn't be able to do that, last I checked." By this point, Toshinori was at a loss for words, and about 3 steps away from losing it. To say that this wasn't good would have been such a big understatement. Sorahiko Ajisen would have slapped him upside the head for saying something so obvious, if he were in the room with him. He was an idiot of the highest caliber. Over 40 years of protecting the secret of One for All with his life, and this was how it would finally get out? At least the people who knew had a hand in helping him stay hidden from All for One, but he didn't want any pressure to be put onto Midoriya Shonen before he was ready. What would his Shirsho do in this situation? After what felt like an eternity, the silence was broken by the sound of Headmaster Nizu clearing his throat. "I'm afraid that's classified information." "Wait, so you know what's going on with him?" Aizawa asked. Nizu nodded. "Regardless of the potential illegalities of Midoriya Izuku's information, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to not pry any further. It's a matter of national security, I'm sure you understand." A tense silence spread throughout the room as Toshinori and the other faculty members watched as Aizawa continued to stare at Nizu for what seemed like minutes, before the tired-looking man sighed and relaxed back into his chair. "Fine. Oh, thank you, Kami-sama. But if you're going to put him in my class, then I expect an answer at some point. God damn it. While I can't guarantee that, I expect you'll get it from Midoriya himself," Nizu replied, and it took everything Toshinori had in him not to whip around and stare at his boss that would just call all sorts of attention on him. Actually, you know what? He couldn't be bothered to care right now. This was a problem for future him. "And besides," he continued, "I believe we're past the 8-minute mark now." After about a second or so, the screen on Toshinori's tablet started repeatedly flashing a transparent red as the sound of a low rumble made itself known, and before long, all of the 0-pointers had come out and were now roaming throughout the battle centers. He remembered this part. He thought it would have been a difficult battle, but like all the other villain bots, he ended up taking it out in just one hit. Good times. Toshinori smiled in pride and satisfaction as he watched Uraraka Shoujo and Bakugo Shonen deal with their respective zero-pointers, with the former creatively applying her quirk with the help of another student, and the latter simply flying up to it, demolishing it in a single blast. Well, then. During his own time as a student, he had been considered a part of the school's unofficial Big Three during his third year. Perhaps Midoriya Shonen and his friends would become the newest iteration of the Big Three. Imagine that. Toshinori tapped on the side of the screen to switch to Battle Center B's cameras, and to his surprise, he saw Midoriya Shonen's unmistakable green lightning traveling up the front of his zone's zero-pointer, before he started to punch it repeatedly in the face. He even found himself moving the tablet even closer to his face when he saw the giant robot's hand reach up towards him, but then relaxed when his protege almost effortlessly dodged it and renewed his attacks on top of its head. And the zero-pointer finally shut down, not because of Midoriya Shonen's repeated strikes, but because of the black tentacle-looking things that shot out of his arm and promptly pulled out the electrical components in the robot's head. What? He heard Aizawa, Kayama, and Ken collectively shout, and all Toshinori could do was pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. He was now officially fully regretting ever taking up the UA job offer. Couldn't he have just helped Midoriya Shonen out after school? Huff. Sheet, this was disorienting. It was hard to breathe when he was in the middle of the giant cloud of dust that got kicked up by the zero-pointer when it fell to the ground, not to mention the constant ringing in his ears that just refused to go away no matter what. He always hated this part about his quirk. You'd think that with something like what he had, the only problems he would ever have down the line were not abusing it or making sure to use only the right amount of energy as he needed to, but then again, when did things ever go the way anyone wanted? For what felt like several seconds, he just continued standing there, breathing hot air from his sweat-soaked undershirt, until the dust eventually settled to the point where he could safely open his eyes, and Katsuki could finally look at the robot with a growing feeling of disappointment. TCH, thought I could get more out of that. After all that hyping up from Present Mike to stay away from it, he would have been lying if he said he wasn't at least a little curious when it came to a robot you couldn't earn points from, but once he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't keep down the excitement of taking it on. But as it turned out, all it took was him putting his hand on it before a single use of explosion sent it into a collapsing heap of metal. Goddamn it. Try as he might, there was only so much fun you could have with a quirk like his before aiming for the top spot in the practical turned into nothing more but another glorified chore for him to do. You just. Katsuki's attention turned to the faint sound of another voice behind him, and his head whipped around to see the same pink-skinned girl he helped out from earlier, now looking at him with a look of absolute astonishment on her face. Yeah, I took out the giant robot, big whoop, he said, looking around for a comfortable spot on the ground, before walking over to a flat slab of debris and sitting down on it. Wait. The girl, she had pink skin so he'll just call her Pink, said, giving him a look. Aren't you gonna try to get any more points? Katsuki inhaled a deep breath through his nose. Nah. I'm stopping here. I already know I'm getting in. But isn't this UA? Shouldn't you be giving it your all? We still have a minute left. Yeah, that's not really my problem anymore, Katsuki replied, shrugging. I don't know about you, but I already know I have a decent chance of having the most points out of everyone here. But you should probably get going if you want more points. Either way, I don't care. I'm done with this. Right? Pink responded, staring at him for another moment, before she finally took off running and leaving him to his thoughts, as he looked up and watched as the clouds moved ever so slightly. Even with just a minute left, he still knew objectively it was part of a good mindset to keep trying his hardest to get more points. If it weren't for the fact that he lost count around 62. That, along with how he'd spent the whole 8 minutes taking out every single robot he laid his eyes on, meant he'd been overperforming the entire time he was here, and basically secured a spot among the top scorers without any real effort on his part. If his growing disappointment over the lack of any kind of challenge from the robots hadn't sapped out his desire to keep going, then him barely breaking a sweat against the zero-pointer did the trick. Even though he, Izuku, and Uraraka all promised to do their best today, what was the point in still going when he couldn't muster up the energy to even care anymore? And it wasn't like they needed to know, right? And by the way, how were they doing right now? Izuku did mention something about the exam having a possible assist system to him and Uraraka before they split up, so there was a good chance he'd even end up getting even more points if it turned out to be real, too. Yeah. He was done. He didn't need, want, or even feel like doing any more. Who gave a shit at this point? When she first laid her eyes on the zero-pointer as it came up from underneath the ground, all Ochako could do at the moment was continue staring up at the giant robot, unmoving where she stood. Somewhere in her mind, she could make out the noises from the other student test takers instantly changing from idle chatter to nothing but a shocked silence, the sounds and quakes from the rumbling just before even very quickly quieted down. And as the zero-pointer kept watching on, with its colossal hands gripping the tops of the two buildings it was in between and its multiple red eyes unmoving and unchanging, she started to feel something like genuine dread, surely and quickly filling her entire being. It was as if a god was passing its judgment on them, and all of them failed. She didn't notice the unconscious step she took back, or even register the desperate screams coming from the other people, but it was only once the first person shoved their way past her did she realize that everyone else around her was running in the opposite direction as fast as they could. As the angry god ominously started wheeling its way forward, with her soon about to be in its way and crushed like an ant under a boot. The sight of the green behemoth and the near-deafening cacophony of sound was enough to keep Ochako aware of what exactly would happen to her if she stayed where she was, and without another thought, she immediately turned the other way and made a break for safety. "Hey, you! Wait!" But the sound of a foreign voice and a foreign hand wrapping around her wrist kept her from moving, causing Ochako to whip back around to see just who was keeping her back. "What are you doing? Let me go," she cried, the rising panic quickly showing in her voice. The stranger who grabbed her, a black-haired boy with pointed teeth, and also completely shirtless, okay then, immediately let go of her wrist. "Please. I just need you to hear me out. I saw how you used your quirk. You can use it on people, right?" Ochako opened her mouth to answer, but the boy immediately continued. "I just need you to use your quirk on me," he pointed to himself, before pointing behind him at the zero-pointer. "And throw me at that thing's head." "What? Are you crazy?" Ochako all but shrieked, her eyes widening as she took in what he just said. "There's no way you can take it out like that. You have to trust me on this," the boy yelled in response, doing something to his skin, and as Ochako saw something about him shift, he roughly tapped the back of her forearm, and she realized his skin actually ended up hardening to the point of being razor-sharp. "My quirk lets me break through metal. All you need to do is throw me. I'll take care of the rest." Before Ochako could give him her answer, the first thing that went through her mind was, what would Midoriya-kun and Bakugo-kun do? But as she saw the zero-pointer continuing to creep closer and closer, that thought died as quickly as it came, and she soon realized that it was only a matter of time before she was able to outrun the robot. Unless she used her quirk on herself to float out of harm's way, that was. But what would that mean for the boy who stopped her, the one with the half-baked plan that maybe could work? Could she really ignore what he had to say, when he said what his quirk let him do? Could she really just shake him off and run away, leaving him to take on the zero-pointer by himself? Could she live with herself and look her friends and All Might in the eye, after leaving another student to possibly die? No. She obviously couldn't, no matter what. That just wasn't who she was. It didn't matter if this was just a random stranger with an insane idea. Ochako took a moment to close her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she breathed out, she opened them again and looked him in the eye. "All right, fine. I'll help you." She watched as something that looked like relief shone in his eyes, before he nodded with a grin. "Just leave it to me." Ochako nodded in return, and without another moment to spare, she stepped forward and put a hand on the boy's stomach, causing him to start rising up in the air, with the feeling of the signature tingle in her abdomen flaring up in response to her quirk's activation. Wordlessly, she took a step back and stretched out both of her arms, taking hold of the boy's ankles once he was high enough in the air, and with him in her line of sight, began to spin around clockwise, starting off slowly but quickly going faster and faster. "Whoa!" She heard him yell, but Ochako ignored him as she continued spinning and picking up as much speed as her own body would let her. Not yet. She remembered learning that the force of how hard something could make an impact was determined by its own mass, multiplied by its acceleration within a PRD of time. However, if that something was launched into the air, then it became subject to Earth's gravity, turning into something like a limiter to the total force because it was now constantly acting on it. Not yet at just a few more turns. So it meant this guy, who obviously only had the mass of a regular person to begin with, was completely reliant on the amount of acceleration she could get from him based on her own strength. But if she could give him just enough, combined with the way her quirk worked, then that meant. Now. She didn't know how many times she had been turning, she definitely lost count early on, but it was here that Ochako felt that this was the moment, and with a cry, she relaxed her hands and released her grip on the boy's ankles, stumbling as she did so to regain her balance. For a moment, she could make out the sight of the boy flying upwards and upwards towards the zero-pointer's head, but not even a second later, she found herself frantically blinking, shaking her head, even slapping her ears repeatedly to try to shake off the inevitable state of dizziness from the amount of times she spun around. Focus, focus, I need to focus. When the lingering sense of vertigo, lightheadedness, and loss of balance finally left her and she was able to focus on what she could see, Ochako looked up at the zero-pointer, and she saw the boy make contact with the robot's face, looking like he almost effortlessly passed through the thing's head and even probably came out the other side. With no time to spare, she immediately started sprinting forward, and once she was almost right up against what looked like the zero-pointer's wheels, quickly wrapped her hands around her forearms, activating her quirk on herself and going airborne. The few seconds it took her to float behind the robot seemed to last much longer, even with the help of how fast she had been going just before. But once she was finally on the other side, she cancelled her quirk's effect, landing just behind the zero-pointer's elongated wheels, which were finally slowing down to a stop. And then, she turned her gaze towards the giant robot's head, holding her breath as she saw what came next. Wait, was he? Way up in the sky, she could faintly make out the boy. She seriously needed to come up with something else to call him, somehow running down the zero-pointer's head for all of 3 seconds, and as she continued looking up at him with squinted eyes and her arm raised to try to block out the sunlight, she saw that he was now. Wait, was that sliding she was seeing? Oh yeah, his quirk. Guess it would make sense for him to be able to do that. Wait, hold on, if his quirk was being able to harden and sharpen his skin, then didn't that mean? Refusing to tear her gaze away from the boy, who by now was plummeting towards the ground, Ochako immediately used zero gravity on herself, and kept her hands out above her as she rose higher and higher, meter by meter to meet him in between. After about 4 seconds or so of floating upwards, she noticed several raised bars from an attached ladder, and reached out and grabbed hold of it to keep herself from going any higher. She needed to catch him. Ochako watched him fall closer and closer to the ground, and how he was frantically reaching out to his side for something, anything to break his fall. But she saw he was just a bit too far away, and she knew if he tried to break his fall himself at this point, then it would be bad, like really bad for him. She needed to catch him. Somewhere down the line, she saw him turn his head towards the ground, and for what felt like several seconds, the two of them made eye contact, and Ochako could clearly see the expression of nothing but genuine fear on his face, as he fell closer and closer. By this point, she could hear and feel the pounding of her heartbeat like the beat of a drum turned up to maximum volume, and her grip on the bar growing even more slippery by the second as sweat continued to build up from her palms, but she still forced herself to wait. She had to time this right, because she didn't know what she would do if she didn't. She needed to catch him there. And right when the boy was almost right above her, she launched herself away from the zero-pointer with as much force as she could put on her legs, holding out her hands to catch him, to touch him, to save him. The impact of another human who probably came close to falling at terminal velocity colliding with her mid-air forced all the breath out of Ochako's lungs, but because he was right above her, she was at least able to slap him across the chest and finally break his fall. And while the force of her catching him pushed them down towards the ground until they were only a few feet above it, zero gravity was still doing its job, making it so that they could safely land. Letting go of her companion, she put her hands together and cancelled her quirk's effects on the two of them, letting out an oof as she unceremoniously fell to the ground. Letting out a slight groan, she opened her eyes, thanking Kami-sama for the small comfort of them landing in the shade where the sun was being blocked out. She heard a voice beside her begin, in between deep breaths. The manliest thing I've ever done in my life. After several more moments of him taking deep breaths, he let out an audible sigh. Thanks for that. I honestly thought I was about to die there. You're welcome? Ochako replied. I never thought someone would tell me to just throw them up at the giant robot, but it worked, right? Yet I think I'm about to pass out now. Did she hear that right? Ochako could only blink as she processed the words she had just heard. She turned her head to the side, and saw that yes, he really did just pass out, and after a moment or so of just staring at his prone body, she couldn't help the slight giggle that came out of her mouth, before it turned into full-blown laughter at just how ridiculous it all seemed. At some point, she vaguely heard the voice of Present Mike announcing that time was up and the exam was over, but for right now, she just couldn't bring herself to care. She just helped take out a giant robot. A giant robot. She couldn't wait to tell her friends and Shoko-chan, once she got home. Mineta Minoru was quite a few things, actually. Lazy? Yeah, but he knew he could afford to be. Weird? It wasn't his problem if the normies around him could only understand their normie things. Perverted? Now that was something he took offense to. Could you blame him for simply wanting to enjoy women in all their beauty? Looking at you, Kamamura, no one's ever going to want to ask your fat ass out. But stupid? Hell no. He may not have been trying as hard as a lot of the other people in school were, but that wasn't because he didn't have the smarts to. With the amount of studying he could get away with not doing and still managing to land good scores in tests, what exactly was the point? Not only that, it was also common knowledge that people who went into the hero course during high school also didn't need to go to university either. So yeah, he kinda already had his future laid out for him from the beginning. At least, until he found out the practical exam consisted of fighting lots and lots of robots. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but his first instinct after finding out exactly what he needed to do to actually get into UA's hero course was to just give up, go home, and find something else to want to be. It didn't take an idiot to know his quirk just couldn't compete with most of the flashy ones the top heroes like All Might and Endeavor had. Yes, the guy who gave them the practical orientation didn't specifically say anything about the robots actually having to be destroyed, but that didn't stop Minoru from thinking he was just overthinking it, and that he really wasn't cut out for UA after all. Only to then be instantly thrown out the window at the first sight of a shiny red button near the underside of the first one-pointer he managed to immobilize. Most of the entire rest of the time since was spent by Minoru scrambling around for more robots to use his quirk on, while at the same time praising Midoriya for coming up with the idea, even if he did immediately use his bullshit quirk to leave literally everyone else in the dust, slowly but surely racking up a fairly decent 23 points by the time the ground started shaking. All it took was one look at the giant FING robot for him to do the sensible thing and immediately nope out of there like everyone else, but wouldn't you know, he ended up spraining his ankle the exact moment he turned to start running. Leading to Midoriya, being the man's man he was, saving his skin by straight up catching a giant piece of debris that was about to land on him. He didn't question it when he watched Midoriya run back towards the robot and start climbing it. He didn't even question the black tentacle things that came out of Midoriya's hands, even if his thoughts turned a bit towards Eromanga for a second there. But it was as the zero-pointer finally stopped moving and its head started to wobble, that Minoru realized something. Wait, was Midoriya about to fall? This guy was something else. Minoru caught more than a few glimpses of green lightning going around the battle center as he tried to gain his own points, and the following demolished robots, so watching him just shut down the giant robot without breaking a sweat like he was the next All Might or something. He felt inspired. Inspired to do something. And right now, it looked like he needed help. Hey, he said, not taking his eyes off of the zero-pointer. Hey, he repeated, even reaching behind him and slapping the glasses guy who helped him out in the face a few times to get his attention. What is it? Stop doing that. Look! Minoru yelled, pointing up. He was watching the zero-pointer's head slowly tip over, with Midoriya still standing on it. He's gonna fall. We have to go back and help him. That finally managed to get his attention, at least, judging by how Glasses Guy slowed down to a stop and turned around. He looked up at Minoru with a clear sign of apprehension on his face, and his mouth opened to ask him a question. What do you suggest we do? Minoru shook his head. Get back to running, for one. I'll tell you on the way. He expected him to refuse and just keep running the other way to safety, but instead he crouched down into a runner's position. Fine. Hang on as tight as you can. Minoru blinked from his words, before he immediately plucked two sticky balls from his head and set it against the glasses guy's shoulder. Without wasting any more time, the two of them were speeding faster than ever towards the now headless zero-pointer, and right underneath it was a clear view of Midoriya in freefall with his back facing the ground. We're coming, Midoriya. Midoriya. While Subaru's body twitched at the sound of a voice yelling out his name, it was the sensation of something slamming into his side that forced his eyes open, and to his shock, he realized that it was actually the guy from before who got Mineta to safety, having just tackled him mid-air. It also took another moment for him to recognize Mineta being the one to call out to him. The hell were they doing back here? Before he could even so much as open his mouth and react to what was happening, his brain finally caught up to just where exactly they were headed for. He immediately craned his neck behind him to confirm that yes, they were about to collide with the brick wall at the end of the street, and only had enough sense to at least cover himself in full cowl to try and soften the impact. That was, until his eyes homed in on the rough-looking patch of purple ball decorating the wall. The same purple ball that made up Mineta Minoru's hair. The purple ball that could stick to things. Those purple ball. He saw what was happening now. In the ever-closing time window he had left, it was all Subaru could do to tuck his head in and brace for impact as he felt his back collide with the brick wall with an audible grunt. But because of the patch from Mineta's quirk acting as a makeshift cushion, there wasn't actually a whole lot of pain that came with it like he first thought would happen. With a groan, he opened his eyes and lightly shook his head to try to get rid of the disorientation. Looking out ahead of him, he saw Mineta leaning on a wall of rubble that vaguely had the shape of a ramp, and he couldn't help but grin and give him a thumbs up, which the other boy returned. He even found himself letting out a low chuckle, because in spite of catching that debris and telling Mineta to get to safety, He was the one who ended up needing to be saved in the end. Man, it would really suck if he didn't see him in the hero course after all this. The foreign sound of someone clearing their throat brought Subaru out of his thoughts, however, and he was finally made aware of the weight of what felt like something hanging off of him. He looked down, and sure enough, there was that one guy from just before who helped carry Mineta out, looking like he was awkwardly hugging him from the way one of his arms was sandwiched in between Subaru's back and the patch of purple ball behind him. Don't suppose you'd be able to get us down from here? Oh, Subaru responded. I think I should be able to. Give me a sec. He tried moving his arms, but when he, obviously, didn't get past anywhere but how much his tracksuit sleeve could stretch, he ended up just activating full cowl. He was mostly sure the lightning it generated wouldn't hurt other people, but then that just ended up in him actually just ripping the thing, so now he was at a bit of a loss. Until he remembered he had an entire other category of abilities, that was. Because invisible providence was very much not something that originated from this world, it was immune to the effects of Mineta's quirk, but that didn't change the fact that it was still just one singular hand, which meant having to remove themselves one sticky ball at a time. Fun. And time is up. The exam is now over, folks. Yes, thank you, present Mike, very helpful of you. Suppressing a sigh of frustration and the urge to swear, Subaru got to the painstaking task of removing the other guy currently attached to his legs, and then getting himself off of this kami-forsaken wall. After finally removing the last of the sticky ball attached to himself, as discreetly as he could, anyway, and getting his feet back onto solid ground, Subaru and the other guy met back up with Mineta, who started going off about how insanely cool Subaru looked as he took care of the zero-pointer, and then sheepishly apologizing for coming back for him. And I know you said to get out of there, but when I saw you about to fall, I kinda got the urge to just try to help, you know? It all worked out, so it's fine, Subaru replied. Thanks for that, Mineta. I wasn't really sure how I'd land there. But what exactly did you guys do? Oh. Mineta then went on to explain how he convinced the other guy, who promptly introduced himself as Ida Tenya to the two of them, to turn back around and help, as well as what they did to break Subaru's fall. And you came up with all of that in just that amount of time? It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing, Mineta replied, making a SOSO gesture with his hand. But even so, that was quite ingenious decision-making on your part, Mineta-kun, Ida said. It would have never crossed my mind to do such a thing myself. Hee, thanks. Mineta moved to stand up straight, but when he saw him suddenly wince, and Subaru immediately moved in to support him when he saw it was because of him putting pressure on one of his feet. Looks like we need to get you checked out by the nurse, he said, nodding in the direction of an old woman, the school nurse and a pro-hero, if he had to guess, who was going around giving kisses to some of the other test takers, a lot of whom now looked much better off than before. Yeah. By the way, Midoriya-kun, Ida suddenly said, as they slowly walked towards. What exactly happened with the zero-pointer? I think I have a good basis on what you Quirk is from what I saw of you throughout the battle center, but what I saw up there didn't seem to line up. Oh. I'm not really sure myself, Subaru admitted. It obviously wasn't related to either of his authorities since both Ida and Mineta mentioned it.so. Did that mean it had to do with One for All then? I don't remember doing anything like what I did there. From what he remembered, it functioned extremely similar to invisible providence, but instead of a hand, it was more like a couple of black ropes, or tentacle-looking things, came out of his arm. This was something he'd need to talk to All Might about, the next time he saw him. Once Mineta's leg got taken care of by the school nurse, Subaru, Mineta, and Ida promptly made their way to their assigned buses, where the majority of the time on the way back to the locker rooms was spent by Subaru and Mineta getting to know a little bit more about each other. According to the quirk doctor, it's more or less a mutated version of my mom's minor telekinesis quirk, where my quirk has the ability to express itself either as a limited radius where I can freely use telekinesis on anything under a certain weight, or as an electrical field that surrounds my body and enhances my strength, speed, and reflexes, Subaru explained, lied. Wait, so like a dual type or whatever it's called? Well, kinda. It's a bit different than that, but I wasn't really paying attention to all the fancy science talk. Yeah, that's fair, Mineta replied, nodding like he understood. To be honest, Subaru kind of felt pretty bad about lying straight to Mineta's face like that, but saving each other's skins still didn't change the fact that One for All wasn't just his secret to keep. He didn't know how well the other boy could keep a secret, not to mention that they were surrounded by a lot of other people who definitely looked like they were listening in. Being the only guy in the entire testing zone to single-handedly take on the giant robot tended to have that sort of effect, after all. Once their bus finally reached its destination, everyone inside slowly got up and filed out of it once again. Subaru couldn't wait to shower and get out of these dirty clothes he was in, and once he and Mineta joined the crowd of all the other student test takers, he was greeted by the sound of someone calling out his name. "Hey! Midoriya-kun." His ears perked up at the sound of Uraraka's voice coming from somewhere behind him, and he turned to see her, Katsuki, and another person, who was apparently shirtless, accompanying them, all walking up to them. "Ah, there you two are." Subaru turned to his side to see Ida walking up to him and Mineta, and greeted him with a wave. "DMN, guess I should have brought my tag along, too," he heard Katsuki remark, which got a snort out of him. "Did you get yours from the 0-pointer too?" "Yup. But get this." Uraraka threw hers at the thing. Subaru's gaze snapped to the girl in question, who now had a sheepish look on her face. "Why? Instead of actually answering the question, Uraraka turned to the new guy beside her. "You tell him." "Eh? Why me?" the new guy demanded, pointing to himself, but when Uraraka still refused to answer, alongside Subaru and the others continuing to stare at him expectantly, he finally deflated. "Okay, fine." He then promptly introduced himself as Kirishima Ijiro, with Subaru and the others giving him their own names, and then went on to explain how he saw Uraraka using her orbital momentum attack for most of the exam, and how he managed to convince her to actually throw him at the 0-pointer when it showed up. And because his quirk was apparently the ability to harden, that got a laugh out of Mineta, it meant that he pierced right through its head when she threw him and immediately shut it down. And when he messed up the landing, which Subaru could tell he didn't really think about, Uraraka ended up having to catch him. "I'm not gonna lie," Subaru began, turning to Uraraka after Kirishima was finished with his explanation. "While that does sound pretty cool, that easily could have led to him dying." Uraraka crossed her arms and puffed up her cheeks in response. "Well, excuse you, Mr. Full Cowl, it worked out in the end, didn't it?" "Yeah, I know," Subaru replied, resisting the urge to pinch his nose. "I'm not saying you shouldn't have done it, even though he kind of wanted to, but you really need to be careful about doing that with actual people going forward." Uraraka started, before she deflated with a sigh. "You're right. I could have killed him if I didn't get to him in time. But I kinda wanted to take that chance to do something really cool, you know." "Yeah, I can understand that," Subaru replied, stepping forward and patting the top of her head. "But if you're gonna put someone in that situation, then just make sure to do that with someone who can actually land on their own, yeah? Fine," Uraraka said, before half-heartedly swatting away his arm, prompting a chuckle out of him. "We should probably get going," Ida interjected, after having stayed silent the whole time. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I would seriously prefer to be in clean clothes if we're going to stand around and talk." Fair enough," Subaru conceded, before turning around and pointing in the direction of the locker rooms. "To the locker rooms, then, lady and gents." It didn't take very long, around 25 minutes or so, for everyone to shower and change back into their school uniforms, but as they continued making their way back to the school's entrance, Kirishima suggested they all hang out for a bit. However, Ida ended up declining, saying he already had plans to meet up with his brother at his agency in Hosu. "Oh, no worries," Subaru replied, pulling out his phone. "We can just add each other online then, and we can hang out some other time." Yes, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Once the two of them exchanged their line IDs, how the hell this app was still going after all this time was still mind-blowing. Ida split off from them with a wave when they reached UA's front gate, and walked towards a sleek, black car that was parked by the front of the school. "Guess he really is a rich kid," Katsuki commented, as they all watched the car drive off. "Well, yeah, he did say he came from an entire family of pros." Subaru actually wanted to ask Ida if he'd be willing to get him Ingenium's autograph, but even he had a bit too much pride to be asking for those kind of things. Even if he wasn't as much a diehard hero fan like a lot of other people, just the thought of having something a lot of them would be willing to pay good money for was somewhat appealing to his teenager-level brain. "So anyone up for getting some ramen?" 6 days later. "Oh, so that's how Hidegami dies." "Dang," Subaru murmured, slowly nodding his head at the revelation. In the 100-something years since he originally disappeared from Chikyu, there was obviously a whole lot of stuff he missed out on. Actually scratch that, a lot didn't even begin to cover it. Anime adaptations. Entire new manga and light novel stories. Single-player video games and visual novels. Hell, even American cartoons and superhero movies. For a guy who was originally from the early 21st century, the possibilities for entertainment were endless, even after more than 10 years of combing through everything he could find. If it weren't for all the baggage of getting reissued with unfinished business and his current social and moral obligations, then he could very well see himself falling back to his old hikikomori lifestyle. Just now, he finally got around to finishing up the sequel to Jobless Reincarnation after forgetting the first one was even finished in the first place. Izuku. All of a sudden, there was a sudden bang. To his side as the door to his room was slammed open, the noise of which startled Subaru and caused him to drop the book he was reading. It's here. Huh? Oh, wait, it is. Subaru asked, finally noticing the white envelope his mother had in her hand. Gingerly, he took it from her and flipped it over to see a big red wax seal, with the letters U and A layered on top of each other. But what's more, he didn't feel the usual paper letter, but instead something hard and circular. Well? Inko prompted. Aren't you going to open it? Right. Moving over to his desk, Subaru pinched the top and bottom of the envelope near the end, before he gingerly ripped it open and let the object slide out onto the desk, revealing itself to be some kind of gray disc. And when he got a closer look at it, he saw a small button sticking out from the side, and immediately chose to press it, causing a light to sprout from the center of the disc. He didn't expect to hear the boisterous laugh of All Might, and the sight of him in his powered state and wearing a yellow pinstripe suit, instantly replacing the once silence of the room. You expected a written message, didn't you? Instead, I am here, but as a recording. Now, I bet you're wondering, why am I the one giving you this message? Well, I'm sure you already know the answer, but I'll get right to it. Subaru watched on as his mentor cleared his throat before looking back at the camera. Midoriya Izuku, he began. Because of your outstanding performance in the entrance exam here, he stopped talking, and the hologram screen transitioned to show what looked like a montage of Hun going around and taking out the various robots with full cowl. Okay, yeah, I guess I look pretty cool here, he had to admit. You've managed to earn yourself 53 villain points. This puts you in the overall top 15 scores, meaning you've definitely made it into the hero course. Good job. After that, All Might stopped speaking for what felt like several seconds, and for a moment, Subaru thought the recording was already finished. However, that's not all I have to tell you. All Might continued, raising a finger. The screen then transitioned to a fast-forwarded recording of him running towards Mineta and catching that thing of debris, and then him running towards the zero-pointer and pulling out its parts with those appendage things that came out of him. Because you saved several of your fellow examinees from certain injury and made the preemptive call to stop the zero-pointer, you've been awarded something we like to call rescue points. As the name clearly implies, you can only gain these by helping out other examinees avoid danger as it's about to happen, because what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't reward one of the most important parts of being a hero? As it happens, your efforts to stand by your heart even in a seemingly selfish environment has earned you. Drumroll, please. Here, an actual drumroll sound effect played, and the screen once again changed to a scoreboard. 50 rescue points. This brings your final score up to a whopping total of 103 points, bringing up to second place out of everyone in the practical entrance exam. And sure enough, there was his name, ID number, and all of the points he had gotten, all listed right below Katsuki's first place column and his own score of 74 villain points and 38 rescue points. And right below himself in third place was Uraraka's name, and her score of 41 villain points and 35 rescue points. Well done, Midoriya Shonen, All Might continued, with the screen cutting back to the man and him now clapping in applause. I look forward to seeing your growth at UA High School. He gave the camera a double thumbs up, before the screen promptly cut to black and the playback ended, leaving just a floating text box with the word replay, and two more boxes right below it labeled yes and no. You did it. Inko exclaimed behind Subaru, who felt her giving him a tight hug. We have to tell someone. I have to tell Mitsuki. We should celebrate. How do you feel about Katsudon? Is it too late for Katsudon? Didn't we just eat dinner? I'll just make it tomorrow, then, Inko replied, waving him off. But then we should have a party. We should invite your friends. I even saw Ochako-chan's name in the top 10 too. And the new ones you said you made at the exam, too. I wonder if we should also. Right. Best to just let her get it out of her system, Subaru mused, softly smiling and shaking his head in amusement at his mother's antics. If he had to be honest, even he wanted to raise his fist in the air and yell out a "Yatta," but that would have just woken the neighbors up. Turning back to his desk, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone to text his friends about their own scores, but when he turned it on, the sight of a notification banner at the top of his lock screen and its subsequent message caused him to frown at what it said. Yagi Tashinori, we need to talk. How soon can we meet at Takoba Beach, all three of you? Yagi Tashinori, we need to talk. How soon can we meet at Takoba Beach, all three of you? Oh, by the way, Izuku, what was that thing you did in the video? Huh? Subaru turned around and looked back at his mother, before he remembered what he saw in the video. Oh, that rope thing? I don't know. That's something I need to talk to Yagi-sensei about. Says he wants to talk to me and the others as soon as possible. He waved his phone at her, but immediately paused when he felt the phone buzz twice, and looked down to see Katsuki's and Uraraka's replies in their shared group chat. Actually, I think we're meeting right now. Well, just make sure not to stay out too early, Inko replied, walking back to the kitchen. Future #1 hero or not, don't forget you still have school tomorrow. Yeah. With a sigh, Subaru stood up and walked over to his dresser and put on a random jacket and a pair of socks, then made his way to the living room and slipped on his shoes. After making sure he had his phone and apartment key on him, he opened the door, and was greeted with a gust of wind that felt refreshing. I'll be back soon, he called out behind him, before closing the door, locking it, and started walking out of the apartment complex. In all honesty, he wouldn't really have liked it if Inko did end up going with him. Yes, he loved his second mother and thought the transparency when it came to his one-for-all training was ultimately a good move, meaning he intellectually shouldn't care too much if she wanted to come along, but just the idea of having to be essentially chaperoned by her was telling his teenage masculine pride otherwise. 10 minutes of walking later, Subaru finally arrived at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, and shared a silent wave with Katsuki and Uraraka as they arrived, and he turned to see All Might a fair distance away from the stairs, who was currently waving them over. Once they were all standing together, the man clasped his hands together and started speaking. First of all, I would just like to say congratulations to the three of you for getting into the hero course. After a chorus of thank yous from Subaru and the others, he continued. Now obviously, it's only going to get harder from here. You already know UA is the top hero school in this part of the world, and you'll end up being pushed to your limits even more than the entrance exams, but you still have quite a ways to go before then. Getting in is something to celebrate, of course, but don't forget you still have to finish middle school first. And therefore, we should put off the training until after we graduate, Katsuki commented. All Might snapped his fingers and pointed at him. Yes, thank you, Bakugo Shonen. I was just about to say that. After that, a silence had started to settle throughout the group for a moment, before he cleared his throat. But beyond that, there's something else that needs discussing. You mean that thing I did during the practical, Subaru said, nodding in understanding. Huh? What thing? Ochako asked. Wait, are you talking about a one-for-all thing? All Might's gaze turned back to Subaru. You didn't tell them yet? Subaru shrugged. I figured I'd see what you thought of it first, but you haven't picked up at all this week. Ah, right. My bad on that one, All Might replied, reaching a hand to the back of his neck and rubbing it sheepishly. The headmaster likes to maintain absolute confidentiality when it comes to grading the exams. Anyway, he pulled out his phone and motioned for everyone to come closer. Take a look at what happens with Midoriya Shonen here. He tapped on the opaque play button on the screen, and the video started showing a slowed-down recording of Subaru's dismantling the inside of the Zero-Pointer's head. It even looked like the same angle from the one the acceptance hologram showed, even up to the point where Mineta and Ida stepped in to catch him and break his fall. Doesn't that make 3 quirks now? Uraraka murmured. I don't know if I should feel jealous right now. Katsuki hummed in agreement, and Subaru couldn't help but awkwardly chuckle. Well, in my defense, he began. I didn't think suddenly sprouting an extra quirk was part of the job offer. That's true, it wasn't supposed to be, All Might interjected. In all the time I've had one for all, I've only ever had access to the power stockpile, so this is completely uncharted territory. Regardless, I feel like that's something you'll have to ask my Shursho about, Midoriya Shonen. Silence was all Subaru could give in response as he stared at the man incredulously at his words. You have met her, right? Subaru clenched his teeth once, and resisted the urge to run his hand down the side of his face in annoyance. This wasn't how I wanted it to get out, but yeah, we've met. All Might let out another awkward sorry, but Subaru just waved him off. He guessed it was on him for putting off that conversation, and it wasn't like he intended on keeping this a secret when they already knew about one for all in the first place. Hold on, what do you mean, her? Katsuki suddenly asked, turning to him. What's he talking about? Subaru started. So you know how one for all stockpiles energy? Yeah? Okay, so it turns out that every time it gets passed on from person to person, there's a part of them that gets, kinda, left behind, and when I passed out after getting one for all, he ignored Uraraka's sudden, wait what, comment. I woke up in some place, I think she called it my mindscape, and we talked for a bit before I woke up. All Might nodded. I distinctly remember meeting N, the 6th user, when I inherited the quirk, but it didn't happen until after I already fell asleep. His expression then turned pensive as he put a hand to his chin. Could it be because of the stockpile, I wonder? Before Subaru or anyone else could respond, however, All Might continued. In the meantime, I'll do what I can to look into what exactly happened to you there, but for now, just focus on passing your exams. I'll get you 3 back up to speed before you start UA, though, don't worry. Wouldn't be much point in becoming a teacher there if I've already neglected the students I have right now, is there? Wait, you're gonna be a teacher at UA, Yagi-sensei? Uraraka exclaimed. Yes. I am. All Might replied, suddenly striking a pose and pointing downwards. Now I won't tell you exactly which class I'll be teaching, gotta have some surprises, but I'll still be watching over you 3 as I start to transition into fully retiring. But anyway, it's getting late now, and you have school tomorrow, no? We should call it a night, then. I'll see you kids again once you're done with your next exams. I know you never directly said it to my face, but I could tell you and a lot of the others thought of me as some kind of tactical genius. That couldn't be further from the truth. From when I first asked you to help with Elsa, and everything that went on at Priestella, everything you saw me do was never something I came up with on the spot, as much as it looked like it. You, Emilia, and the others had the real power to make true change. I was just the guy who had to die over and over again just to learn from my mistakes. But I have power now. It's almost too good to be true, but I'm no longer so weak I have to rely on everyone around me to do the heavy lifting. But a lot of times, I have to be constantly aware of just how much I can hurt everyone I care about if I'm not careful. To be honest, I think I finally understand just what you had to go through to restrain yourself, even with all your cheat-level divine protections. You're still one of the greatest friends I've ever had, Reinhard. A lot of times I think about how you'd react to Japan's superhero society, and how things could have changed if I had this power when we first met. Am I really alone here, or am I just the only one who remembers? March. Before Subaru knew it, 2 weeks had already passed since he got accepted into UA, and true to All Might's words, their daily training sessions had stopped for the moment as he and his friends geared up for middle school final exams. While Subaru's leftover reincarnated knowledge and Katsuki's natural genius meant they'd be fine, Uraraka didn't have any such advantage, so they still ended up helping her study every day after school. But today wasn't about the intricacies of Japanese literature, complex English words, or seemingly impossible math equations. No, it was something arguably much worse. Today was March 14th, or more specifically, White Day. The companion holiday to Valentine's Day, where if you were a boy and given chocolate or candy, then you had a social, and probably moral, obligation to return the favor a month later. It was a no-brainer to say that boys his age would jump at the chance of getting chocolates from girls and giving back to them. If it weren't for the fact that Subaru had gotten chocolates on Valentine's Day his entire time in middle school. 3 times he walked into the classroom on February 14th, and 3 times he'd find a relatively sizable pile of heart-shaped boxes and clear bags of candy or pastries. He always went up to each girl and thanked them. Don't get him wrong, it was extremely rude to just ignore their efforts, and if he was the type of guy to keep to himself, then he wouldn't have been given anything in the first place, so it was the least he could do to at least respond to their feelings, even if it made him feel bad to see disappointed and heartbroken reactions for the 3rd time in a row. Like all the other times he'd been confessed to. Man, he couldn't wait to leave this school. This year should have been no different, but for the first time, he actually ended up getting chocolates for purely platonic reasons. Oh yeah, by the way, I made some cookies for you guys. I wanted to thank you for everything this past year. Uraraka Ochako reminded him of no one, really. Subaru had spent years searching for any signs of any one of the people he knew having been reincarnated alongside him, and with Uraraka, there was just nothing he could find that clearly screamed, "I come from another world." If her reactions regarding anything SEC-related were anything to go by. Regardless, she was someone he could actually have an enjoyable time with. Which brought them to today, where he was currently trying to figure out how to properly give her his response gift, in the park near the school. "Psst, Katsuki," Subaru whispered, sidling over to the other boy. "What did you get?" "Eh? A thing of white chocolate. What else was I gonna give her?" "And what did you get her?" "Oh, Removing his backpack and setting it down on the bench, he opened the zipper and reached into it and pulled out a nondescript magenta-colored box. He then opened the lid and showed what was inside to Katsuki, who ended up giving him a look in response, but whatever that face was supposed to be, he didn't know. What?" Subaru asked, confused. Katsuki continued staring at him for another few moments, before he ultimately shook his head. "Never mind. Yeah, that's a pretty good one you picked out. How much did you pay for that?" "Wasn't too much, only, like, 3,000 yen, Subaru replied, closing the lid and placing it on the bench and sitting down next to Katsuki. For the next several minutes or so, The two of them continued to just sit in relative silence, as guys their age normally do, with Subaru taking a deep breath as he took in the sight of the other people in the park doing their own things. "Ah, sorry about that," a feminine voice suddenly called out somewhere to his left, and Subaru turned to see Uraraka jogging up to them. "Helping out Hikiyama-sensei took a bit longer than I thought." "Not like we had anything else to do," Katsuki replied, before he stood up and handed her a clear plastic bag. "Here. For last month." "Oh." Uraraka gingerly took the offered bag and lifted it close to her face. "You really didn't have to, but thank you. Did you make the brownies yourself?" "Yup." Another half-second of silence passed before she turned her gaze in Subaru's direction, and he realized it was his cue to give her his own gift. "I, also wanted to give you something," he began, picking up the box next to him. "But I'm also no good at making desserts, so I got you this." He held out the box to her with both hands. Uraraka smiled. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun," she replied, accepting the box, and Subaru watched as her eyes widened when she saw what was inside. "Eh? You got mochi? And it looks like the expensive kind, too." She hovered her hand over the box for a few seconds, before she slowly plucked out one of the mochi ball and took a bite. Oishi. Just her expression alone could have lit up the entire park, with the way her eyes widened and her mouth threatening to break into a grin as she eagerly finished the rice cake and immediately going for another one. Subaru, on his part, also couldn't help but smile at her reaction, and noted with satisfaction how it was money well spent. But seriously, though even with Inko's job and Hisashi's ever-dwindling life insurance payout, spending that much money when he still didn't even have a part-time job yet was not an easy decision to make. "Here. You try one." Without so much as a warning, Subaru suddenly found himself deprived of the ability to speak as Uraraka unceremoniously shoved one of the mochi cakes in his mouth. The hell? He could only blink in reaction as it took him a second hand to process what just happened, before his hand finally moved to his mouth, but instead of actually spitting out the thing and telling her off for doing that like he intended, he suddenly paused. "Hold on." He bit down on the mochi, and his eyebrows shot up as the flavors of the pastry burst open in his mouth, and he chewed twice, then 3 times, and then continued to just keep chewing because yes, it really was that good. Finally swallowing it, he let out a bit of a satisfied sigh as he exhaled, before he moved to, "Never in my life have I third-wheeled as hard as I did just now." Katsuki's sudden comment caused him to snap his gaze towards the other boy, and was met with the sight of Uraraka slapping his arm, her face now overcome with hues of reddish pink where her cheeks used to be. "Don't say things like that," she hissed, before she turned back to Subaru and bowed slightly to him. "I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that." "No, it's fine, really." Subaru replied, waving his hands in front of himself. "But, please don't do that again? I don't know what came over me there. Again, I'm sorry." Next to her, Katsuki barked out a laugh as he grinned and even winked at Subaru, who decided to respond by slapping him upside the head with invisible providence, shaking his head as his mouth cracked a slight smile. "April. Do you have everything? Can you check one more time, just to make sure?" Subaru resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he turned to his mother. "I've already triple-checked before I walked out of my room, and I even took the time to put everything together right before I went to bed. I have everything, don't worry." Turning back to face the large mirror in the bathroom, he finished tying the bright red necktie and donned his blazer, before giving his reflection a final once-over. After a month of relatively moderate studying, semi-grueling exam-taking, and then continuing Quirk training with all might, the first day of UA high school finally came, and Subaru couldn't help but admire how he looked wearing the school uniform. But it was also at this moment that the image of a blue blazer, black hair, and intimidating eyes flashed in his mind's eye, causing him to close his eyes and inhale deeply through his nose. After so long, he was finally about to start high school again. This time around, he was going to make sure to make the most out of it. It had been, 17 years since he first stopped going to high school? The difference between Natsuki Subaru's and Midoriya Izuku's lives were obviously huge, but now that he really thought about it, his original motivations for becoming a hikikomori in the first place seemed so far away and so insignificant compared to everything else he had ended up going through after. But still, he wouldn't have ever gotten to this point, of truly starting to pick up where he originally left off, if he never felt those overwhelming and discouraging feelings of inadequacy that he did then. So as much of a pain as it was to think about it, he couldn't just forget the root cause of his lives being changed forever. After another moment or so of reminiscing, Subaru finally opened his eyes and walked out into the living room, and joined his mother at the dining table to eat the breakfast of thick toast topped with an egg and bacon she made for him, and idly chewed on it as he browsed the internet on his phone. Some 10 minutes later, he then stood up and placed his empty dishes in the sink. I need to get going now, he said, picking up his backpack off the floor and slipping it on. He then made his way over to the front door and bent down to put his shoes on. But when he stood back up and placed his hand on the doorknob, he was suddenly stopped by a single word. Wait! Subaru immediately moved his hand away at the sudden command, and as he turned around, he was met with the sight of his mother moving closer and wrapping her arms around him. Never forget how proud I am to have you as my son, Inko whispered. I know your father would be, too. Subaru smiled at her as he returned the hug. Thanks, Mom. He moved to open the door, and as he was about to step out, he turned back around and waved at her. Itakimesu. Itaras hi. With that, Subaru stepped out and closed the door behind him, and as he made his way down the stairs and out of the building, he noticed the figures that were Bakugo Katsuki and Uraraka Ochako, waiting just outside. With a quick exchange of good mornings between the three of them, they all headed out towards UA, eager to start this next chapter in their lives. As he and his friends reached the large, open gate that was UA High School's front entrance, Subaru noticed the familiar set of purple ball that made up one Mineta Minoru's hair just ahead of them, which gave him the idea to cup his hands around his mouth and take a deep breath. Yo! Mineta! The boy in question turned around at the sound of his name, and Subaru noticed how his face visibly lit up in recognition, even stopping to wave at them as they continued walking through the gate. Morning, guys, Mineta greeted, as he craned his neck somewhat. Is Ida with you? He told me he was gonna meet us on the way, but I haven't seen him. Nah, he's not, but knowing him, he's probably already sitting at a desk, Katsuki said, which got a snort out of everyone present. It wasn't exactly a secret he was one of those really uptight hardcore students, what with his whole pro-hero upbringing and the high-class middle school he came from. But still, it's so crazy how we all got into the same class, Uraraka remarked, and Subaru hummed in agreement at her words. As it turned out, the bulky hologram disc that was his acceptance to UA actually did come with a written letter, neatly folded and tucked inside the envelope he very nearly threw away by mistake. It even contained all the usual spiel that came with high school or university acceptance letters with the headmaster's signature, and it even listed which class he was put in. In normal high schools, or at least the one he originally went to as Natsuki Subaru, during the old days, the way you found out what class you were in was by actually going to the school and taking a look at the large board posted outside and seeing where your name was, if you even got in, that was, but that just wasn't logically feasible when you took into account the sheer amount of people who applied for UA and even other hero schools around the country. But within the 36 people who got into UA's hero course out of the hundreds who took the entrance exams, Subaru and his friends, this included Ida, Mineta, and Kirishima, had not only gotten into said course, but also in the same class. All 6 of them. Into Class 1A. There was a universal saying, if it sounds too good, then it probably is. Was it really a coincidence, or a deliberate action? Subaru definitely didn't know the first thing about how probability worked, but even he knew just how unlikely it was for 3 students from the same middle school and the people they met in the entrance exams all getting into the same heroics class, even if there weren't a lot of people who got into the hero course in the first place. So based on this, the only likely conclusion was that someone was directly responsible. But why? At first, he thought All Might had something to do with it, but when he confronted the man about it, all he had to say was that none of teachers, except for maybe the ones who had homeroom, had any say over exactly where they got placed. Their only real job during the entrance exams was keeping track of who got how many points, and whether or not they actually made it into the hero course or general education. Ultimately, though, did Subaru really care about this? Not really. No, it at least made it easier and more fun, being able to go to hero school with his friends by his side, being there every step of the way. If Nizu had some kind of motive because he knew about One for All or something like that, if the rumors about his intelligence were anything to go by, then who was he to start complaining? If anything, this was for future him to worry about. With the size of the school's campus, it still took another 10 or so minutes before Subaru and everyone made it to the actual 1A classroom, having had to cross the distance to the 4 large skyscraper-like buildings that connected to each other via built-in bridges, identifying the right building for their year, and then taking the elevator to the top floor where the hero course was located at. And when they finally found the room that was marked with a large 1A on the door, Subaru watched as Uraraka opened the door, and after took a peek into the nearly full classroom, was met with the sight of one Ida Tenya standing up making his way over to them. "There you all are," he exclaimed, stopping just right in front of them. "I was starting to get worried there." "Good morning to you too, Ida-kun," Uraraka replied, giving him a wave. "We're really in the hero course now, huh? I almost couldn't sleep, 'cause I was so excited for today." Yes, I have to agree with you there. I even had to drink quite a bit of chamomile tea just to be able to sleep, myself. Oh, by the way, did you hear about the... Subaru started tuning out Uraraka and Ida as they got further in their conversation, and turned his attention towards the collection of desks at the left side of the room, and the assortment of teenagers sitting in them. Almost all of the desks were filled, but he could see a few of them still vacant. If he remembered correctly, his and Minetta's seats were behind that black-haired girl at the very far left side of the room. And speaking of classmates, for obvious reasons, most, if not all of them, were staring at him and his friends because they were the last people to come in, but in the second row of seats, he even noticed a blonde-haired boy. "Hey, it's that Pikachu-looking guy," whispering to Kirishima Ijiro. He'd recognize that bright red hair anywhere, who was grinning and giving them an enthusiastic wave from where he was sitting, to which Subaru waved back in return. "Hey!" Subaru turned his head towards the sudden noise, and saw a girl with pink skin and hair, she even had horns, too, move towards where he and the others were standing with her hands on her hips and walking in a kind of stomping motion. For a second there, he thought she was talking to him, but when she ended up walking right past him, he turned to see her stop right in Katsuki's face. "Don't you know how rude it is to ignore people? I've been trying to get your attention for the past couple minutes, now." Katsuki stepped back as soon as the girl's face came inches away from his own, and even had his arms raised in a non-threatening gesture. Without moving his head, his eyes briefly connected with Subaru's, where he could probably make out an expression that said, "Help me," but all he gave him in response was his own expression that he tried to mean, "The hell do you want me to do?" He watched as Katsuki turned back to face the girl. "Sorry about that? I thought you were trying to get someone else's attention. You're from the practical, right?" The pink-haired girl continued to glare at him for another moment or so, before she ultimately sighed and stepped back. "Whatever. Yeah, I am. You're Bakugo Katsuki, right? I'm Ashido Mina. Nice to meet ya, I guess." She offered her hand out to him, and Subaru watched in amusement as Katsuki tentatively shook it. "Yeah, nice to meet you, too," he replied, before his face took on a quizzical expression. "Wait, how'd you figure out my name?" "Well, it's not every day you meet someone who just one-shots the zero-pointer and then sit down." "Oi." The sudden interruption of a foreign voice caused Subaru's skin to jump, not that he visibly reacted, or anything, as he and everyone around him turned to see a disheveled-looking man standing just behind the doorway, who was giving them a look of clear disappointment, if the perpetual tiredness in his eyes was anything to go by, and as he moved closer into the classroom, he yanked his right arm towards himself to reveal something bright and yellow in his hand. Was that a sleeping bag? 10 seconds. It took you all 10 seconds to quiet down, the man continued. That's frankly terrible. Not the worst I've ever seen, but it's still terrible. Next time, I shouldn't have to stand there and wait for so long. He breathed in and opened his mouth like he wanted to continue, but instead ultimately sighed. Anyway, he unzipped the apparent sleeping bag he had been dragging and reached in to pull out a blue t-shirt with the white letters U and A printed along the torso. "My name's Aizawa Shota, and starting today, I'm your homeroom teacher. If you look in your desks, you'll find your PE uniforms, so go change into those and meet me out on the sports field, stat." With that, he immediately turned around and left the room, and after several moments of silent disbelief among probably everyone else in the room, they started scrambling and reaching into their desks, and sure enough, many of them were pulling out uniforms of their own, prompting Subaru and the others by the door to start quickly making their way towards their desks. The conversations on the way to the locker rooms as the entirety of Class 1A hurried to get there quickly were somewhat muted, and while Subaru overheard how several of his classmates sounded confused or even outright excited at doing something like this, he was only focused on one thought coursing through his mind. Why would he carry a PE uniform around in a sleeping bag, of all places? 20 minutes later. But what about the entrance ceremony, or the student orientation? Aren't we going to those? Uraraka asked. Yeah, I don't care about that, Aizawa replied, as he casually started applying eye drops from where he was standing. Not like they matter, anyway us UA teachers are allowed to teach you however we want, so long as we actually do our job to turn you into heroes. You can find out how to be a student here in your own time, anyway. Subaru's eyebrows shot up in surprise at the man's response. Okay, to be honest, he didn't really know what he was expecting when they were all told to get changed as soon as possible and meet him out here, but now that he thought about it, it did kind of make sense. Pro-hero high schools were basically child soldier training camps, but with how specialized quirks were, you couldn't exactly treat it like it was a performing arts school. God, his 21st century morals really have gone out the window, haven't they? And this isn't like those physical aptitude tests you had in middle school, Aizawa continued, as he walked over to a small red wagon nearby and picked up a ball, before turning to face the crowd. Bakugo. He nodded and tossed the ball over to Katsuki, who easily caught it. You got first place in the exam, so you're going up first. You've obviously thrown a softball before, but this time, I want you to try doing it with your quirk. Subaru caught a glimpse of the incredulous look on Katsuki's face as he walked over to the spot Aizawa directed him to. Wait, for real? I can do that? Do whatever you want, so long as you don't leave that circle, Aizawa replied, nodding. All you need to do on your part is make sure not to hold back. Well, if you say so. Several seconds passed as Katsuki proceeded to stretch his arms and torso, before he drew his arm back and finally hurled the ball with a literal explosive force. Boom! The resulting explosion from Katsuki using his quirk ended up causing several of Subaru's classmates to audibly yelp in alarm, Mineta being one of them, but as the ball very quickly disappeared from view, a tentative silence spread throughout the class as he also kept his eyes on Aizawa, who was currently looking down at the phone in his hand. Eventually, a faint beep broke the silence, and he turned his gaze towards the crowd. 705.2 meters. Several gasps rang throughout the area as more and more people started whispering to each other in excitement. To think we can go all out like this. U.A.S even better than I thought. Oh wow, this looks like so much fun. Yeah, I don't think my quirk's gonna work for this one. Even if this really was just a run-of-the-mill physical fitness assessment, the fact that they were doing this with their quirks was enough to get even Subaru a bit excited. Was it because he could probably let loose a little when he thought it'd be an extremely formal and boring first day of school? Or was it because he wanted to show off in front of everyone? Come to think of it, hadn't he heard the name Aizawa? What did you say? Right as he heard the man in question hiss those words out, Subaru's eyes immediately darted to where the teacher was suddenly standing in front of Ashido, somehow having disappeared and reappeared in front of Ashido. How did he move that fast? He could even visibly see the moment the air around everyone, but especially from Aizawa, immediately became overcome with an extreme amount of tension as Aizawa stared Ashido down, his face and body unmoving. I want you to repeat what you just said, the man continued. Ashido was now starting to visibly squirm under his glare. It looks fun, sensei? Subaru almost winced from hearing that was really not what the guy looked like he wanted to hear from her, especially with the look on his face. Aizawa continued to stare Ashido down for several more moments. Until he finally looked away, turning away from her and out towards everyone else in the crowd. Listen up, everyone. You may all be new to this, but make no mistake, I won't tolerate any slacking off in this class, so if you think you have the time to be having fun instead of training to become a pro hero, then. Whoever scores last by the end of today is expelled. Subaru blinked at the sudden declaration. Wait, was he allowed to do that? Surely not. But you can't do that. Uraraka cried in protest. There's no way you're allowed to do that, and it's only the first day. Several other students even chimed in their agreements, and he could overhear some others wondering if the headmaster would allow this to happen. And who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? Aizawa immediately retorted, rounding on her. Are you telling me I don't know how to do my job? Do you know what happens once you stop caring about doing everything you can out in the field? How many deaths are you willing to have on your conscience because of your selfish negligence? As he uttered each sentence, Aizawa moved forward and invaded more of Uraraka's personal space, until his face was less than a few feet away from hers. Subaru watched as she stayed unmoving and even tried to match the man's glare with her own, but as he noticed the very slight signs of fear beginning to seep into her eyes, he felt a sudden burst of anger fill his being as his eyes went back to Aizawa, even having the urge to step in and intervene. But almost as quickly as the feelings came, the man ultimately turned away and stepped back, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, before he opened them and continued speaking. You're right. This is only the first day, and it's unreasonable for me to put this burden on all of you. But guess what? This is what you signed up for. The school motto is, Go Beyond, plus Ultra, and last I checked, you're all in this school now. So I intend to deliver all of that and more as your teacher. It's not only my job to guide you through everything UA throws at you, but also to make sure you understand everything that comes with the job. He sighed and rubbed his eyes for a moment. Every single day, there are more children born than there are people who die. And every day, there are more villains who sprout up and decide to wreak havoc than there are heroes to stop them. All Might's done a lot to mitigate that, but he's still just one guy. At the end of the day, it falls to everyone who has the ability to make a difference. Just a single moment of hesitation can lead to not just the villain getting away, but also any civilians you're trying to rescue in large accidents or natural disasters succumbing to the environment or their injuries. Aizawa turned back around and walked to the wagon, leaning down to pick up another ball. By the end of today, whether I decide to expel you or not, I want you to really think about whether or not you really want to be in the hero course. Oh, and Ashido? You're up next. He tossed the ball over to the aforementioned girl, whose hands fumbled with it as she tried not to drop it after catching it unceremoniously, before she, too, walked over to the pitching area. And now Midoriya. With a nod, Subaru stepped forward and effortlessly caught the softball thrown to him with one hand, before making his way to the pitching area, a white circle drawn out on the dirt ground, with 2 lines marked with several notches protruding from the front, most likely to measure distance by the half-meter. As he stepped into the circle, he started weighing the ball in his hands, repeatedly tossing it up slightly and catching it while thinking of how to go about this. Even if his current limit with one for all, full cowl went up from 20 to somewhere around 23 to 25%, it still didn't mean his score would get anywhere near Katsuki's, and that wasn't even mentioning Uraraka's own score of infinity. Well, he could try to use the full 100%, but the intrusive thought was just that, intrusive. He'd never actually try to use OFA at its full power here, what with the extremely high risk of breaking a bone, or something like that, but there was certainly a fair amount of pressure on him to perform and make his mark on the class, so to speak. But any and all worries he had about this Quirk aptitude test were purely competitive, because he also had to be real here. There was quite literally zero chance he'd end up getting last place. When his competition included a guy who could talk to animals, another guy who shot lasers from his midriff, and a girl whose only ability was being invisible, he was mainly worried about one of them placing last, and he kind of felt bad about that when his power had been handed to him on a silver platter. Any day now, Midoriya, Aizawa suddenly said, his voice breaking Subaru away from his musing. Ah, sorry, sensei, he replied, as he finally moved his leg and back and dropped into a throwing, and then drawing his right arm back. With just a thought, he was immediately enveloped in the green electricity of full cowl, and when the low heat of the quirk spreading throughout his body reached its peak, he threw his arm forward with a scream of 3 letters. EMS. Emiliatan Maji Sirioku. EMS. The feelings for his first love had never gone away, and never will, if he had anything to say about it. Emilia had been a constant source of strength for him in the other world, and always would be, even if he knew deep in his heart that he would probably never see her again. With a resounding whoosh that spread throughout the field, the softball went sailing through the air, and while it wasn't nearly as impressive as Katsuki's example, Subaru knew that this was everything he could put in at this moment, and that he definitely still had a long way to go. Turning to Aizawa, he watched as the man stared down at his phone, and after several moments, eventually turned it around and showed him the results. 564.24 m. Good job, he said, giving Subaru a small nod, before turning to the rest of the class, and he could see his friends giving him smiles and thumbs-ups, but also several others staring at him intently. That's everyone done for the softball throw, so now we'll be going to the running track to measure your time for the 50-meter dash. Follow me. Bang! As soon as the gunshot went off, Subaru bolted forward with full cowl, using the boost from the quirk amplifying his initial stride from his runner's position, and immediately left his opponent in the dust. Without hesitation, he kept running towards the finish line, and even spared a glance behind him to see the figure not even having been a quarter of the way through yet. Because the power stockpile of one for all granted him super speed, sorry, Ida ended up stealing your niche, too, alongside the super strength and whatever the hell he did during the entrance exam. He initially thought it'd be like everyone else moving at slow motion like how a lot of old comic books and movies made it out to be, but in reality, it wasn't really that at all. The best comparison he could think of would be like how with shooting games or playing an instrument, you could have enough cognitive and fine-tuned muscle memory to the point where you could do a really fast motion and still be accurate. And so while he was able to think and move much faster, he was still seeing everything move in real time, with none of it ever seeming to slow down, if that made sense. As he crossed through the finish line of the running track and past the robot standing by both sides, Subaru slowly came to a stop, before releasing his hold on full cowl altogether. 1.08 seconds, the robot behind him chirped, and he couldn't help but let out a low whistle from hearing the time. He then turned around just in time to see Katsuki finish, and watched as the other boy ceased the constant explosions that were propelling him forward, slowing to a stop right ahead of Subaru. Okay, I already knew you're way faster, but DMN, I was basically a snail there. Subaru chuckled. That kinda sounds like a you problem. Whatever. You're lucky we're friends, Katsuki replied with a shake of his head, before he lightly punched Subaru's shoulder and started jogging away. I'm gonna go get some water. Having now found himself without someone to talk to, Subaru checked the crowd of his classmates for his friends, but between seeing just about everyone staring at him slack-jawed and noticing one Ashido Mina waving at him enthusiastically, he decided to just go for the latter, walking over to the girl. "Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna be topping that anytime soon," she began, as he stopped right in front of her. "1 second you were at the starting line, and then," she made a noise that sounded like a whispered "Kiu," and a gesture of a fast sweeping motion with her arm, "you were on the other side, just like that. That was, like, pretty insane." "Ah, thanks," Subaru replied, as he sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his neck. He really wasn't going to be getting used to getting all this praise anytime soon. Or even for physically being one of the strongest people he knew. Say, just how fast could he blitz the Bowel Hunter with just 25%? Would that have overpowered her cheat-level regeneration? This was honestly getting increasingly more difficult to not let this go to his head. "So what exactly is your quirk?" Subaru looked back at Ashido, her question setting off more than a few alarm bells in his head. "What do you mean?" "Ijiro told me about it. He said you had telekinesis or something like that, but I'm pretty sure going all green and sparkly doesn't have anything to do with it." "Oh. That's because my quirk isn't actually telekinesis. Technically the truth. I thought it was that when I first got it, but I did some training for the entrance exam to get stronger, and then a lot of other stuff happened, so now I call it." His eyes darted throughout the crowd, from the small groups of people huddled together, until they finally settled on the purple ball that made up Mineta's head. "Energy cluster. As in my quirk is actually a versatile kind of energy my body can express in different ways." With the way he ended that last sentence as a question, Ashido just stared at him in response, looking like she didn't believe him a single bit. If that makes sense. "I'm just going off of what the doctor told me." Ashido simply continued staring at him for a moment, before she finally backed off and stepped back some. "Yeah, I guess it does. You must have been really surprised, finding out something you knew for years was actually a whole other thing the whole time. Not that I would know," she said with a chuckle. And with the silence that followed quickly becoming awkward, Subaru immediately understood why. Pink skin. Thin, yellow horns protruding from her head. Eyes that were almost entirely black with yellow irises. With her entire appearance being classified as part of the heteromorphic category, or more commonly, the mutant type, probably because of her skin changing to accommodate her quirk, Ashido had to have grown up with way more than her fair share of bullying, and he wasn't talking about the dumb, almost teasing kind. Hell, with those horns of hers, it absolutely would have been much worse for her in a Western country. The witch of envy has returned. Everyone run for your lives. Yeah. Not exactly a good look for Japan, in his eyes. Even when the country was more or less completely accepting of more foreigners moving to the country, there was still a whole lot of issues it still had to deal with, almost all of them being related to quirks, one way or another. If you plucked any other Japanese person from the 21st century society and exposed them to the hidden layers of the 22nd, they probably would have been left horrified and demanded to be sent back. But wait, this was getting awkward now, wasn't it? "Quick, Subaru, change the subject." "So, how do you know Kirishima?" he asked. "Oh, we're pretty close," Ashido replied nonchalantly. "We grew up in the same city, and we went to the same middle school, that kinda thing." "Oh, so like him and Katsuki, then." That made sense. But wait, if they knew each other for that long, then wouldn't they be? "Ashido. Aoyama. You're up next." Aizawa suddenly called out, interrupting Subaru's train of thought. "Well, duty calls," she said, clicking her tongue and giving him a two-fingered salute, before walking towards the running track. And as he was left alone once again, Subaru tried to remember what he had been thinking about, but couldn't seem to, no matter how much he tried. Might as well go look for Uraraka and the others in the meantime. As he watched Class 1A undergo the quirk-based aptitude tests Aizawa-kun was putting them through, Toshinori couldn't help but maybe be just a little proud of how easy of a time his three pupils were having through each one. Even though Uraraka Shoujo and Bakugo Shonen had showcased some of their potential with her ball throw's infinite score and his overall high consistency, they were still overshadowed by Midoriya Shonen. Okay, he knew that as their mentor, he shouldn't be so biased when he trained all three of them, but this was his successor, here could you blame him for having a favorite student? It wasn't like he was going to tell anyone, anyway. But after watching them handle the zero-pointer in their own ways, and then taking all top 3 spots in the practical entrance exam, he should seriously consider putting this on a resume somewhere. All Might, former symbol of peace, trainer of 3 of the next top heroes. Why are you here, Yagi? Toshinori's, depowered, thankfully, fingers dug into the corner of the wall he had been hiding behind, as he resisted the instinctive urge to jump at sound of Aizawa-kun's sudden voice behind him, because as a general, self-imposed rule, the number one hero and symbol of peace did not flinch. Nothing much, really, he lied smoothly, turning around to face the other man. I just wanted to see how you were doing with your class. But, did you really have to be so hard on them on the first day? Izuku was silent for a few moments, before he finally answered. I know Yamada told you about Shirakumo. He did, yes. Then you know why. It's for their own good every single year. I always see the newest first years with the same attitude. They think they're hot shit just because they got some points on an exam specifically tailored towards flashy combat quirks. If what I do can at least immediately tone their egos down, then it's worth any and all resentment they'll ever have for me. That was a compelling argument, Toshinori had to admit. Danger and risking one's life came with the job, of course, but a lot of the time, many new heroes were simply just unaware of their own mortality, with some even treating it as simple of a profession as the next. Granted, this was partly because of his own efforts to become a public symbol, but it was in the word hero, wasn't it? I'm guessing you're here about Midoriya, then, Izuku continued. The simple finality of his statement left no room for Toshinori to counter with an excuse, much as he wished otherwise. You got me, he admitted with a chuckle, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. I'll admit, I was rather curious about him myself. After the spectacular display, shitshow, that was Midoriya Shonen that very clearly looked nothing like short-range telekinesis or One for All's power stockpile, the headmaster ended up having to pull rank and threaten to stop the exam right then and there just to get everyone to calm down. But even then, there were still many who looked like they really wanted to know. It was very nearly a disaster, would probably have to be the biggest understatement of Toshinori's entire career as a pro hero. So now the secret his 7 predecessors had fought and literally died for in order to keep hidden was now at risk of being exposed to each and every one of his work colleagues, all because of a freak occurrence no one expected. First the injury, and now this. Where the hell did he go wrong to get this level of bad luck? Yeah, well, he still hasn't done anything like what he did with the zero-pointer, and I'm not exactly sure on what needs to be recreated for him to do it again, Izuku said, showing Toshinori some slowed-down footage of Midoriya Shonen and his now iconic full cowl blitzing through the 50-meter dash. And at this point, I don't think it'd be smart to force it out of him anytime soon. You have a point there, Toshinori replied, nodding. Even with a month of almost daily quirk practice before UA's start, there hadn't been any progress at all in getting Midoriya Shonen to reawaken his black tendrils, so there was obviously some sort of requirement that wasn't being met. But just what could it possibly be? Anyway, Toshinori audibly clasped his hands together as he started to walk back towards the teacher's office. I won't keep you from your class for any longer, so I'll leave you to it. Try not to make anyone cry now, all right? You're not the homeroom teacher here, Yagi. Toshinori simply laughed in response without turning around. True enough. With One for All, Subaru had almost zero chance of ever getting into the hero course with just the use of his authorities. But since he did actually have the quirk now, a part of himself was now feeling like it was unfair just how much of an easier time he was having compared to people who've always had their quirks, ever since they first got them at 4 or 5. But what exactly was the alternative here? Just taking the general education course and having to live a relatively normal life as a salaryman with maybe some vigilantism on the side? Hell no. He threw away any and all prospects of a normal life when he lacked the conviction to run away with Rem. Natsuki Subaru may have been extremely weak and needed to rely on return by death and convincing his friends to do things differently, but as Midoriya Izuku, he was, quite frankly, absolutely done with playing a support role. He had the ability to make actual change with One for All, and he couldn't get started on that without first making his mark in class today. And so for the rest of the aptitude tests, he continued to prove again and again just how much of child's play it was for. Subaru. After placing 3rd overall in the softball throw, blowing the entire rest of the competition out of the water in the 50-meter dash, he had half a mind to just go up to Aizawa and ask what else he had in store for them, as they moved on to the next test. The standing long jump? Easily cleared without so much as a sweat. The repeated side steps? Outdone only by Mineta, and by a fairly narrow margin. The guy just kept bouncing back and forth between 2 individual walls made by his quirk like a ping-pong ball in between the paddle and the table. Subaru with 25% was very fast, don't get him wrong, but there seemed to be a whole thing about Mineta's purple ball adding more and more energy for each bounce, meaning he very quickly got fast enough to go past Subaru's own speed. After everyone else finished that test, Aizawa then had the class go into the gym for a grip test. And looking back on it, that may have been when the problem started. Grip test. After walking over to the robot that was standing beside a yellow container, Subaru reached in and picked up one of the grip tests, an almost rectangular-looking piece of metal with its handle at the bottom being extended by 3 slightly exposed thick springs, the part you actually had to grip, haha, funny innuendo, and a small, blank screen right above it. He then made his way back to the part of the gym where his friends were standing, and was met with the sight of Uraraka and Mineta trying their damnedest to get a good score. "Come on," he heard her strain out, her face of nothing but pure, unadulterated determination contrasting with Mineta's silent but pretty comical, battle cry, face as he squatted and held the outer part of his own grip test with both of his hands. After another moment or so watching both of them strain, the two finally relaxed and took a look at their scores, and Subaru also made note of their different reactions. "Oh, nice, I got 33.9. Uraraka exclaimed in delight, her face lighting up. "Ah, man," Mineta also said at around the same time. "Didn't even get past 40. "I think that's quite an alright score, Mineta-kun," Ida told him consolingly. "You still have the other tests to prove yourself." He suddenly craned his neck in Subaru's direction as he finally noticed him walking up, and gave him a wave. "Ah, Midoriya-kun, have you gotten your score yet?" The others around him turned to look at Subaru, who waved back awkwardly in response. "No, but let me just." Only a moment passed as full cowl activated, and Subaru very gingerly held the test in his hands as he lifted it up to hold it near his chest. He even decided to wrap invisible providence around the handle for good measure, and once his hands had gotten to position, he gave it the tiniest of squeezes. 38.4 kilograms. "Okay, looking good so far. Just need to give it some more, now." 56.0 kilograms, 0.143 kg, 0.287 kg. The numbers continued to rise as Subaru slowly, in his point of view, at least, continued to force his hand to close, and at some point after the scale hit the 500 mark, the numbers it displayed started to climb increasingly faster and faster while he kept squeezing. A resounding metallic crunch sound emanated from his hand as he finally squeezed the handle with even more force. And it was here that his hand fully closed into a fist, not only completely compressing the handle in its entirety, but also completely crushing it like it was made out of cardboard. The rest of the grip test immediately dropped to the ground afterwards, and was now nothing but a broken mess whose screen continued to flash useless until it finally sputtered out of power. And given the sudden bout of silence throughout the entire gym, it didn't go anywhere near unnoticed. You just crushed it." The voice came from Kaminari Denki, who Subaru had seen walking by, but was now staring at him, his face nothing short of gobsmacked. "Well, sheet." For a split second, Subaru hoped the sound of him breaking the grip test didn't get very far beyond Kaminari and his friends, but the relatively small pit in his stomach grew exponentially larger as every single person in the gym had stopped what they were doing, and joining Kaminari in staring at him, their collective facial expressions being the same as his. Sorry about that." In his defense, he knew he definitely would have damaged the thing if he wasn't careful, but he genuinely wasn't expecting to actually break it, and so easily, too. His intention was to just get a high score in general and keep acing the other tests. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't actually tried to lower his output all before now, with this being the result. As soon as he figured out how to evenly distribute one for all in a small amount throughout his body, All Might had focused the majority of their training time in having him do various exercises and stress tests to increase his overall output. So because of what he was expected to face in the exam, there just wasn't a reason to start going backwards. The process was almost entirely power up until you can't, and then release when it became too much to handle. Ah, yes, the consequences of his actions. How he missed them. Midoriya. The sudden voice caused Subaru to immediately whirl around and come face to face with Aizawa Shota, who was now staring him down with a blank face. You broke it because you gripped it too hard, right? Yes, sensei. Aizawa's face turned thoughtful for a moment, before he brought the tablet in his hand up and started tapping on it. I'll just mark you with the highest score possible. By the way, it doesn't matter to me if you destroy all the equipment, as long as you continue to take this seriously like you have been. Subaru, who was still holding the crushed handle in his hand, nodded gratefully at the man. I understand. Thank you, sensei. Aizawa gave him a nod of his own before he started walking away, but not before calling out to everyone who was still just staring at him. All of you, get a move on. I'll end up failing all of you for this part if I don't immediately start seeing you using your grip tests. Distance run. Is he? Yes. Yes he is. After yet another display of watching Izuku breeze through the tests that took place after the grip test, nothing but a green blur during the timed push-ups and sit-ups, Aizawa told them they only had one left to do a timed distance run. All they had to do this time was just run around the track a few times, and then the robot at the end would record everyone's time. Should be pretty simple, right? That sentence didn't even begin to show just how much of an understatement that was for Izuku. Right as the blank gunshot went off for everyone to start running, Katsuki and the others in 1A was treated to the sight of Izuku immediately getting wrapped in his full cowl green lightning and then already getting halfway through the first lap before anyone else so much as rounded the corner. Sure, Ida and Yaoyorozu were still the fastest behind him, they couldn't even compare to the absolute unfairness that was Midoriya Izuku with All Might's Quirk. Right before they all got to the track, it was obvious that everyone was already more than well aware of just how effortless it looked for him to be quite literally blitzing through basically all the tests, but while Katsuki could only stare on as Izuku finished the final lap, with the robot at the start-finish line behind him yelling out a 32.4 seconds, it felt like every single thing he saw him do before now didn't compare to what just happened before his eyes. Man. Kirishima said next to him with a sigh. Is it a bad time to be jealous of Midoriya? How do you think I feel? Mineta replied somewhere behind him. Katsuki couldn't help but snort. To be honest, this sheet was already well past ridiculous. What was next, him getting some kind of henshin? But good for him, he supposed. Katsuki himself knew at an intellectual level he was talented, but he had always been completely overshadowed by his best friend when it came to school and all that academic stuff. He'd, probably, never tell him, but he actually took a fair amount of pride in the fact that he had the better quirk. It would've, should've, meant they were destined for different careers, but that changed when Izuku got picked to be All Might's successor and even getting the man's quirk passed over to him. Katsuki had every right to be jealous here. And more than a small part of him actually was, after everything he saw today. His best friend quite literally immediately showed himself off as the top dog of the class, and he couldn't help but feel increasingly left behind. After all, how were you supposed to catch up in power to a quirk that was literally made to stockpile it? It was all he could do now to hope all that power wouldn't go to Izuku's head. When all was said and done and the last person finished the distance run, Aizawa announced they were finally done with the quirk aptitude test, even giving them a couple minutes to rest before he showed them the results. Not that Subaru needed it, really. With the tap of a finger on his tablet, he held the device out with the screen facing upwards, and a light shot out from it to display the hologram of a scoreboard. As his eyes immediately flicked to the top left area on the board, and he processed the characters shown on display, he finally raised his eyebrows in mild shock when he realized that yes, it really was his own name occupying the number 1 spot, clear as day, with the names of Yaoyorozu Momo and Todoroki Shoto taking the 2nd and 3rd spots. Okay, he knew he was having way too much of an easy time during these tests, but still, he didn't actually think he'd end up being the best out of everyone else in the class. Well, if he really had to think about it, the times he only ever got outdone was during the ball throw by Katsuki, the sidesteps by Mineta, and the seated toe touch by Hagakure Toru, so when you put it like that, then. So this must be how Reinhardt and Garfield felt, sometimes. After another moment or so of being stupefied at his ranking, Subaru finally got the sense to look through the rest of the scoreboard, and nodded with satisfaction when he saw Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, and Ashido's names not too far down the list. His eyes kept trailing over the rest of the names, and discreetly looking at the people they corresponded to, until he got to the very last entry. Mineta Minoru. Oh no. Subaru's head immediately whirled to the side to look at Mineta, who was now facing the ground while on his hands and knees. I'm in last place, he heard the other boy whisper. The silence that followed very quickly turned deafening as he noticed the other students in the class look at Mineta as well, with Ida even kneeling down to put a hand on his back to try to comfort, but even that didn't stop the visible shaking that started happening. Mineta, Aizawa's voice rang out, and Subaru turned his gaze towards the teacher. I've good news for you. I was lying when I said I'd expel whoever was in last place. That was just something called a logical ruse to make sure everyone would try their absolute hardest in these tests, which they did. And so did you. So you're off the hook for now, at least. I better not see any slacking off from you. Sensei. Mineta began. Thank you so much. I promise won't let you down. He was now repeatedly bowing to the man with tears pouring out from his eyes, and Subaru felt immense relief at seeing his friend not get expelled, after all. No, seriously, it would have been extremely unfair to study and train your butt off for the entrance exam, get into the hero course, only to be expelled from it just because the teacher didn't like how you did on the impromptu first day aptitude test. I'll hold you to that. Aizawa looked back to the rest of the class, his eyes repeatedly sweeping over everyone in the crowd, with just a ghost of a smile on his face. Good job, all of you. This is where we'll end it off for today, so go get changed. I'll see you tomorrow? With that, he walked away towards the gym, leaving the class to talk among themselves. Several of them started going off excitedly about how fun today was, with even a few were talking about Aizawa's logical ruse, but as Subaru ended up locking eyes with Ashido by chance, she gave him a grin and a thumbs up, to which he responded with his own. Not a bad start, all things considered. The next day. Even though being in the hero course now meant they'd spend most of their time learning, heroics, UA was still a high school at the end of the day, meaning the students of Class 1A, and by extension Subaru, were still required to take the actual academic classes. So for the start of their morning routine after homeroom for the next 3 years, they got a good, healthy dose of English lessons. And judging by the looks of a few of his classmates' faces, they weren't exactly happy about it. But in Subaru's opinion, it wasn't all bad. Present Mike at least tried to be enthusiastic about it, way more than his English teacher at Aldera, at least, and even started off by explaining how most heroes collaborated with foreign heroes or got foreign merch sponsors at some point in their careers, so it was actually a whole lot more enjoyable than he expected. So for the rest of the morning, English class was followed up by math with ectoplasm, then modern hero art history with Midnight, and then modern literature with Cementos. And after his class was done, it was time for lunch. Because UA was a pretty DMN big school, and that wasn't even counting the fake cities, having to walk down all the stairs of the skyscraper-like buildings or wait to take the elevator meant everyone was given an entire hour to actually get to the cafeteria, a decently large, rectangular building a few paces away from the central auditorium. My mom's been wanting to get a reservation for ages now, Uraraka said, as Subaru and the rest of their friend group started digging into their food after a collectively muted itadakamatsu. But all the ones in Mia are just so upscale that I still can't believe all the food he makes here is so cheap. Subaru hummed in agreement as he ate another spoonful of his katsudon. It really wasn't an exaggeration when he said the overall quality of food in the 22nd century had skyrocketed. Sure, all that fancy fine dining was still as ridiculous as ever, but the addition of quirks to the mix ended up in some of the craziest and most intense flavors he had ever had in both of his live. So when you took someone like Lunch Rush, a pro hero whose quirk somehow turned him into the greatest modern chef of all time and made him the head chef for the top hero school in the entirety of the Asian continent, a lot of people, Subaru included, expected the meal prices to be insanely high, until he saw for himself how inexpensive all the meal tickets were when he and the others took the entrance exams. Consistent high-quality food, for just under 1,000 yen? Sign him the F up. Speaking of which, setting down his chopsticks, he picked up the bottle of mayonnaise he had asked for at the counter, and shook the thing a couple of times, before pointing the nozzle down at his bowl of katsudon and squeezed, covering the entirety of the bowl in the glorious condiment. He picked up his chopsticks again, and leaned forward to take a bite of the fried. It was at this point that Subaru felt several sets of eyes on him, and he looked up to see the entire rest of the table just staring at him, with everyone's faces ranging from confused to even mildly disgusted. What? Dude. Mineta started. Don't you think that's a bit much? Subaru raised an eyebrow and nearly scoffed at the sheer heresy of the statement. There was no such thing as too much mayonnaise. And besides, this was nowhere near an unreasonable amount. I think you're overdoing it, Ashido said next, before looking at everyone else. He's overdoing it, right? You get used to it, Katsuki replied with a shrug, as he immediately went back to eating his own food. The others seated around the table just continued staring at Subaru, before Uraraka soon looked away with a minute shake of her head, before Mineta, Kirishima, and Ashido finally followed suit. I would say something about how unhealthy that is, Ida piped up, as he picked up his own spoon. But considering your placement in the exam and yesterday's test, I'd say it's none of my business. With that, he turned his attention towards his plate of curry rice, leaving Subaru in a state of mild confusion as he looked back down at his katsudon. Mayonnaise was his favorite condiment, sure, but what he was looking at right now wasn't even a whole lot, right? Right? With whatever that was at lunch, Subaru and the others eventually finished their food and went back to the classroom, and after waiting for several more minutes, the bell rang to show it was finally, it was time for the class he and everyone else had been waiting for. Wait, did I ask that? Subaru's eyebrows shot up in surprise at the familiar voice, his eyes darting towards the door. Coming through the door like a normal person. Sure enough, in walked All Might in his powered state, who was sporting a costume that was different than his usual one, a red torso with white circles decorating the shoulders and chest area, yellow arm bracers that had fins that reminded him of Batman, blue leggings with yellow boots, a yellow belt with a silver and red buckle, and a blue cape. Come to think of it, wasn't that one of the costumes he used to wear? Isn't that his Silver Age costume? He heard one of the girls in the room ask. I'm getting pumped up just by looking at it. Even Subaru had to agree there it was one thing for all. Might to pass on one for all to him and train him in getting used to it for almost a year to get into UA, but now he was going to teach not just him, but his entire class as well. Ah, wait, he did mention he was gonna be one of their teachers, didn't he? This was the only class left on their schedule, so if you went through the process of elimination. Good afternoon, everyone, All Might began, forcing Subaru away from his thoughts. I'm sure you all know who I am by now, but just in case. He took a deep breath, before he started posing and flexing his muscles. I am All Might. Here, he finished with a pose consisting of one arm flexing its bicep while the other was outstretched. The pose actually reminded Subaru of that one foreign bodybuilder from the 1980s, but he couldn't for the life of him remember when it became hard to think because of the entire room suddenly erupting in cheers. But even he wasn't about to bring down everyone's excitement, and he genuinely was feeling excited, too, so he joined in with a grin at the man's display. The cheering continued for another few seconds, before All Might raised his hand, causing everyone to quiet down. Now let's get right into it, he said, placing his hands on his hips. For your first year in the hero course, I will be serving as your teacher in fundamental heroic studies. We'll be spending half of the class over the year going over all of the basics like heroic etiquette, safe quirk usage, and all of that good stuff, but for today, I'll be introducing you to. He turned around and picked up a piece of chalk and started writing on the chalkboard. Combat.training. He wrote down the words in large English letters, even underlining them and turning back around in a single motion. There was now even more excited chatter from Subaru's classmates going around the room, and he even felt his own excitement growing larger as he kept still in his chair. But you can't go through training in the hero course without the right attire, now can you? All Might continued, as he reached under the desk at the front of the classroom and pulled out a remote. Subaru couldn't help but notice how it basically looked like a pebble in the man's hand. Which is why you're going to be wearing these. He pointed the remote at the wall on his right, and after a moment, parts of the wall started to move as 3 hidden compartments slowly came out, quickly showing them to be filled with numbered briefcases. What you're seeing here are costumes made by the support division, and were designed based on your quirk descriptions, as well as any requests you sent in before the start of the school year. I'll leave you all to get changed, but after you do, I'll meet you over at ground beta. Sound good, everyone? Without another word, All Might nodded and left the room, leaving Subaru and his classmates to start quickly but carefully taking their assigned briefcases and filing out of the room, with the sound of everyone's excited chatter probably carrying throughout the entire building. Okay, is that everything? Subaru murmured, as he stood up and gave himself a quick once-over, and with a glance at the now empty briefcase, he made his way over to the large mirror by the entrance to the locker room. And as he finally got a look at his reflection, he broke into a smirk at the sight of what he was wearing. The overall design of his costume was something he came up with by himself, but there was also plenty of inspiration from the time he spent in Lugunica. The dark green jumpsuit he was wearing had a woven-in outer layer made out of some kind of padding, the friction-resistant material he had asked for because full cowl would just destroy all his clothes once he got fast enough, and he was fairly sure his shoes were made out of the same thing. His appearance went as followed: his jumpsuit, several thick black lines along the shoulder and torso areas with a zipper in the middle, a red belt that was made of what felt similar to a car's seat belt and a buckle that probably wasn't made of plastic but felt like it, 3 small belts around each thigh that contained small compartments that connected to the belt, black knee pads, and a set of black, fingerless gloves with rectangular holes right above the wrist area. But the real highlight of his getup was the collection of thick, black lines on the sides of his torso. From anyone else's point of view, it would just look like meaningless lines to make the costume look cooler, but for Subaru, it was a deconstruction of the second character that made up the word tensei. It seemed a bit too on the nose to be referencing the whole reincarnation thing he had going on, but it still looked cooler than not having the lines, not to mention it was already too late to change it, so it was whatever. A sharp whistle from behind him forced his attention away from his reflection as he turned to see Kirishima walking up to him, who was now wearing his own costume. Gotta say, man, you're looking pretty slick there. Subaru returned the other boy's grin with his own. Thanks. You look pretty good, yourself, he replied, nodding towards what Kirishima was wearing. He was basically shirtless, save for 2 large, red vertical shoulder pads, most likely to give his quirk easy access, a dark red half cape that looked almost tattered, a design gimmick, he was guessing, black pants, and dark red boots. What's that stand for? He asked, nodding towards the bright red R adorning his belt. Oh, this? It's just for the hero name I want to use, Red Riot. Subaru hummed in response as he nodded at Kirishima's words. If you took it at face value, it did seem a bit cheesy to have your hero name referenced on part of your costume, but when you also considered the fact that a lot of other pro heroes did the same thing, plus the whole, inspired by old comic books thing, it really wasn't too bad. Midoriya-kun. Kirishima-kun. Some distance away. From where Kirishima was standing, Subaru saw Ida walking up to them in his own costume, which consisted of hold on, was that armor? He was wearing several pieces of armor over what was probably a black jumpsuit, and he was even holding a helmet in his right arm. DMN, Ida, Kirishima said, his voice sounding like it radiated awe. Didn't know a guy like you needed armor. Ida smiled and shook his head. All of this is actually to help increase my quirk's efficiency. I'm afraid it doesn't provide any real protection against blunt force trauma. Oh, so is that how your big bro does it too, then? Yes, that's right, Ida replied, nodding. Our style of costume is a bit of a tradition that goes back to our grandparents, when they first started Team Ida 10. Kirishima's face then turned thoughtful for a moment, before he just shrugged. That makes sense, yeah. Still, though, you look really cool in that. Thank you. Your costumes look nice, as well. Oh, by the way, everyone else has already left by now, so we need to get going if we don't want to be late. Wait, really? Oh yeah, now that you mention it. Subaru trailed off, as he turned around and looked at the area behind him. He could have sworn his costume didn't take that much time for him to put on, but he did remember catching a glimpse of Mineta walking around in a diaper-looking thing, and wasn't that a question and a half, and given the fact that it was pretty silent, it really was just the three of them left. Except when he looked to his left, he was met with the sight of Aoyama Yuga, who was repeatedly doing nothing but posing in front of the mirror like he was a character straight out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He could have sworn he just saw a couple of the poses there, too. For a good 10 seconds, all Subaru could do was just stare at him perplexed. How long has he been doing that? He turned his head and shared a look with Ida and Kirishima, who were just as confused as him, before the former finally cleared his throat. Aoyama-kun. The boy responded, continuing to pose like he didn't have a class to get to. We're not the only ones left in here. Truly? Here, Aoyama finally stopped posing and turned around. Ah. So it seems. I suppose that's no good. Almost immediately, he raised his arm and snapped his fingers twice, before pointing towards the exit. Très bien, let us be on our way then, gentlemen. Aoyama turned the corner and left the locker room, and Subaru shared another confused look with the other two boys, before he just shrugged and started walking, as well, making his way to the exit door. And when he placed his hand on the door handle and turned it, a soft gust of wind started to continuously seep through the air between the door and the locker room, as it was fully pushed open to reveal a large, dark tunnel with a bright light in the shape at the end of it. It was largely silent throughout the tunnel as he walked through it, save for the sounds of the gentle whistling that was the air from outside trying to equalize with the air inside, Aoyama's faint humming several paces in front of him, and the soft footsteps of Ida and Kirishima walking behind him. And as the white half-circle that was the end of the tunnel slowly grew larger and larger, the sunlight coming from it grew even more in intensity, causing Subaru to start squinting. As he made his way through the end of the tunnel and into the open air, he placed the object he had been holding in his hand over his eyes, pulling back the strap over his head, where it rested comfortably amid his wild, green hair. It was the last piece of equipment he had left, a pair of orange sunglasses connected to an elastic strap he could fasten around his head to keep it secure. There was a time where he entertained the thought of going around in a hero-ified version of his tracksuit, but it never got past the intrusive thought stage, not to mention there wasn't exactly a whole lot he could have done with that. Not to mention he didn't want to be known as the guy who ran around in a modified tracksuit. There were already enough of those types of people in the world, thank you very much. Just a couple of seconds later, he was able to make out the familiar sight of the brown hair in a low bob cut belonging to Uraraka, but before he could call out her name, she simply just turned around and visibly lit up in recognition when she saw him. Oh hey, she said, as she walked up to Subaru. That's a nice costume you got there. Thank you, he managed to let out, feeling himself start to blank out. It was a small mercy that Uraraka turned her attention towards Ida and Kirishima coming up behind him, leaving him to quietly, and hopefully secretly, start freaking out, because it was at this moment that his brain finally processed what she was wearing. He never thought she was his friend. Why was he? Really should have written down what I wanted it to be like. Uraraka trailed off, her voice finally making itself known to Subaru as he came back to awareness as quickly as he left it. You okay there, Midoriya-kun? She then asked, turning her gaze to him with her head tilted. Subaru blinked. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Just getting used to these shades. Everything looks orange and all that. He swallowed. Don't you dare look down, Subaru. Did you really not write anything down? I only really drew all of the solid stuff since I wanted something to help reduce the nausea I'd get, Uraraka explained, lifting her wrist and pointing to it. But I didn't think they'd turn the bodysuit skin-tight. She then let out an awkward chuckle as she pinched at the fabric around her arm. This is kinda embarrassing. Subaru inhaled deeply through his nose, and pointed towards the group of the other 1A students behind her. I'm not gonna go look for Katsuki and the others, and yeah. Without another word, he moved to walk away, using all of his willpower not to let his thoughts stray, even making sure to flex his arms and thighs to make sure the blood wasn't going to the worst place possible. Oh yeah, he was definitely trying not to stare just now, Ochako thought, as she watched Midoriya walk away. If she couldn't already tell based on his reaction as soon as she turned around, then it was in the way he did absolutely everything he could to maintain eye contact with her. And honestly, she couldn't even blame him if his eyes did end up straying. She knew her costume was going to get that kind of reaction when she put it on, but seeing Midoriya Izuku try not to was honestly kind of cute, in a way. In all honesty, it made her want to pat his head and go, how cute, like in a lot of the rom-com manga she used to read. But she really wasn't lying when she said it was embarrassing. Getting stared at was something her mom and Shoko-chan kept warning her about, going on and on about how she was becoming a woman and all that jazz. She remembered how uncomfortable it was to get stared at during the swim lessons in middle school, as well overhearing her name come up more times than she wanted to admit when boys would go on about which girl was the cutest or which girl had the biggest chest. At least it got better once she transferred, since a lot of the attention went towards Midoriya and his reputation for turning down each and every girl who went up to him after school, but even then there were the rumors about the two of them dating as soon as they started hanging out and studying together with Bakugo-kun. It could have been worse. The costume wasn't that bad, all things considered. Yes, what she was wearing was so form-fitting she felt almost naked walking around like this, but she'd be lying if she said the colors and the design didn't look pretty cute on her, and if someone like Yaoyorozu Momo could walk around wearing a leotard with her chest exposed like that, then what did Ochako have to worry about? And technically, Hagakure Toru was completely in the NDE, if you didn't count her whole being invisible thing. But then what was this irritation she was feeling right now? Was it because of how Midoriya was trying to be considerate? Or was it because he was trying too hard in his reaction? You could be the one Midoriya finally falls for? Ochako felt her breath hitch as she suddenly remembered those words from a year ago. Did that mean he? Well, the voice of All Might Sensei suddenly boomed, bringing Ochako out of her thoughts. Hero course students you may be, but from where I'm standing, you all look like the real deal. Now, then, the man clasped his hands together, before he leaned in with that ever-present grin of his. Who's ready for some combat training? The overview of the combat training, which All Might had dubbed their battle trials, was pretty straightforward. They were going to be split up into 10 two-person teams, and then take turns duking it out in one of the empty buildings in the area. One team would have to guard an objective, in this case, a fake nuclear warhead, while the other would have to capture it. Both teams also had the option to take out the other instead. In all honesty, the whole thing sounded straight out of one of those old shooter games Subaru had dabbled in, something Strike, back in his day. And as for figuring out who goes into which team? Simple, it's all randomized. All Might exclaimed, turning around and picking up one of the large boxes right behind him, the yellow one, and holding it out to the crowd ahead. You just need to take one of these marked billiard ball, here. He reached in and pulled out a small, white ball and held it out to the class, where a clear letter, G, was visible, and whoever you match with will be your partner. So who wants to be first? For a good few moments, there was nothing but silence throughout the crowd of students as not a single one of them seemed to move. Well, Subaru would've, except he was standing off to the side near the back, but the sound of faint shuffling eventually permeated the air as Yaoyorozu Momo, who was standing at the front, slowly walked over to All Might, who was still holding the box out with that creepily eternal grin of his. Subaru and everyone else watched on as she reached in the box and pulled out a ball, before she held it out to All Might after taking a brief look at it. Team D. Very good, Yaoyorozu Shoujo, the man replied with a nod, before turning his gaze back towards the class. Who's next? This time, Ida stepped forward and went up to him immediately, and then Ashido, followed by Ojiro Mashireo, until eventually every single one of the students had formed into a single file line. And from Subaru's place near the back, a couple spots behind Mineta, who was for some reason wearing a diaper, of all things, he simply waited for his turn and paid attention, while also slightly feeling bummed out, as almost all of the people he knew got paired off into their own groups, with even Mineta getting paired with a large, buff guy named Sato Rikido. When it was finally his turn, He stepped forward and reached his hand through the box, moving it through the near empty space. And when he felt his hand brush against a hard object, he wrapped his fingers around it and pulled it out to reveal a blank, white ball that was the size of his palm. He then rotated it in his hand until a clear letter, A, was fully visible, written in black permanent marker, which he held out to All Might. "Oh, hey, you're with me." Subaru craned his neck at the sudden voice, and looked to see nothing at all. The voice came from somewhere behind All Might, so wait, never mind. He finally noticed the floating gloves waving at him and the seemingly possessed shoes moving towards him. The girl with the invisibility quirk, he realized. He did remember seeing PE clothes and a uniform that were floating yesterday and this morning, so this had to have been her. "I'm Hagakure Toru. Nice to meet you." "Midoriya Izuku," Subaru replied, giving her a smile and keeping his eyes trained on the central space a foot or two above Hagakure's hands. Did this count as eye contact? But if she was entirely invisible except for her clothes, then didn't that mean? Ahem. Oh. Whoops. He forgot he hadn't moved yet. "Not that it isn't good to get to know your partner beforehand," All Might began. "But you're not exactly the last one in line, Midoriya Shonen." "You're right. Sorry, Sensei," Subaru said, before turning around and dipping his head to the person who was behind. "Sorry. Tokoyami, right?" "It's fine," the bird-headed boy replied with a nod, and without any more hesitation, Subaru neatly moved to the side, allowing Tokoyami to finally walk forward and get placed into his own group. "Let's go over there," Subaru then said to Hagakure, pointing to an empty spot next to where the other students were either mingling with their own partners, or keeping their attention towards All Might and the few people left in the line. And for the next minute or so, the two of them silently watched as they all got placed into their groups, with Uraraka being the very last to go up, getting placed into Group I with Ojiro. "Okay, that's everyone settled," All Might said, as he placed the yellow box down next to him, before he bent down slightly and simultaneously reached into the other two boxes, this time black and white, and pulled out two white balls identical to the ones all of the students were holding. "And for our first matchup, we have Team A versus Team D." Okay, so it was him and Hagakure, going up against. His eyebrows shot up when he realized just who exactly were the people who made up the opposing team, as he saw none other than Katsuki and Yaoyorozu step forward and make their way towards All Might. Well, then. This was about to get really interesting, Subaru thought, as he met Katsuki's gaze and returned the other boy's grin with his own. Team D is going to be the defending villain team, and Team A will be the attacking hero team, All Might explained, before making a gesture to Subaru and the others to follow him. "You four, follow me. Everyone else, I'll meet you at the spectators' room." Subaru and everyone responded with a resounding "hi" before the crowd behind them walked away towards the room near the Mock City's entrance, while he, Hagakure, Katsuki, and Yaoyorozu followed All Might to wherever it was they were doing this exercise. "Villain team, you have 10 minutes to head up to the floor with the fake bomb and make a plan with your partner, and then the hero team can come in," All Might said, when they all stopped at an empty, almost skeletal kind of building. It looked like there was nothing there but the concrete, and the fake bomb, he supposed. "Sound good to you?" "Yeah. Yes, Sensei." All Might nodded. "Good." He opened the door to the building, and raised his hand to show the stopwatch he had been holding, his thumb hovering right over the button at the top. "Your 5 minutes start right when you walk through this door." Katsuki shared a brief glance with Yaoyorozu for a moment before he motioned towards the door in a vague, "after you" motion. She gave him a curt nod in response, and started walking inside the building. He moved to follow behind her, but stopped right before the door and turned to give Izuku a two-fingered salute before he stepped inside. He would wish Izuku luck, but he wasn't the one who needed it, was he? "Best of luck to all of you," he heard All Might say behind him, and turned to see the man closing the door. "And remember, hero team, you can't step into the building until the whole 5 minutes are." The door cut his voice off as it finally closed with a clear thud, but Katsuki still glanced behind to see if it was fully closed before he turned his attention towards his partner, who was looking back at him from the base of the stairs. "Okay, real quick," he began, as they started walking up the stairs, "your quirk is being able to make things from your body, right?" "Yes," Yaoyorozu replied, looking back at him and nodding. "To be specific, my body uses any recently stored lipids as a fuel source to convert them into the objects I create, but they're dependent on how much of my exposed skin I have to work with." Which explained why her costume looked like that, Katsuki realized, as he nodded in understanding. He wasn't really distracted by what she was wearing, unlike a lot of the other guys in the class, looking at you, Mineta, but even he wanted to know just why a girl would go around in public in what was basically a swimsuit. "Your quirk is generating explosions from your hands, right?" she then asked. "With my sweat as the fuel, yeah." A beat of silence passed between the two of them as they continued walking up the stairs before Katsuki spoke again. So what exactly can't you make? Only anything I don't know the molecular makeup of, or takes up too much of my lipids. Yaoyorozu replied. And I obviously won't create anything dangerous like the radioactive elements. I'd rather not risk giving both of us cancer on our second day in the hero course. Katsuki snorted. I wasn't gonna ask you anyway, he said, waving her off. As they reached the room containing the bomb they were supposed to be guarding, he stopped moving and leaned against the wall next to the doorway with an audible exhale. Yaoyorozu turned back to look at him with slight confusion, but he paid her no attention as his thoughts turned to their competition. Just how in the hell were they supposed to do this? Hagakure and her invisibility, they could probably reasonably work around, but with Izuku? All bets were off. All he really had to do on his end was just blitz through the entire building and put his hand on the prop bomb, and they had about 8 minutes to make sure that didn't happen. In the first 10 seconds of their round, he was seriously regretting not asking for gauntlets full of nitroglycerin, right about now. Yeah, they were best friends and all, but right now, that only amounted to unspoken, bro code kinda stuff, like no aiming for the ball or seriously trying to maim each other. Of course, this meant just about everything else was fair play, which definitely would have worked for Katsuki in any other situation, but there was just one small detail being ignored here. Izuku was virtually untouchable. Man, if he only had to deal with short-range telekinesis, you know, his actual quirk, then this whole thing would have already been game, set, and match, but that obviously wasn't the reality of what he was dealing with here. The fact that he had one for all made it so he was leagues upon leagues ahead of anything Katsuki could do, save for his quirk's actual output. All right, focus, he told himself, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. He didn't get to where he was beaching and miming about what was and wasn't fair, and he sure as hell wasn't about to start now. Okay, so exactly how much info did they have to work with? What Yaoyorozu could do was pretty straightforward based on what she told him. Hagakure was completely invisible, which meant she could very easily get the win by just casually walking up the stairs and just capturing the bomb with no one the wiser, but lining the next few floors below the bomb room with tripwires should do the trick. Maybe they could block off the entirety of the stairs, hole up in the top floor, and wait out the timer? No, that wouldn't end up working for 2 reasons. One, Izuku would just end up scaling the building by jumping up the large windows on each floor, if not run all the way up the side of the building. 2, Yaoyorozu didn't have enough fuel in her to do something like that, never mind the fact they just didn't have the time to do that. No, what they needed was a way to force Izuku to get close enough to Katsuki in order for him to do much of anything. It didn't beat changing the weather, but the payloads he could deliver with explosions still outperformed what Izuku could currently do with his one-for-all, full cowl 20%, so one dose of the new move he came up with, and still hadn't named, might keep him preoccupied long enough to get the capture tape put on him. But how could he even get to that point? It wasn't like he could just hide inside something hollow and wait for Izuku to pass by, right? Wait a minute. No one's seen what the bomb looked like, have they? It was at this moment that Katsuki could have sworn he just felt his mind clear up like a light bulb had gone off in his head. Yaoyorozu, how are you on tripwires? Just simple ones? That'd be well within my capabilities, she replied, slightly tilting her head and her expression turning thoughtful. But if you're planning this for Midoriya, then I have to tell you it doesn't seem very likely he'd trigger any. I do, however, think they'd be better suited for Hagakure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. But I do have an idea for how to take him out. Yaoyorozu stared at him with her eyebrows raised for a moment before she spoke. Go on. Katsuki nodded towards the fake bomb at the end of the room, a large, nondescript-looking thing that was mostly black with a pattern of repeating red lines circling it. Are you able to tell what the bomb's made out of? It's papier-mâché, if I'm correct, she said, after placing her hand on the object in question and rubbing its shell. Do you think you could make another one like it, but extend the bottom to where it touches the floor, and make a slit a bit bigger than the size of my hand? He asked, pointing to the thick gloves he was wearing. For a moment, Yaoyorozu stared at him with what looked like surprise. I think I understand where you're going with this. Yes, I can definitely do that. Is it just the one copy? Yeah. Should I leave the room? Yaoyorozu nodded. Please. I would prefer to replace my costume in private. Gotcha. Katsuki turned around and moved to exit the. Before you do that, Yaoyorozu Shoujo, the voice of All Might suddenly blasted into the room, causing Katsuki to jolt in surprise. A few moments of tense silence followed the man's interjection as Katsuki wondered for a pained second if they weren't allowed to go through with his plan, before he heard All Might speak again. Okay, sorry about that. You're good to go now, just needed the class to turn around. Oh. Thank you, Sensei, Yaoyorozu replied, now facing one of the corners in the room ceiling, where Katsuki could now see a white security camera looking down at them. Oh right, the entire rest of the class was watching them, he remembered. It would have been pretty awkward if something happened to her costume in full view of Dot. On second thought, he didn't want to entertain that idea any further. Just tell me when you're done, he called out to her, as he walked out of the room towards the stairs. Hopefully they still had enough time left to get everything done. He really wanted to see the look on Izuku's face when he pulled this off. 5 minutes later. Is that everything? Yeah, Katsuki replied, as he looked over Yaoyorozu's handiwork. Now it's just the stairs and top floors. Let's go up. The tripwire he had her place just now looked like how you'd basically expect one to look, a very thin cord that looked almost exactly like fishing line, and placed inside 3 areas in the first floor's open doorway, the areas where Katsuki's neck, midsection, and shin were. All the other doorways in each floor were bube trapped like this, except for the ones on the top floor and the one right below it, since they needed to coop up there, and all. And attached to each tripwire were 2 small bells located behind both corners, which would fall to the ground after being triggered, making tons of noise. Their purpose was mainly so Katsuki and Yaoyorozu wouldn't be caught off guard when Izuku and Hagakure got close, and it gave them another layer of security to know where exactly they were as they went up each floor. As they ascended the stairs, Katsuki also had Yaoyorozu line each corner they turned with more tripwires, but this was really just to slow them down even further. Putting any bells in areas that didn't have any doorway corners to hide behind would make the tripwires easier to disarm, and would just waste Yaoyorozu's fuel. When they got to the second-most top floor where the decoy bomb was lying on its side, Katsuki made his way over to the pointed top end and beckoned Yaoyorozu over as he squatted down. I need you to keep this at an angle so I can get inside it. Can you do that? Yes, I should be able to. Katsuki nodded. All right, 3, 2, 1. With his hands placed under the decoy on one side and Yaoyorozu taking the other, they started to lift it. It actually wasn't very heavy at all since it was made out of mostly cardboard and completely hollowed out on the inside, but it was still big enough for just one person to not have an easy time getting it upright. Okay, just keep it like this, Katsuki then said, once the decoy was tilting towards them, and he quickly moved to the other side and bent down low, moving to get inside. And once he had his entire body in, he placed his hands on the side facing Yaoyorozu so the parts exposed wouldn't just hit the ground hard and dent the stands. Bring it towards me, he called out, his voice slightly raised, and he heard Yaoyorozu grunt as she started pushing, until the decoy bomb was finally standing upright and fully covering Katsuki from view. Can you see my feet? No. It's covering you entirely. Are you really sure this will work? It'll have to, he replied. We're kinda out of other options. There was zero possibility of either of them, especially Yaoyorozu, holding their own against Izuku if the situation turned to combat, but with this plan he pulled out his butt, they could get the drop on him and maybe, just maybe, manage to win this thing. Because how do you deal with someone who could move way faster and hit way harder than you? Simple, you start thinking outside the box and try to outsmart the shit out of him. I'll head upstairs and start putting up barricades. Good luck, Bakugo-san, he heard Yaoyorozu call out, with the sound of her footsteps growing fainter as she walked, probably jogged, actually, away. You too, Katsuki replied, and as the area around him grew increasingly silent he crossed his arms and started to wait. The sounds of his breathing didn't do much for the inevitable onset of ringing that made up his tinnitus, but he could ignore it easily enough. At least being in a cramped, closed space like this meant it was starting to get hotter in here, and he could already feel his hands starting to build up some good sweat in his gloves. Hero team. Villain team. Your 10 minutes are over. All Might's words cut through the silence, and caused his skin to jump for a second from the sudden noise. Your battle trial starts now. Well, here goes nothing, Katsuki thought, dropping his arms to his sides. And with his pounding heartbeat growing larger by the second, he balled his hands into fists and couldn't help but break into a grin as he heard the faint sound of bells ringing, several floors below. Guess it was showtime now. Hero team. Villain team. Your 10 minutes are over. Your battle trial starts now. Finally, Subaru thought, as he turned to his left and looked at Hagakure, who simply gave him a floating thumbs up in return. Don't worry. We got this, she exclaimed, her hand balling up into a fist and punching upwards. But I just need to do something first. Subaru watched as his partner's shoes started moving as the girl made her way to the door in front of them, before stopping right next to it. And right as he started to wonder what she was going to do, he saw her gloved hands reach down to take off her shoes, and then the gloves themselves, leaving them neatly packed inside the shoes like someone would do with their socks. Okay, ready when you are. Subaru, who was trying to make sense of what he just saw, simply continued staring at the bits of clothes Hagakure took off for a few moments, before he finally remembered what he was supposed to be doing, shaking his head and adjusting the sunglasses on his face. It should have been obvious she'd do that, but he still wasn't getting used to that anytime soon. Okay, so while he could obviously tell the whole being permanently invisible thing Hagakure had going on meant wonders for recon and general stealth combat, she also basically had zero defensive capability, as in a good majority of the class could beat her in a fight if they had to wear clothes. Well, she did say she grew up doing a lot of gymnastics, but was he really going to count that? I think we should go this way, Subaru said, pointing with his thumb towards the right side of the building, and motioned for Hagakure to follow him. The 10 minutes of prep time they were given was largely spent with not only Subaru going over what he could do with his quirk but also speculating on what exactly would be waiting for them once they actually stepped inside the building. To be honest, he had half a mind to just go screw it and just full send it all the way to the top floor with full cowl, but that idea went up in flames as fast as it came to him. Because while he was pretty DMN confident he could take on Katsuki without any significant difficulty, based on the amount of spars he won and whatnot, there was just one really big obstacle in the way, and that was Yaoyorozu Momo's entire existence. From what he had seen of her the day before, she had some kind of creation quirk that required exposed skin, which mostly explained her getup, thankfully, but when you combine that with Katsuki's genuine borderline genius-level intellect, even an idiot could see what that spelled out. Traps. Lots and lots of traps. It was probably the safest bet to say the stairs that connected each floor was essentially some kind of minefield, and this wasn't even considering what waited for them at the top. Katsuki wouldn't going to let this get into a simple one-on-one fight between the two of them, so he had to have something planned. Probably some kind of ambush, even. "I'm in," he suddenly heard Hagakure exclaim, causing Subaru to look in the direction he heard her voice come from. Wordlessly, he followed along behind her. Well, as much as he could, anyway. Wasn't like Cor Leonis was working here, or anything. "This is pretty exciting," she whispered loudly, as she neared an empty doorway. "It's like one of those popular foreign spy movies, like." Whatever she was about to say next was immediately cut off as a very audible, no, pretty DMN loud ringing sound went off just ahead of them, and Subaru wasted no time in summoning Invisible Providence and slamming its giant hand palm flat against the other side of the corner on the right side, and thankfully silencing it. Unfortunately, however, this meant the other team now knew where they were, and there were definitely going to be more of these. "You know, I did say something like that was gonna happen," Subaru said, looking at Hagakure's general direction. "At least it just set off a bell this time, but we don't know what else they could have done. We need to stay careful." His slight irritation towards her must have been clear, because Hagakure at least had the sense to sound remorseful in her reply. "Right. I shouldn't have gone in like that. Sorry, Midoriya." Huh. This almost felt like scolding a little sister. He had half a mind to pat the top of her head. If he could actually see it, that was. "It's all right," Subaru finally said, after several moments of silence passed. "I don't think that was loud enough to alert them, so I think we can just keep going, but, maybe you should stay behind me this time." He stepped to the side and motioned for Hagakure to stand behind him. And after a second or so of him just awkwardly standing there, he felt a light tap on his shoulder and a soft, "Okay, you can go now," and Subaru took a tentative step forward into the dark hallway ahead of them, wondering what else Katsuki and Yaoyorozu were going to throw at the two of them. Inhale. Exhale. It was quiet, for the most part. Maybe even a little too quiet, if you asked Katsuki, considering the constant slight ringing sound in his ears, and all. The only sounds he could hear right now consisted of just his own breathing, the low, almost rustling of his costume on the ground on the concrete floor when he moved to sit down, and the occasional scraping of the tips of his gloves against the inside of the giant prop. He was very quickly losing his patience, and maybe even started feeling just a little bit more nervous as he did nothing but wait, trying to keep track of each second that passed. And what was more, it was already getting pretty DMN warm, after just sitting in this thing for a few minutes. You'd think something as flimsy as painted cardboard and newspaper wouldn't stand up too well to wind. Not that it bothered him, anyway. The combination of his body heat and the general lack of ventilation inside the thing made it so he was more or less already good to go when it came to building up sweat, since he was getting none of the airflow that came with being near the top floor and surrounded by big but open windows. To be honest, it was pretty surprising Yaoyorozu just went along with this plan like she did. He actually would have liked to take more time to coordinate and make a better plan with her, but this really was the best he could come up with in the time they had. Well, here's hoping she could keep the top floor barricaded enough the whole 10 minutes. Man, if only he was going up against literally anyone else. He'd much rather even take on that one scrub who could talk to animals like some princess out of a fairy tale. Ah, well, hopefully there wouldn't be too many hard feelings if everything went well for him. Now, where was he? Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. After several minutes, 4 floors, and dozens of disarmed tripwire bells, seriously, how many of these did she even make? Subaru and Hagakure were steadily making their way up through the building. However, any suspicions they had when it came to the enemy team getting the drop on them at some point proved to be more and more unfounded as the rooms in each floor showed themselves to be entirely empty, with the only significant sounds coming from the 2 of them. To be honest, it was getting a bit eerie. What, was a ghost about to pop up around the corner? Okay, that was only partially a joke. But just in case. It wasn't exactly the most common-sense-inspired action coming from Subaru, but hey, invisible providence looked just like telekinesis to everyone, so it wasn't like he was doing anything counterproductive, anyway. After impulsively using the authority to swing out and around the corner before retreating back into him, Subaru kept up the slow and steady climb to the top floor, but it was at the second where things finally started to get interesting, because after disarming yet another tripwire, he walked forward and peered into the large room that was completely identical to the other 4 before it. Only to be met with what looked to be a giant, nuke-looking thing, standing innocently on the other side of the room. Was he seeing this right? Surely this was too good to be true, right? Wait, who was he kidding? Of course it was. This very clearly looked like the thing they were told to capture, but it was just sitting right there. There didn't look to be any obvious traps around the thing, and he could obviously ignore it and check the top floor first, but hey, he was all ready. Here, might as well just check it out. Nothing a bit of full cowl couldn't deal with, right? You go on ahead, he murmured to Hagakure. I'm gonna check this out. There's obviously something going on here. Okay, he heard her reply behind him. Just be careful. Yeah. Subaru waited a few moments, and after he was sure Hagakure was gone, he took a cautious step forward, carefully checking the corners of the doorway, and as he carefully made his way over to the fake bomb that totally wasn't suspicious at all, no sir, a sudden thought occurred to him. Wait a second. Clearing his throat, Subaru took a deep breath and called out into the room. I know you're there, Katsuki. As he expected, there was nothing but silence coming from the other end of the room, and just to check, he focused and tapped into Cor Leonis, but it obviously didn't work, considering the lack of a bright dot of light. It was worth a shot. Would have been real helpful if it worked on Hagakure. Subaru kept his gaze on the bomb, watching it for any sort of shifting or any other kind of movement, but it really didn't look like anything suspicious was going on, so why couldn't he just walk up to it and try to capture it? Why not? Subaru rushed towards his objective with full cowl, stopping right ahead of it. Tentatively, he reached a hand out, before finally placing it palm flat against the large object's side, waiting to see if anything happened from this. That's not the right objective you're supposed to capture, Midoriya. All Might's loud voice suddenly called out, causing Subaru to look at the speaker as he grew increasingly confused, because what else could he be touching? It wasn't as if Yayorozu. Hold on. Was he saying Yayorozu made this? The whole thing? And coming out of her body? Subaru turned his attention back to what he was touching, and started eyeing it incredulously. This had to be a trap, then it couldn't possibly be anything else, he was sure. Did that mean she put some kind of glue on the thing to keep whoever touched it stuck? Wait, no, he just moved his hand, so that couldn't be it. However, there really didn't look to be anything at all that seemed off to Subaru, nothing like any weird markings, holes, or anything that looked or felt out of place as he ran his all over the fake bomb, even knocking on it a couple times and getting the impression it extremely flimsy, like he could punch a hole right through if he wanted. It really did look like nothing was out of place from the top and the sides, but what about the bottom? Subaru crouched down until his face was close to what was the exhaust-looking part of a nuclear rocket, and wait, it was stretching down all the way down, but it was the hand-sized rectangular window that was probably not a design gimmick that started piquing his curiosity. He leaned in to get a closer look to try to find out more, but it was when he noticed the sight of a gloved orange hand suddenly shooting out and facing towards him, and then flashbang. A bright light, his eyes closing on reflex, and then white, hot, burning. He couldn't see. Subaru let out a raw gasp of air as he quickly closed his eyes shut, and his hands immediately moved, snaking their way under his sunglasses and pressing desperately against his eyelids, but while he could feel the base of his palms almost digging into them, it still didn't do much of anything to lessen the effect whatever just happened to him. His immediate reaction was to take a step back. Then another. And another. And another. All he knew right now was that he needed to get away. Now. And so all he did was continue to move back and try to escape the danger that was in front of him. Each step he took was taken faster than the one before it, and with the feeling of his boots erratically dragging along the floor, as if his feet were skipping on it like flat rocks on water, he soon stumbled over his feet colliding with each other. Before his body actually made contact with the ground, the suddenness of something slamming into his back knocked the wind out of him, and Subaru finally dropped unceremoniously, with his back sliding against the wall. But where one would expect the sound of their own voice going hoarse, there was no other sound but endless ringing, drowning out everything else in the world. He couldn't hear. With the sudden sensation of his jaw moving downwards and a buzzing in his throat among all the pain in his eyes, he realized at some point that he had been, and was still trying to speak. What the F was this? Was probably what Subaru had probably been trying to say in those agonizing seconds, but beyond that, he just couldn't think right now. He had no ability to do anything beyond flailing about like a helpless animal caught in a trap. Which he essentially was, right about now. At some point, he was made aware of a foreign pair of hands placing themselves on his body, then his face, and Subaru just reacted, for lack of a better word. He sent invisible providence flying out in front of him and towards his assailant, and with the foreign contact being abruptly pulled away, Subaru knew his authority made contact. He quickly moved to stand up while keeping one of his hands on the wall behind him as a crutch, but it didn't change the fact that he was still blinded and deafened. Was that Katsuki just now? That had to be, right? Surely he didn't just send Hagakure flying across the room. He clenched a fist for a few moments, before releasing it and taking a deep breath. Calm down, Subaru. It couldn't have been her. The hands had felt very rough, like they were covered with thick gloves, so it had to be Katsuki. Okay, so now, he just needed to figure out. He was suddenly interrupted by the sensation of his body picking up what felt like a vibration from the floor, like a tremor, almost, and Subaru's breath hitched as he realized what was about to happen. Without immediately duffed to the side with full cowl, letting out a grunt as he landed on the concrete. How the hell was he supposed to fight when he couldn't even see or hear? As he scrambled to stand back up, another tremor made itself known to him, showing Katsuki had launched himself towards him again, and Subaru wasn't in any position to do anything else but dodge it again. He dove to the side once more with full cowl, but moving in the same direction quickly showed that wasn't the right decision, because he ended up colliding with something when he tried to land correctly. He cried out in pain as the entire left side of his body came into contact with what was most likely the wall. It wasn't enough to hurt him significantly, but with half of him now aching, combined with almost half of his senses just failing to come back to him, a small part of himself started developing the urge to just give up. Surely he could just give Katsuki the win here, right? It wouldn't be the end of the world. There were other battles to win, other chances to show the class what he could do. But Hagakure was relying on him to see this through, right? It wasn't just him versus Katsuki. He was part of a team, and he just couldn't disappoint his partner. He had to maintain his standing in All Might's eyes as his successor, and as the guy Uraraka Ochako could keep relying on. He really didn't want to disappoint even one of them, let alone both of them. Subaru stood back up, and with a wince at the aching coming from his side, took a deep breath and activated full cowl once again. Just to check, he opened his eyes, but while the white-hot blindness was finally starting to subside, he was only able to make out the vaguest of blurry shapes, like the many gray pillars that made up the ceiling's support. Dropping into a stance, he started to move forward, but because he could only rely on 3 out of 5 senses right now, one of which was absolutely useless here, he stuck his left hand out and let it drag against the wall, using it to try to guide his way through the room. As he neared the end of the room, he turned the corner and kept running, and turned his head when he saw a giant blob of black flash by, straining his eyes as he tried to scan the room for any recognizable blonde hair when he realized he couldn't tell where his opponent was. Wait, where was Katsuki? He knew he sent him across the room, but where exactly? He still needed to figure what exactly he was. In his growing confusion as he continued running, Subaru started to slow down, to get a better look at the area, but the sudden interruption of something slamming into his gut. He let out a cry as he was sent flying back the opposite way, and all he could do in that moment was tuck in his head as he landed and bounced across the ground. Did he predict where he was going? Oh, come on. Subaru groaned as he tried to sit up, letting out an involuntary hiss as he put a hand on his now aching stomach. He opened his eyes, and by this point, his vision was mostly cleared up, but he didn't need it to be 20/20 to recognize the figure quickly running up to him. When Katsuki stopped in front of him and crouched down, Subaru fully expected him to start gloating or something, but it wasn't until he saw a flash of white in his hand that he realized he was about to get captured. Sheet. Time seemed to slow down as Katsuki unmistakably reached an arm out toward Subaru, who immediately started scrambling to get away. In less than a second, he was already cloaked in that familiar green lightning of full cowl, turning around and running towards the entrance of the room. He looked back and saw Katsuki rocketing towards him once again, and he crouched into a stance as he ran back towards him, rearing his fist back as he watched the other boy do the same. Nah. You're still not winning this. As much as the adults around him kept parading Subaru around as this child prodigy, he knew Katsuki was the real genius of the two of them. It was probably safe to say this was all one big distraction in order to keep him from getting to the real objective, but there was also one thing Katsuki didn't know about him. If he thought he was dealing with a quirk, then the logical step forward was to use something entirely different, right? As he closed in on Katsuki, Subaru immediately retracted his arm and dove left, narrowly dodging an explosion-powered palm strike. As he watched his friend's face look back at him, his eyes immediately hardened as he sent Invisible Providence out, its large fist catching under Katsuki's chin and uppercutting him a good distance away. His hand moved towards the small black compartment attached to the side of his right thigh, but when his fingers came in contact with nothing but the empty space inside the hard polymer, his gaze snapped towards the area in alarm, and turned his attention to the one on his left, only to be met with the same result. He didn't have the capture tape on him. He could have sworn he physically had it with him when he went in, so how could it have been eliminated? Hero team, you have 30 seconds remaining. Sorry, could you repeat that, All Might? The ringing must have finally gone away, he noted, but that paled in comparison to when he looked back towards Katsuki and was met with a very noticeable strip of white now wrapped around his neck. Dekita. I got him, Midoriya Izuku. Hagakure? But wasn't she? She had to have been waiting to step in, then. Good job, he said quickly, jogging up to Katsuki and looking at the area behind him. But we're almost out of time. Did you get to the top? Yeah, and I disabled all the traps, but I can't get inside. There's something blocking the door. Sheet. That'd be Yaoyorozu's doing, wasn't it? He didn't have the time to brute force his way through this. He looked up and started staring at the ceiling, and then the large window closest to where he was. What if you won't make it in time? It'll take you too long to get through the concrete, Katsuki suddenly spoke up, but while that got Subaru to look at him, he ignored the other boy and neatly stepped around him, turning his attention back towards his partner. Hagakure. Take my hand, he said, holding it out to her. Eh? Why? We're almost out of time, he yelled, almost snapping at her. Just do it. Without another word, Hagakure finally put her hand on top of Subaru's, and he immediately pulled her in until she was almost right up against him, then reached down to pick her up bridal style. I'm gonna jump out the window and throw you to the top floor, he said to her. You can yell at me later. Wait, why? Subaru ran for the window at full speed with one for all, full cowl, and jumped as he neared the end of the wall, using the ledge as a jumping platform to gain a bit of height, before immediately turning around and throwing Hagakure with all his strength towards the window right above them. With his partner still screaming at the top of her lungs, Subaru kept his gaze trained on the building for any sign of him missing and her hitting the wall, but with the rushing of wind behind him and the top floor's window getting smaller and smaller, he had to turn back around and focus on the fact he was now in free fall and very quickly plummeting towards the ground. This was just like during the entrance exams, too. With full cowl still active, he kept his arms and legs pressed against his body, and continued leaning his body downwards until he was gliding towards the wall just in front of him. And just as he was about to collide with the concrete, he reached out a hand, but unlike what happened after he shut down the zero-pointer, he used Invisible Providence as a barrier between himself and the wall, eliminating any chance for scraping his arm that would have otherwise happened. When he was just right above the ground, he pushed himself off the wall and landed feet first, then immediately tucking his body in and performing a shoulder roll to absorb the impact. Immediately after, he looked back up and stretched his arms out, in case he actually did miss and Hagakure was about to fall towards her death. 5.4.3.2 All Might's countdown was suddenly cut off before it finished, and for a brief second, Subaru wondered why the man stopped, but then. Objective has been captured. The hero team has won. If anyone else knew the truth about Toshinori's connection with Midoriya Izuku and his friends, they'd probably end up saying something along the lines of "it was rigged," or something like that, but even he was surprised about the matchup. It genuinely was just a coincidence that Midoriya and Bakugo were pitted against each other for this exercise. Well sure, with one for all and even his original quirk, the odds were initially leaning heavily in Midoriya Shonen's favor, but it was largely through Bakugo's efforts that made it so it ended up being extremely close. And while he would have preferred he work with Yaoyorozu a bit more during the actual combat phase, they did the best they could with what they had and were given, which was really all Toshinori would ever ask for. When it got to the moment where Bakugo pulled out that new move he'd been working on with him in secret, he heard more than a few of his other students audibly gasp behind him, and spared a quick glance towards one Uraraka Ochako, who was staring at the screen with her hands over her mouth, and what looked to be a horrified expression on her face. And right beside her were Ashido Mina, Ida Tenya, and Mineta Minoru, all of whom were looking at the screen indignantly. It was good to see his protege having friends to worry about him that much, but, hopefully that wasn't at the expense of Bakugo's standing. Midoriya looked fine, all things considered. Probably. As everything came to a head with Midoriya having to fend off Bakugo's capture attempts, Toshinori couldn't help but notice something that seemed a little off when it came to the former. During the 10 months spent training for One for All, he got to know more about the quirk his successor was born with, and how it was essentially a mutated version of his mother's admittedly more basic small object magnetism. He might have just been overthinking it since he only knew about as much about short-range telekinesis as Midoriya was willing to tell him, but in Toshinori's long experience, he could immediately tell when something was the result of a punch. A punch that was clearly powerful enough to send Bakugo flying a good distance away, and something Midoriya was clearly not close enough to do, given the fact that he was lying on the ground, and all. Not that Toshinori thought it was suspicious or anything, but with Bakugo having been very clearly struck in his abdomen instead of his entire body being pushed back, it felt like something just wasn't adding up here. Except it wasn't nearly as important as Bakugo getting the tables turned on him and being summarily taken out by Hagakure Toru sneaking up behind him and wrapping the capture tape around his neck, followed up by Midoriya shonen up and deciding to jump out of the second highest floor's window and throw his partner towards it, and then Hagakure managing to touch the objective just in time. However, the way Midoriya went about it was going to need some addressing. And was Toshinori supposed to be happy because his protege's team won out in the end? Well, obviously not, but how couldn't he be? It wasn't like anyone needed to know. Or anything. Even if school teachers were supposed to be impartial and regard their students equally, All Might was known for his never-ending grin, so did it really matter if it was genuine this time? Well done, all of you, he said, picking up the microphone and putting it close to his mouth. Meet me back in the viewing room, and we'll go over your performance. A few minutes before. Objective has been captured. The hero team has won. Subaru's eyes snapped over to the speakers above the front door, and as he finally registered the words coming from All Might's booming voice, he breathed out a sigh of relief as his face broke into a grin. They actually did it. Hagakure got them the win in time. Hell yeah. Subaru raised both of his arms in the air and let himself get lost in the feeling of sweet victory for several moments, before being interrupted by All Might calling all of them back to the spectators' room. With one last look at the top floor of the building, he took a deep breath, before walking over to a spot right beside the doorway and leaning against the wall. You'd think after months of sparring against each other, he would have been pretty comfortable dealing with Katsuki's quirk, but getting quite literally blindsided really hammered in the fact that his friend really was the true genius of the two of them. Well, at least he managed to figure it out in the end. If only barely. A little over 30 seconds later, he heard the door open, and turned to see Katsuki walking out of it. And as the other boy met his eyes, he let out a slight smirk as he walked over to Subaru. Man, I really thought I had it there. Well, can't say I didn't try, Zuku? Subaru snorted. I'll say, he replied, as he bumped fists with Katsuki. I figured you had something planned, but I didn't think it'd be like that. As short as it lasted, being cut off from his two most important senses like that in such a high-intensity situation had felt like it would have lasted forever. He hadn't felt so helpless since he first woke up in Japan 15 years ago. And also, Subaru continued. Flashbang? Really? Katsuki shrugged. What? I make explosions, and it's an explosion that blinds. I don't make the rules here, man. Subaru shook his head with a smile in response as he leaned back against the wall, and looked up at the clouds in the sky. While he would have liked to judge Katsuki for his naming choices, Mr. Howitzer Impact, everyone, he knew just how much of a hypocrite that would make him. It was bad enough the whole world turned into one big battle shonen just because Subaru liked to call out his attack names sometimes didn't mean literally everyone else had to do the same. At least he had the excuse of it being a leftover Chunibyo tendency from living in a literal fantasy world. Subaru was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of the door opening again, and he gave a side glance over to the figure that was Yaoyorozu Momo making her way over to them. He gave her a slight wave as a greeting, but it was the immediate 90-degree bow to him that ended up getting his full attention. Well played, Midoriya-san, she greeted. I didn't consider that you would end up doing something like that in the end. Ah? The first thing Subaru did was return the bow, albeit not as low as hers was. You too, Yaoyorozu-san. The traps and the fake bomb were all you're doing, right? Yaoyorozu nodded, before gesturing to Katsuki. Yes, but it was actually Bakugo-san who did most of the planning. I merely went along with his plans. I wouldn't sell myself short if I were you, Katsuki said, as he turned to face her. I wouldn't have been able to do anywhere even remotely close to what I did if it wasn't for your help. Thank you, Yaoyorozu replied with a smile. Turning to Subaru, Katsuki pointed with his thumb in the direction of the rest of the mock city behind him. We should probably get going now since the old man's waiting for us. Subaru nodded. Yeah. Hagakure wasn't with you guys when you came out, right? Katsuki shared a brief glance with Yaoyorozu, who just simply shook her head. We did talk for a bit, but I don't think she was with me when I came down. Ah. All right, I can wait for her, then. Katsuki nodded in response as he and Yaoyorozu walked away, leaving Subaru alone with his thoughts as he then turned around to look through the inside of the door to the building. It was a bit odd his partner still hadn't come out yet, but considering the fact that he threw someone a good distance onto a concrete floor, while she was wearing absolutely nothing, no less. Even while he himself had had his own fair share of scrapes and bruises, that didn't exactly mean he didn't feel bad about actually throwing his partner like that. With a sigh, he turned back around and walked back into the building. Cor Leonas's ally detection would have been real handy here for finding someone completely invisible, but since he only knew Hagakure for all of an hour, here was hoping he didn't have to call All Might over if something really did happen to her. Hagakure-san, he called out, his projected voice echoing throughout the building as he started walking back up the stairs. Hagakure-san, can you hear me? Why yeah? Her voice came from somewhere above him, but it was also faint, meaning there was still at least another floor separating the two of them. Are you okay? Subaru asked. Do you need any help? No, it's okay, his partner replied. I'm just taking a breather, is all. Nothing to nothing to worry about. DMN it. Just as he figured. Where are you? I'm the third floor, I think. But I'm fine, really. You don't need to wait for me. Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that, Subaru said, as he continued walking up the stairs. Just stay where you are, I'll come up to you. A less compassionate guy would have just shrugged and left without her, but Subaru was feeling pretty shitty about getting his partner hurt the way he did, right about now. And let's face it, All Might was more than likely not gonna be happy about this either. But that was for later, and his attention needed to be on the here and now. When he finally made it to the entrance of the third floor, Subaru continued walking for a bit more until he entered the large, empty room. Now where exactly are you? He then asked, when he finally made it to the third floor. He continued walking until he reached the large, empty room just ahead, taking a moment to look around for anything that looked off among the barren, concrete walls. Over here. The voice had come from somewhere to his right. Subaru turned, and as expected, saw nothing, but when he took a step forward, he felt a sudden weight and warmth on his left arm, just right above where his elbow. But he didn't need to see to know that she had been leaning on the wall this whole time. Taking another step, he took hold of Hagakure's hand with his right arm and moved closer until her right arm was secure around his shoulders, and his left hand was placed firmly on her left shoulder. Can you walk? He felt Hagakure's hair shift as her head bobbed up and down. Yes, she replied meekly. But it kinda hurts when I put weight on my right leg. Okay, it was worse than he thought. Might be better if he just carried her himself. Keeping his grip on Hagakure's shoulder, Subaru released his grip on her right arm and leaned down as he moved his arm behind her knees and effortlessly picked her up. She let out a quick eep as he made the motion, but was otherwise silent afterwards. You can't walk by yourself, he said, getting the feeling she was looking at him incredulously. But you really don't mind? Knowing I'm not wearing anything? And it was at that moment where Subaru suddenly froze as the floodgates instantly opened, and he was very, very quickly made aware of the fact that he was currently carrying a teenage girl in his arms. A naked teenage girl. Goddamn PBRTY hormones. This was something he had been dreading about having to grow up all over again. I promise you I'm not trying to do anything weird, he said seriously, as he started walking. I'm just trying to help you out here because it's my fault you're hurt. No, it's fine. I didn't think you were that kind of guy, anyway. Okay. Long as we're clear. Right now, he was doing everything to try to clear his thoughts of anything that was related at all to how his arms were occupied right now. He really did not want to have to deal with this right now. But he wasn't about to just set Hagakure down and go back to having her limp back the whole way, so there really was nothing else he could do besides SCK it up and do his best to remember the fact that she was relying on him to get her out of here. Emilia, Rem, Emilia, Rem, Emilia, Rem, Emilia, Rem, Emilia. Eh? Are those names you're saying? Whoops. I kinda have a habit of saying my thoughts out loud, Subaru explained. Don't worry about it. Oh. Okay. It quickly grew silent between the two of them as he started to slowly make his way out of the room and down the stairs, until he no longer was able to contain the urge to say what he'd been meaning to say this whole time. But, I really am sorry. For throwing you, I mean. It's fine. I mean, we still won, right? Hagakure's words were cut off as she suddenly hissed when Subaru shifted his arms somewhat, causing him to look down at her in alarm. It's really not that bad. Your gloves and costume are kinda rubbing where it hurts. Sorry about that. I'll, try not to move so much, then. A beat of silence passed before Hagakure spoke again. You know, Midoriya-kun, you really don't have to apologize so much. I already knew signing up for the hero course meant things like this would happen. Subaru didn't respond to her words. It didn't matter if the person he ended up hurting on purpose was telling him it wasn't that bad, he still ended up getting someone hurt when he didn't have to, when he could have avoided this entirely if he had just gone about things better. It looked like Katsuki and Yaoyorozu really did end up planning for everything, after all. Man, hindsight really was 20/20, huh? The silence between him and Hagakure persisted as he continued making his way downstairs, and as he neared the exit of the building, Subaru suddenly picked up a faint whirring sound, coming from just right outside. And when he finally stepped out, he was met with the sight of a pair of robots off to the right side, and what looked to be a stretcher lying on the ground between them. For a good few seconds, he stared at the robots in confusion. He didn't remember seeing them before or even right after the exercise started, and he was only gone a few minutes. Oh, right, All Might went over this part. He distinctly remembered the man telling everyone the medic bots would be nearby if anyone got injured, but also not to go overboard with trying to hurt each other. I think you're supposed to put me down right there, he heard Hagakure say, as he felt her body twist slightly, most likely to point at the robots. Yeah, I just remembered, Subaru replied, as he slowly walked up to the stretcher. Gently, he bent down and laid Hagakure down on it, before he stood back up and took a few steps back. He silently watched as the medic bots lifted the stretcher, and kept his eyes on the obvious dip in the middle where the invisible girl was lying. It'll take you to the nurse's office, he called out, when the robots started moving away. Okay. Thanks for carrying me here. Hagakure replied back, and for a good minute, he watched as the figures of the robots grew smaller and smaller as they continued going off in the distance. And with that done, Subaru finally remembered he had somewhere to be, and mentally apologized to All Might and the class for taking so long. With just a thought, he quickly charged up one for all, full cowl, before he started running forward towards the building where All Might and the entire rest of the class was staying. It wasn't exactly far away, but he figured he didn't want to keep everyone waiting. Well, All Might began, clasping his hands together. I'm sure we can all say that was quite the impressive start. No matter what the outcome was, just know that the actually 4 of you to know that you all did very well today. He then gave a thumbs up, which only Subaru seemed to reciprocate, judging by Yaoyorozu's bow and Katsuki's brief nod. And with that, let's get right into the yes, Ida Shonen? Pardon me, sensei, but I have a question. Subaru turned to see Ida with his hand raised. All Might nodded. Very well. Ask away. I had forgotten to ask you earlier, but does winning or losing this exercise influence our grade in any way? Good question. However, why should it? This isn't a competition, not to mention this is only your first day of hero training. We'll do graded exercises later on, but you don't need to worry about that right now. I see. Thank you for answering, Ida finished, giving the man a slight bow. It's no issue. Now, then on to the review. All Might then turned around and walked over to the giant computer screen at the end of the room, which was currently displaying a paused video of Subaru and Hagakure's gloves and shoes, standing right outside the building where the battle trial was being held. Before we get into it, All Might started, as he turned around to look at Katsuki and Yaoyorozu. Do either of you have an idea of what it is you could have done better? Yaoyorozu immediately raised her hand. I believe that since we perceived Midoriya to be the more important threat, we had ended up overplanning for him to the point where we left a hole in our defense when it came to Hagakure's invisibility. That's certainly the biggest thing, yes, All Might replied, nodding. It's understandable for the two of you, based on what you've seen of Midoriya Shonen in yesterday's performance or even at the entrance exams, for some of your classmates to focus most of your attention towards the more obvious threat. He then raised a finger. However, if you do this in the field, especially when trying to apprehend a villain or rescue civilians, it could lead to catastrophic failure. Take, for example, Endeavor. While his primary focus is more on neutralizing villain activity, he still tries to minimize the amount of collateral damage as much as possible. All Might turned back around and pressed some more buttons on the computer, until the screen was now showing Yaoyorozu creating the decoy bomb. I don't mean to downplay your efforts, of course. The two of you managed to make do with what you had in the time you were given, and even very nearly succeeded. You should be proud of your efforts, Yaoyorozu Shoujo, Bakugo Shonen. Don't let this single loss discourage you. Thank you, sensei. And I won't, Yaoyorozu replied, giving the man a regal-like bow. Subaru may or may not have had a comment or two to say about the way she carried herself, but it wasn't really his business. Bakugo Shonen. All Might's voice boomed, as he turned to Katsuki. When you surprised Midoriya Shonen at your confrontation, did you expect your attack to affect Midoriya Shonen the way it did? For a brief second, it looked like Katsuki hesitated on his answer, before he ultimately just shook his head. No. I didn't. Then I'm afraid I have to reprimand you for your decision. It may be one thing to roughhouse a little with a friend, but it's something else entirely to test a new application of your quirk without knowing what kind of effect it'll have on someone. Doing so out in the field could lead to unintended consequences for yourself, the villain you're apprehending, or even for civilian bystanders. Unfortunately, I'll have to take points off of your overall score based on that. Yeah, I understand, Katsuki replied, nodding. We'll have more opportunities for combat exercises like this in the future, All Might continued. But for now, if you want to practice your quirk outside of class, you're free to ask either myself, Aizawa-sensei, or even other teachers to come chaperone you at one of the quirk gyms we have on campus. Got it. Thank you. You're welcome. All Might then pressed a few more buttons on the computer until it now showed a loop of Subaru jumping out the building with Hagakure in his arms. Midoriya Shonen. While your team managed to win in the end, you did still deliberately cause harm to your teammate by throwing her onto solid concrete. Because of that, I will also be taking points off of your score. Yeah, that was completely fair. In all honesty, Subaru didn't really think it was fair enough, but he just stayed silent as he gave All Might a slow nod. However, the man continued. I must also commend you for the diligence you had towards your teammate in checking on her and helping her to get to the medical support robots. The makings of a great hero start with showing compassion, especially towards your peers. Thank you, sensei, Subaru replied, leaning forward into a half-bow. All Might nodded in return, before he turned around and pressed some more buttons on the large computer, until it was now showing the outside of the exercise building again, but this time, there was no one on the screen. Now let's move on to the next round. He then walked a few paces to the right towards the black and white boxes resting on top of a small table and reached his hands in, pulling out two more of the marked ball from earlier, and turned around to hold them up to the class. And going up next are teams F and J. From the crowd, Subaru saw four people step forward, Mineta and his partner Sato Rikido, alongside Shiro Hanta and Tokoyami Fumikage. All Might nodded at them before pointing over at the doorway with his finger. Now, if you'll just follow me, we'll head on right over so we can get started, he continued. I also need to get rid of that decoy objective Yaoyorozu Shoujo created, as well. And with that, Subaru watched as the man and the four students walked out of the room, with the silence from before quickly being replaced by chatter as he heard the other students starting to talk among themselves. So. Hagakure-san? Huh? It was a faint murmur, but Subaru was close enough to pick it up, and he turned around to see Uraraka looking a bit off, so to speak. Huh? What about her? He asked her. Instead of meeting his eyes, Uraraka looked away. It's nothing. This was out of the blue, Subaru thought, as he kept his gaze on her face. When they last talked a little over an hour ago, when he had that moment after seeing her costume, she was acting like her usual bubbly self. Now, with her refusal to even look him in the eye and her puffed-up cheeks, it almost looked as if it was irritated? Wait, that didn't make sense. Did he do something to make her mad and forgot to apologize? At that moment, his mind started counting the days backwards to see if he'd wronged Uraraka in any shape or form, from yesterday's quirk test, to all of their daily meetups with All Might since passing the entrance exams, to even the entrance exams and before. Yeah. Nope. Nothing to be found in the old noggin. Which left him with only one option left. Something wrong, Uraraka-san? Subaru asked tentatively. Uraraka simply said nothing as she continued refusing to even spare a glance at him, and seriously, this was actually starting to worry him a bit. Uraraka-san? I don't know what I did, but, I'm sorry? Wait, actually, I'm fairly sure I didn't even do anything to make you mad in the first place. For several moments, it looked like his apology did nothing but fall on deaf ears, but Uraraka finally ended up looking like she was listening to his words. In the end, if you could call, her eyes suddenly going wide and face turning a suspicious shade of pink as she started shaking her head vigorously, a logical reaction to an apology. She stammered out. Sorry, I don't know, why did I? She suddenly stopped herself, closed her eyes, and then cleared her throat, before finally looking up at Subaru. Sorry, Midoriya, and I don't know what came over me. I think I need to get some fresh air. It's getting kinda stuffy in here. Uraraka finished her words with an awkward laugh as she immediately turned and quickly walked out of the room, leaving Subaru even more confused than before. Okay, he replied, blinking slowly at her retreating form. The hell was that about? With nothing else to do, he turned to the only other person left who was there for that interaction. Do you know what that was just now? Uraraka's partner Ojiro Mashireo simply shook his head, his face showing he was equally as confused as Subaru. Can't say I do. Huh? Subaru just looked back at the open doorway that was now empty of Uraraka Ochako, quickly at a loss for words as he came to a simple conclusion. Teenage girls were weird. He didn't remember having nearly as much difficulty with figuring out Biko's mood whenever she got irritated about something. The rest of the time in class was spent spectating the other teams duking it out, providing commentary on their fights, which mostly came from Kirishima and Kaminari Denki, and then All Might critiquing said team's performances afterwards. And in that time, Subaru got to witness just how little Aizawa's test from the day before did to show just how unique his classmates were with using their quirks. When it came to all his friends, he was equally proud of all them for their efforts, even if some of them lost their matchups, like with Mineta managed to take advantage of Shiro Hanta's cockiness and trap him with his sticky ball long enough to get the capture tape around him. Ida, as serious as he was whenever they all hung out, used his quirk to run at the building and scale up the wall, skipping the first 2 floors altogether. Apparently he got the idea from Subaru himself when he went for the 0-pointer, because he wanted to see if he could overwhelm Jiro Kyoka's hearing. Ashido tried to see if she could melt all the support pillars for the top floor, but All Might very firmly shut her down on that, much to her visible disappointment. Her use of skating around with her quirk making the floor slippery while dodging Aoyama Yuga's beams of light was still pretty cool to watch, though, don't get him wrong. In between the 3rd and 4th rounds, Hagakure did finally come back from the nurse's office, to which Subaru immediately jumped at the chance to apologize to her again. But instead of rebuking him and saying it was fine, she finally just told him she forgave him. But among the people he wasn't already familiar with before today, there were only 2 people who really got Subaru's attention, Tokoyami Fumikage and Todoroki Shoto. The former's quirk of a shadowy companion that burst out of him looked straight out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and awoke the otaku in Subaru, but it was the latter's feat of just freezing the whole building without even breaking a sweat that sent waves across the entire class. He'd heard whispers of Todoroki being one of the students recommended by pro heroes from the other students the day before, but seeing him in action today did well more than enough to confirm that rumor. And to be honest, Subaru was starting to get excited about the idea of sparring him. All in all, it was a really good end to his first proper day at UA, and he was already itching to see what else All Might had in store for them. Once everyone had changed out of their costumes and met up again at the front of the school, Mineta brought up the idea of hanging out and getting some food again, and while Subaru usually didn't pass up the chance to do so, he was seriously feeling the need to go to sleep, right about now. He didn't know if it was because of the whole getting his senses crippled thing or because he might have overexerted himself with One for All, but he felt like he was about to fall unconscious the moment he stepped onto the train. Which was why once he finally got home, he gave his mom a quick greeting and declined the offer of a snack as he immediately made a beeline towards his room. He then quickly changed out of his clothes and into nothing but a pair of shorts as he all but dove onto his bed. Timer set. Subaru said to himself, as he finished setting up the alarm on his phone. Okay, nap time. It didn't even take a minute before he was out like a light. And then what happened? Well, that finally got everyone in the world to listen and give their energy, Subaru replied, as he slightly raised his arms in the air and the Genkidama grew so big that when Goku threw it at the monster, he threw his arms downwards, it ended up completely destroying it. Like no chance of it coming back from that. So what, he and his friends all lived happily ever after. Among other things, but yeah. More stuff happens after that, but I'll tell you about it another time. Cool, Rigel replied, and while it looked like he was staring up at the sky uninterested at first glance, Subaru could immediately see the faint shine of excitement in his son's blue eyes, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight. To be a kid again. It was so long ago now, but if he closed his eyes, it felt like only yesterday when he finally finished all of Dragon Ball. Reading page after page of Son Goku kicking butt and looking cool, watching it all unfold on TV with his dad's discs, embarrassing himself by trying to do the Kamehameha and turn into a Super Saiyajin. I know, let's spar. Subaru looked back down at Rigel. Eh? What do you mean? Like make ki? Rigel, now standing in front of him, simply rolled his eyes in response. That's obviously not real, he deadpanned, before immediately dropping into a stance. But martial arts is real, so if Goku can get stronger with that, and with the things Uncle Halibel's been teaching me, then maybe I can get stronger, too, and then I can definitely protect Mom and Spica. Oh? And what about your poor dad? Well, we're gonna train together, right? I don't need to protect you if we get strong together. Okay, fair point, Subaru admitted. But you don't have to say it like that. Before he could say any more, however, he noticed a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye, and looked off in the distance to see his beloved wife Rem waving over at the two of them, with their eternally adorable baby girl Spica crawling around on the blanket she set out on the grass. Anyway, Subaru continued, placing a hand on his son's shoulder, looks like lunch is ready now, so let's save it for after, yeah? 'Kay. With that, Rigel ran off to rejoin the rest of their little family, and as Subaru stood back up, he decided to take a moment to look back up at the sky, placing his hands on his hips and closing his eyes to take a deep breath of the calm, spring air. Ah, this was the life. He wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Just him, his cute wife, and their cute. Instead of the soft noise of the afternoon breeze blowing against the trees behind him and the far-off sounds of Rigel talking to Rem, it all of a sudden went oddly quiet, for some reason. And not only that, there was now this uncomfortable and uneasy feeling that sprouted in his chest, and it was only growing larger by each second. What was this bad feeling he was suddenly getting? Maybe all that storytelling gave him a big appetite. Surely he wasn't getting that old, right? Subaru opened his eyes, and what he saw next caused him to freeze up in shock, and his blood to run cold. Because the sky was now the color of bleeding crimson, off in the distance where his family was supposed to be doing nothing but eating their packed bento Rem had made for them this morning, he saw no one on the ground, but several feet up in the sky above, there were 3 figures, 2 small and 1 larger one, hanging suspended in the sky, like puppets held up by strings. What the hell? This couldn't be happening. Without any further hesitation, Subaru moved to lunge forward and start sprinting as fast as he could towards his wife and children, but when he reached the area they were originally supposed to be in, he suddenly found himself locked in place, with his entire body restrained by what he could only describe as a bunch of hands holding his arms, legs, and head in place. Well, a familiar voice said behind him. It's certainly been quite some time, hasn't it? In that moment, Subaru felt nothing but immediate dread as he finally processed just who that familiar voice belonged to. No.it couldn't be. Please, anyone but. A green head of hair entered his field of view, and as it turned to reveal itself to him, Subaru's entire being was very quickly overcome by nothing but overwhelming horror as he came face to face white skin, a manic grin. And those eyes. Those deranged eyes that shook with madness at every mention of the word love. Betelgeuse Romanicanti wagged a finger barely an inch away from Subaru's eyes. TSK. Who would have thought you would run all this way, spend all this time crafting a lie for yourself and dear little Rem? How very slothful of you. The least you could have done was stick around and listen to poor Amelia's screams. As he spoke, the man leaned in closer and closer until his face was right in front of Subaru's, who did nothing but keep staring at him, his eyes wide with terror and his mouth slightly agape. As we ripped the life from her flesh and all those little children. Please. Subaru croaked out. You can do whatever you want with me, but... His family was innocent. They didn't have anything to do with this. It was him you wanted, right? Kill him, torture him if you wanted, but leave them alone. Leave them alone? Betelgeuse parroted, drawing out each word he said. At that moment, his grin only seemed to grow even wider, and he slowly sidestepped out of Subaru's vision, before stopping right against his side. Oh, poor Subaru. Didn't you learn? Subaru felt something yank hard on his ponytail, causing him to look up in response to the sudden movement, and his attention was turned back towards his family, still left hanging hundreds of feet in the air. Off to his side, he felt Betelgeuse lean in closer until their cheeks were firmly pressed against each other. You can never escape destiny. Subaru could feel nothing but dread deep within himself as he heard the next words that came out of Betelgeuse's mouth, and all he could do while stuck in place was focus on the black strands of hair that should have been green just moments ago. Because that was his own voice he heard just now. Something ahead of them shifted, and Subaru was immediately made known to the sudden sensation of something catching onto his face, like a hand had firmly wrapped itself around his head. But his attention was still trained at the sky above him, as he could do nothing but watch as Rem's, Rigel's, and Spika's abdomens all spurted out blood at the same time, and their bodies began to twise unnaturally. Time itself seemed to slow down as Subaru screamed into his closed mouth until his very vocal cords tore, as he mentally begged and pleaded to any god who would listen to not do this to him, to save them from this hell, to not take his family from him again. And yet, all he received in response was the sensation of the giant hand firmly wrapped around his head, moving its finger and starting to squeeze and squeeze until he felt the very flesh and bones in his skull, his jaw, his entire head cave in on themselves, and then, "No. No, not again, I'm gonna kill you, Wait." Subaru suddenly paused, his eyes darting all around the area he was in. It was completely dark here, when it had been bright and sunny just a moment ago. He was lying on something soft, somewhere comfortable, when his feet had been firmly planted on hard grass. In this darkness, the sound of his loud panting was the only thing he could focus on, before it was very quickly drowned out by the soft, constant whooshing noise in the background. It was here where his senses finally caught up to him, and he realized what had just happened. A nightmare. It was only a nightmare. It wasn't real. Closing his eyes, Subaru slowly eased himself and inhaled through his nose, and his hands relaxed their death grip on his bed cover. After several seconds, he opened his eyes and looked back out into the darkness, recognizing the faint outlines of his desk, his closet door, and his bookshelf. Just ahead near where his desk was, he could feel the sensation of his fan constantly blowing cool air at him, turning away, and then repeating. Everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about. "Izuku," a faint voice suddenly called out from behind the door, and Subaru's train of thought was broken as Inko opened the door, and the bright light coming from the hallway quickly illuminated his room. "Are you okay?" she asked, as she slowly made her way over to his side. "I heard you yell." Yeah, I just a bit of a bad dream," Subaru replied, giving her a weak smile. Honestly, it was kinda weird. Another few moments passed as his mother kept her gaze on him, before she opened her mouth again. "Is everything going on okay at school?" Subaru quickly nodded. "Oh. Yeah. Everything's just fine, but it's not really that." He looked down at his hands. What exactly could he tell her? He started, but was immediately cut off as he felt Inko's arms wrap around him in an embrace. His eyes widened at the sudden contact, but he soon relaxed and found himself reciprocating the hug. "I thought boys your age were too old for hugs from their mothers," Inko murmured. "Nah. Not me," Subaru replied. He was never going to not want this. Not with how guilty he felt about Naoko. He felt like wanting to lose himself in this moment, but like all things, it didn't last forever. Eventually, Inko pulled away and looked Subaru in the eye. "You don't have to tell me if it's really nothing, but you will tell me if something's going on with you that I should know about, right?" she asked. "No more keeping big secrets from me, remember?" Subaru nodded, and Inko leaned in and gave him a kiss on the forehead, before she stood back up and walked to the door. "Are you up for dinner?" "I just finished cooking." Yeah. "I'll just stay here for a bit, but I'll be out soon." Inko nodded and gave him another smile, before she stood up and walked out of his room. And once the door was softly closed behind her, Subaru let out a sigh as he started rubbing his eyes. Don't get him wrong, he definitely had dreamt about Rem plenty of times, especially after that moment with Shimura Nana, but never once in either of his lives did he have any nightmares like the one he had just had. Rigel, Spika. The names rolled so smoothly off his tongue, it was almost like he had come up with them himself, but that just couldn't be true. He never actually knew anyone who went by those names, but those kids. He could remember their faces clearly. A young boy who looked just like him with Rem's blue hair. A cute baby girl in a onesie, with a face just like Natsuki Naoko's and Rem's blue eyes. Dreams were the subconscious representation of a person's suppressed feelings and desires, so was it just a reflection of when he wanted to run away with Rem? Was that a future that once had a very real chance of happening? It all felt so real, too, like he really was spending time with a family of their own. Even his own memories never provoked a dream as vivid as that, and it would only ever remain as something impossible. He had never spent a lifetime with Rem and even had children with her, only to lose all three of them to him. Betelgeuse. More than 15 years after killing that pitiful excuse for a man so long ago, he thought he would have been way more than past that by now. But after seeing his face once again in that dream, and holding Rem up in the air like that, just like how he did the first time around, and doing it again to her, to them. Amid the increasingly deafening silence, Subaru's ears picked up the sudden noise of a faint crackle and the barest flash of something just at the very bottom of his vision, and he immediately looked down to see familiar green lightning dancing across his hands and arms. The next several moments went by as he continued to stare down at his hands and watch One for All, full cowl start to spread up his arms and torso, and he wondered what it could have been like if he had this power back then. Just how much easier would things have been if Natsuki Subaru had been anything else but powerless and weak? Before he could entertain those thoughts any further, he clenched a fist and closed his eyes. It was a waste of time and energy to get caught up over something so pointless. Letting out a sigh, he cancelled his quirk, then reached a hand to his face and slowly wiped the lone tear running down his cheek, and after a single glance towards the drawer in his desk containing all the fake hero analysis for the future notebooks, he finally flipped the comforter over and promptly stood up and walked out of his room. In all honesty, he wasn't exactly feeling hungry at the moment, but he really felt like he needed to do something to distract himself. He couldn't think about anything but those vivid events replaying over and over again in his mind. Because if none of it was real, then why couldn't he shake off this feeling of deep foreboding, like something bad was going to happen?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.